There we go.
There he is.
I don't know what happened. As soon as the video ended, I got kicked out of the studio. But now
I got
we're
ready
back.
to say good morning to everybody.
Oh, man. Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, August 22nd, 2024. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Howard Griffith from the Big Ten Network will join us at 8:30 to talk about the Big Ten going into the 2024 season. Plus, Texas added a running back from the transfer portal yesterday. What will Velton Gardner bring to the Longhorns this season? We'll talk about that. We've got some SEC over-unders to get into. We've got some Dallas Cowboys news to discuss, and plenty more from the world of football, from the world of sports, and beyond. And, of course, it is a Buck On and Buck Off Thursday, so we'll take your Buck Ons and Buck Offs, and we'll have another classic TBT video as well. We are jam-packed on a Thursday show. What's going on this morning, Buck?
Buck off to the heat and the record-breaking temperatures of yesterday. Wow. Man, oh, man. You're talking about hot. Holy shit. My legs. I was out there in shorts yesterday. It burned. It was skin burning yesterday as we broke record temperatures close to 109 yesterday here in Austin, Texas, and a record that stood since 1925. Today it'll cool down to I think 104 today, so we'll be at 104. But after this, we start to get temperatures in the low 100s and even into the 90s. And one day next week, 89 degrees next Friday. How about that? 89 as one of our low temperatures. Very nice. Cool front coming in. Possible rain. Probably get some clouding up over the next couple of days too. Maybe some isolated rain showers here or there, which we can use just to cool us down. I don't know. I know the lakes are low. I know some wells are a little bit low, but I think we're going to get that rain anyway in September. But I'll just say this, just to cool things down a little bit. I mean, it is stinking hot here. The pavement smells hot. Everything, everything around, the grass, everything smells hot, and it feels hot too. But hey, life goes on in the state of Texas in August.
Dude, it was brutal. I was driving to the airport yesterday, or someone was driving me to the airport yesterday, and my back was sticking to the seat the entire time.
Man.
And I was in the airport for an hour before I boarded my flight, and my back was still sweating. Like my shirt was soaked. It's brutal out there. I'm in Vegas. I'm in Vegas right now, Buck, and it's cooler here.
Wow. I went to pick up my wife yesterday coming back from Idaho, and more disappointing, BK. I was going to have a fine dinner. She didn't come in until like 8:30, 8:45. I was wanting to have a fine dinner at the establishment called Waffle House. I was ready to go. I was ready for breakfast, for dinner. They were to go only. There was one older black woman in there by herself. I went inside. She goes, we can only do to go. It's either a bunch of people didn't show up to work. She was by herself. There were a couple people inside, but they had a sign then that said to go orders only. And when I came in, she goes, it's only to go. And I'm like, what in the shit? I'm coming to Waffle House and there's no indoor facility. You got to take it to go. She was the only one in the building. She was the only one there. Yeah. It's like 7:30. I'm thinking, they're going to have all kinds of employees in there. They have one lady. I mean, this lady was as old as my mother before she died. I'm like, oh my God, how come this lady can't even take all these to go? There's no way.
There was one person in there? What? She was taking the orders and cooking up the food?
She was doing everything. That's why when I said she goes, it's to go only. You can't say, I can't wait on a bunch of people coming in here. I mean, what is going on with the Waffle House?
They had a couple of no-shows. It sounds like there's no way they only scheduled one person.
They couldn't schedule one person. It had to be no shows.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, look, I love Waffle House, but it ain't good enough to do that. And number two, the whole point of going to Waffle House is the in-person experience, right? Like that's why you go.
Yeah, I don't go there to get to go. I'm not getting to go food at the Waffle House.
No, it's not good enough for that.
I said to myself, if you didn't have to pick up Joyce, you would tell this lady, let me get back there and slam some eggs. You tell me what to do. Let me get to work on these tables for you. And dude, she was old. She was old, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm seeing, all these. I'm seeing young women that need to may have equal pay with men, want to be on the same everything with men, and I'll tell you what. I noticed this. Guys don't get out of their seat. I talked about how my wife got. Maybe that's one of the reasons my wife got after me about her putting her bag up. Guys, get your ass out of the plane seat. If there's a lady that comes by and needs help putting her bag up, I don't care if you have to walk 4 rows up to help her put her bag up in the overhead. Go ahead, go do it. Don't get away from doing things like that. And don't let these young women tell you, "Oh, I got this. I got this." No, don't jump back. I know how it can be. I understand you started and they go, "I got this. I got this." No, you just say, "No, I got this." Let them know.
Dude, you gotta be careful with that, Buck, because people will get pissed that you're touching their stuff. You think you're doing the right thing, but people will get mad. It's like, no, like get your hands off. I'm telling you, man, that's the way of the world now. Like I'd like to think you're right, but it ain't the same.
I've had it happen to me a number of times where no, I got it. And I fight right through it. I fight through it. No, I got this. I may look old and feeble, but I'm still a dude and I can still get your bag up there, lady. There's no reason for you, shorty, to try to get this up here because you're trying to prove how tough you are. No, you're tough enough. You're in a tough enough world. So let me do this for you. But you're right. I've had young women that are young and old say, no. Almost like you said, get your hand off my bag. I'm like, no, let me do this for you. This is difficult for you. I can see it's difficult for you.
Yeah, no, you don't fight back. If they get mad at you for trying to help, then it's like, all right, you said you got it. I offered my help. You do not want to get into a verbal spat with somebody.
Well, I don't go. I mean, I know when to back off. I mean, I know how to back off, but I also know how to let them know that I really am there to help. I'm not trying to, defeminize you or whatever you think I'm trying to do to you or show my masculinity. I'm really trying to do what I was taught as a kid. This is what you do. And so I'll fight you a little bit on it, but I'm not having some lady slap me on the hand and say, get off my bag. I know how to move back. I understand the situation, but yeah, I've had some fight back shit. I've had some fight back on women that, why are you opening up a door for me?
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know. Cause that's what I do.
Right. Like, it's not because you're a woman. Like, I'd hold this door open for a man. It's just a nice thing to do. Like, I walked into this place a second before you, so I'll hold the door for an extra second so you can walk in.
Don't call me dear and, yes, no, yes, ma'am, or whatever. Do I look like a yes, ma'am? Do I look like an old lady? No, it's just that's how I speak. I'm sorry. I didn't drop an F you on you. I said, yes, dear. I mean, no, I mean, I'm not trying to belittle you. This is how I kind of grew up. But if it offends you, I won't do it. I won't do it a second time to the same person. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I come through a door and I see you the next day and I'm coming through that door and I can hold it, I'll slam the son of a gun.
Yeah, that's where people really get pissed off, right? Like, you do something once, you think you're doing the right thing, they ask you to not, then you try to do it again. It's like, no, they say don't call me that.
That's why I see a guy sitting in a seat and a lady comes up and she starts to put her bag up and he doesn't move. Maybe he's got that before. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's not your job. That's the manservant's job. The flight attendants, all they're doing is taking up space while people are boarding. They're just standing in an aisle, and it's like, hey, I'd like to sit here. Can you move? Can you be useful, please? Like, it's their job. They should be walking around helping people lift their bags up instead of just standing there doing jack shit until the plane takes off.
Yeah, I just have noticed more of that. I don't know. Maybe as I get older, I'm just getting, more. I'm noticing more of that kind of stuff that people just they won't get out of their seat in order to help. I don't care if it's, if it's a lady with a couple kids, don't touch help a kid into a seat or whatever. I'm like, just be helpful. Just move the process. I don't think you're making anybody feel bad by moving the process at all. But but you're right. They are offended. They are offended by that stuff because they're offended by everything. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cabasas, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. I won't stop you from supporting us for sure. And thank you to you and your families, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. One quick flight story from me before we dive into the sports of the day. And unfortunately, my flight stories are nowhere near as good as the Bucks' flight stories. I don't get the weird stuff happened to me on the
You just get to see the
planes or
bag
at the
apes.
airport.
You see the bag apes. I miss them. I don't know because I don't do the window aisle, so window seat.
Ooh, I will say this. I sat in the emergency exit row yesterday.
Oh, get your legs spread out there a little bit.
Southwest flight, cattle car setup, had an early B boarding group, and a window seat in the exit aisle was open. And no one sat in the middle seat. It wasn't a completely full flight. So I had the extra leg room and I had some extra elbow room yesterday.
Oh, you took up both? Did you take up both sides too?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Come on.
I was relaxing. There was a guy on the aisle. I didn't have the row to myself, but I had two seats, so I was lounging. I was spreading the legs a little bit. It was a nice setup there, but something happened to me.
Yeah. Hey, it was okay? You got that room?
Of
got
course.
that leg room, huh?
I needed it. Come on, man.
Wow.
I was relaxing, but that wasn't the story I was going to share. Something happened to me during the boarding process that had never happened to me before. And this I think is one of the worst bits in plane history, Buck. You tell me if this has ever happened to you. There was a guy who was already sitting down who had an aisle seat, and he was there when I got on the plane, who had his hand up, and he was giving out high fives to the other passengers who were walking by to go to their seats. And I saw this dude, and there was I was at the start of the B group, so right after the family. So there were some small kids and babies in their parents' arms who were walking right in front of me. And I thought, all right, maybe this guy's just doing this to the little kids to try to be funny or cool. I don't know, still a bad bit, still creepy as hell. You shouldn't be trying to touch other people's kids. But he kept his hand up. I didn't even ask Chip, Rodney, or Zay because they went on right after me. I didn't even know if they got this treatment. But this guy kept his hand up and asked for a high five. And there was zero chance I was dapping this dude up. I gave him a head nod and I walked by.
Way to go. Good job.
Yeah.
What are you
Who
doing?
does that?
Yeah. No, I've
never seen that before?
No. I have no, I just got, the birthday party I went to with meeting some relatives and husbands of sisters and stuff like that. One guy, I'll just say, I won't say his name, but kind of older dude, just strange. I mean, not strange, but wanted to knuckle me instead of, I put my hand out to shake his hand. First time, I told the kids yesterday, never get a second chance to make a first good impression. Stick my hand out to shake his hand. Dude went to knuckle me. And I'm like, no. That COVID was like a couple years ago. I don't do knuckles. I'm not on the little league team. We're not a team. I don't do knuckles. I'm meeting you for the first time. Open up your palm. I don't have anything in my hand. Shake my hand, then go wash your hand if you have to. But don't come up to me my first meeting with you as a kind of relative, and he tries to knuckle me. I backed away from the knuckle. I'm like, no, dude. Yeah. I'm offering you a handshake, and you're offering me a bunch of knuckles. I'm like, no.
Bad bit.
I'm like, is that a bad bit, or is it just? Am I being
bit.
like? Is this just one of the deals, the way of the world now? We're not going to really shake hands. COVID was years ago, and we're now still to the point of we're knuckle sandwiching people.
So, this happens to everybody multiple times a year, maybe even multiple times a month, where you see somebody and one of y'all goes in for the handshake and the other person goes in for the fist, right?
Yes.
But the first meeting has to be a handshake. Like that.
Correct.
That's a universal rule. The first time, whether it's a friend, whether it's a family member, I guess it's not a friend. You're meeting them for the first time, but it doesn't matter who it is. The first time you meet somebody, you shake their hand. Now, if it's a hot chick, then you go in for a little French kiss, but that's whatever. But
no, you don't go in for a Frenchie. You don't go for a Frenchie on the first. You
Why not?
You don't go for that on the relatives. You don't go mouth to mouth on relatives for the first time.
Okay, well, definitely not Tom Brady. I'm not talking about Frenching your family. I'm talking about, some hot woman you meet on the streets. Hey, see if you can slide in. See if you can make something happen right away.
Aisle on the plane, and you stand up to help them, and they lean in for one, and they put a tongue out. You go ahead and get it right off the bat. If she's hot.
Yeah. Hey, I just helped you lift your bag up.
Give me
what
some
do I get in return?
Give me some
a little tonsil hockey. Give me a little tonsil hockey right here. Come on, man.
Oh, no, this is bad for the kids. Kids, get out. Don't listen to that. You don't go in. Hey, don't give up your seat at class and go in for the tongue on the first day of school. Wait a little bit.
Yeah, you give the good tips for kids. I give the bad tips for kids. Relax the back. Relax the back won't sponsor what I do. They'll sponsor what you do, but they don't want any part of my deal.
No, I was very disappointed.
Back to your story.
Very disappointed and it's just one of those, and you could tell, and after the conversation, it's one of those dudes. If you hear the conversation about life, it's like, now I know I got the knuckles. But then I saw him at the event again, tried to come, the event, the actual party, tried to come in with the knuckles again. I acted like the guy wasn't even there. And that was my first impression of him, because I knew there wasn't going to be a second. There wasn't going to be a second or a third. My idea of what this dude was, I don't need to know that person. Relative, non-relative.
Yeah.
Just, my next meeting with him will be, hey, how you doing? That's it.
The first time's got to be a handshake. The second time can be knucks, but the first time has to be a handshake.
That's kind of interesting. Maybe the second time can be knucks. Now we're boys a little bit. Here you go. You don't want to touch my grimy hands because I've had my hands in my pants or something. I don't know. I don't know where my hands must have been that he wouldn't shake my hands as a first-time meeting, but I thought we were past that stuff still. We get that a couple times. You get that every once in a while?
Well, not with me, not with someone I meet for the first time. Like, it's usually with friends, right? Because the knucks is more casual, right? So it's like, you already know the guy. You want to do something to, like, say hello because maybe you haven't seen him or her in a while, and you feel like the traditional handshake is a little bit too formal. So usually how it happens when you get that awkward moment where one person goes in for the knuckles and the other person goes in for the open hand, it's you're going in for like the dap,
Yeah.
Not like a traditional handshake. You're going in to
through all the
side handshake. Yeah, the combo handshake hug deal. Yeah, so that's always been there. Like, that existed before COVID. You'd get those awkward moments where it's like, oh shoot, you think you're going to be on the same page, you're going in for the fist, and the other guy's going it. It happens. But first time, like, you got to go handshake once again.
All right, I feel better. But I'm just saying, guys, you can help the ladies. If they say no, then back away from the bag. Just back away. Don't fight the feeling.
And this is not like a youth soccer tunnel. We don't need you to do that when I'm walking down the aisle of a plane. We don't need high fives here. Orange slices or Capri Suns. I'm just really? What is wrong with this guy? Yeah, who does that?
He's already, and he's got his hand up for everybody coming through.
I don't know. Like, I didn't turn around to see if he was trying to high five everybody, but he definitely tried to high five the people in front of me, and he tried to high five me.
Did you go,
a couple of the little kids.
Coach? Did you call him coach?
Yeah. I was just like, what's up, dumbass? That's what I should have said. Like, put your hand down, dude.
I'm trying to get to Vegas, baby.
Yeah, like, don't touch me. Like, yeah, we're all excited. We're going on a flight to Vegas. Yeah. We're all happy to be doing this. But
maybe it was his first flight to Vegas. Who knows? That is too much. Speaking of Vegas, how is it? No. Nice surroundings, nice place.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is awesome. Shout out to Circa Resort and Casino. I'm in a hotel room right now, but Chip and Zay and then Chaos Theory with Double R will be set up at the Radio Row in one of the ballrooms here at Circa Resort and Casino. So y'all will get to see that set up a little bit later in the day. But this is one of my favorite places on earth. I've been lucky enough to stay here 5 or 6 times in Vegas, and they do it right. So if you could get here over the next couple of days, try to get here. But the next time you're making your way to Sin City, definitely consider Circa Resort and Casino for your place to stay. It's on Fremont Street in Old Vegas, downtown. And this is the nicest, newest, biggest building that they've got in Old Vegas. They do it to the nines here. So, got in town. We had a car waiting for us at the baggage claim at the airport. I had an iPad with my last name on it. I've never had an iPad with my last name on it. There was a dude waiting for us there.
Nice.
Which was sweet. And, had dinner at a nice steakhouse last night here in the hotel and drank more than I probably should have. I've had 6 Advils since like midnight last night.
Did we get to any tables?
We're reeling already.
Do we get some rest?
Yeah, neither. But no. No tables yet. Today will be a big tables day and slots day. And I'll obviously hit the sports book as well and start putting some futures down. And we'll sign up for the Circa Millions contest, which will be a big part of our show, where we'll pick 5 games against the spread in the NFL every weekend. Anybody could sign up. You just have to get to Vegas before the NFL season rolls around in a couple of weeks. You could sign up here, and then you can play from anywhere. So we'll be making our picks on the show throughout the NFL season. But once again, Circa Resort and Casino, come out here this weekend, next weekend. The next time you're headed to Vegas, book your stay at Circa, and I promise you will not regret it. All right, Buck. So some Texas football news here. The Longhorns added a running back last night.
Good.
We're 9 days. Yeah, 9 days away from the start of the season, and Texas is still hitting the portal to add to its roster. But like you said, it felt like they needed to. And Steve Sarkisian said it earlier in the week that the Longhorns were looking to the portal to add a running back if there was the right running back available. And I guess that right running back was available. Velton Gardner, who actually is from the state of Texas, played his high school ball at Skyline in the DFW Metroplex. This guy's been around college football for a long time. He started his career at Kansas, played 3 years there, spent the last 2 years at SMU, speaking of the Metroplex. Never a starter anywhere he was, but 229 career carries, 1,024 career yards. That's more yards and carries than anybody Texas currently has healthy in its running back room. So Velton Gardner, don't expect him to start.
That's what the defense needs right there, BK. They need that dude.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is not a guy who's going to come in and start. I don't know how much this guy's going to play against other teams, but like you said, Buck, this will help this Texas defense in practice throughout the season at minimum.
Yeah, and this will never happen again. This is one of those deals that it's, you very seldom ever lose 2 guys before the season starts at a one position. And not just lose them, but lose them for a season where they're gone. They won't be there for the whole entire season. So this will never happen to Sark again. There'll be running backs. If 2 guys get hurt, there'll be 8 running backs around that are from other places they may not be on scholarship, but they wanted to come to Texas and prove that they could play running back. And somebody's opened up the door for them to be on the football team. They got them in school or whatever. Hey, you're a good enough student. You're a decent student. Well, you're going to get the nod before somebody else because you're going to be on this football team. And if you're good enough as the couple years that come by, then maybe you will get a scholarship. But we need you. They're not going to be shortchanged again at that position. And if it happens at another position, they'll do the same. It's just these things don't happen that often, but when they do, you have to make way that'll never happen again where you're out there looking for them. There's plenty of them in this state. Like you said, the kid's from this state, so there's plenty of them around.
Sure, from the state and played his last 2 years.
Going to get a good look now.
Yeah. I mean, Velton Gardner will come in. He'll add some depth to that running back room and a lot of experience to that group as well. I mentioned it a moment ago. Velton Gardner has more carries and yards than any of the Texas running backs. Not only that, he has more carries and yards than all of the healthy Texas running backs combined, right? Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, Jarrett Gibson, Colin Page, like all of the running backs that Texas has been trotting out there in practice these last few weeks. You combine all of their college numbers, and they're not what Velton Gardner has. So you get a guy who knows the position, played at Kansas, played at SMU. We're not talking about like D2 or D3 schools. Like, these are respectable programs, and he's been able to get on the field at times in his college career. And he's pretty old. I mean, this guy committed to college in 2018, Buck. I mean, this whole COVID eligibility bits that we still have going on in college football. A lot of people complain about it, but obviously it's helping Texas right now. The fact that this dude still somehow, some way is eligible, even though he's already played 5 years.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's just, like I said, you very seldom have these kind of things happen to you, but you have to make plans that they can happen to you. So this isn't one of those deals where people will say, well, why wasn't Sark prepared for this to happen at that? But nobody's prepared for 2 guys to go down for the season. One guy maybe missed a couple games, and now you're scrambling around, but not 2 guys to miss the entire season before the season even starts. That I haven't been around. I've been around the football a long time. I've not seen 2 of those happen like that, but it won't happen again. They'll be prepared from this point on.
Look, and Sure. You could get mad at Sark if Texas only had like 3 scholarship running backs going into the year, and then 2 of them got hurt. It's like, well,
Right.
why'd you only have 3, coach? It's not like it's your first year here. This is year number 4. You should have more horses in the stable. But he had 5. Like, that's not an astronomically high number, but that's not like a, hey, why do you only have that few number? It's just bad luck, bad breaks, literally.
Yeah, that's all it was. That's all. You're absolutely right. That's all it is. And especially for a year, you lose guys for a couple games, and they've got a hamstring. He's not going to be ready for game 1, but maybe be ready for game 3. This is to lose 2 guys for the season. That's hard. That's hard at any position. I mean, wow.
It is. Yeah. I'll credit this coaching staff for doing their research, for finding somebody that they thought made sense. And like you said, I mean, Velton Gardner will help in practice. It'll just give this Texas defense more guys to tackle, because we know Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner have been wearing those green non-contact jerseys lately. So the defense has to tackle. We can't have another tackling epidemic around here.
Yeah, and it takes the pressure off of Gibson, because he's now got to learn the offense so that he's ready in case one of those 2 guys go down now. He's going to be thrust into being a player and having to play as a freshman, which I'm pretty sure that's good with the running back coach to find another guy to send him down there and be the sacrificial lamb, because that's what he is. But it's helping. That person's just as important as anybody else on the football team to go down there and give them a good look, because that helps out your defense before they have to play against real live running backs, Because as I said, you pick a guy from the team who hasn't played that position in a while, maybe a good athlete, and he goes down there. He doesn't understand what the scheme is. He doesn't understand about, how to bounce outside and help your defense, outrun them, try to outflank them and stuff. Can't have a guy just run in the middle of the field, get stuffed and get knocked out, and that's it. That doesn't help your defense. So this is a good thing. Congratulations to them. That's good for the team. Agreed. And good for that kid to want to continue, and good for the kid to want to continue to play football for another year.
Yeah, he's a kid who grew up in the state of Texas, who now will get to say that he got to play college football at the University of Texas.
Absolutely.
Took a long time to get here. It's year 6 for Velton Gardner. He's a grad transfer. 5 years of college, you better have some sort of degree under his belt.
And BK, there's kids like that every year in this state that are running backs that would at a place and say, "Oh, we need you to come to Texas. You may not be under scholarship, but you can probably go play at this place. You may not even get a scholarship at that place, but you'll play." And that kid will say, no, I'd rather go to Texas. I'll be a running back there. Let me see what I'm made of. I get in school. You mean you're going to get me in school? I can get an education there? Mm-hmm. Even if my parents I can get into school there. You know how hard it is to get into that place now if you're not a female in the 99 percentile anyway?
Right. Yeah, I think that might be the case for a guy like Colin Page, who went to Anderson. Put up really good numbers his last couple of years as the starting running back for the Trojans. He wasn't getting offers from Georgia or Alabama or places like that, but I'm sure that guy could have played college football and started somewhere.
Sure.
He chose to stay home. He chose the opportunity to play for the University of Texas. And hell, now he's getting some run in practice, and we might see that dude on the field at some point this season.
Yeah, well, don't scare me with that thought. You don't have to scare me with that thought, please.
You do hate white running backs, and you hate white people.
I hate I hate the thought of the 8th running back in the program getting in games. You just saying that.
Yeah.
Except for
dude went from like 6.
If it's the last game of the year and that dude's a senior and his dad's not in the mob, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that guy went from like 6th or 7th on the depth chart to like, oh God, we might actually see him this season with those couple of injuries. So there you go. Texas football adding a running back last night. We're about to be joined by our friend Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network. We'll get his thoughts on Ohio State and Oregon and some of the other big teams. And obviously we'll talk Texas and Michigan with that game coming up just 16 days from now. But before we talk to Griff, let's give some sponsor shout outs.
Next Wednesday, we'll be at Sioux Patrick game week for us. We'll be at Sioux Patrick's, and they've got everything that you need for all your Longhorn gear, your apparel, collectibles, accessories. And they've got, as I said, tons of those Texas-themed items for you. I said a variety of men's and women's clothing, wonderful caps, everything. All the wonderful Tommy Bahamas there. You're sitting there sweating at 2:30 next week. Get that Tommy Bahama light shirt on for men and women. And they've got all of that at Sioux Patrick. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course. And folks, they're located at 5222. Come join us next Wednesday morning. See us, say hello to us. We may have a little something for just for you. And I'm sure Jay and the gang there will love to see you at Sioux Patrick. Folks, for more information, go to
Absolutely.
Hey, if you order that stuff now, you'll have it by the time you see us next Wednesday. You'll be wearing your gear for sure.
Yeah, I got to tell Jay this in person when we see him next week. But I was in Galveston earlier this week. God, I've been all over the place this week. I feel like Carmen Sandiego. But I was wearing the Sue Patrick White Longhorns shirt. And there's a woman there, and she's like, man, I really like that shirt. Like, where'd you get it? And I'm like, oh, SuePatrick.com. They got it for you. They'll ship it here to the island. She's like, oh, that's great. I wish they had women's sizes. I'm like, they do. You can get the women's version of that shirt. So we're selling you on the road, Jay. We got you covered. Yeah, Sue Patrick, get that gear and get it by the time college football season rolls around. And, Buck, I see our guest in the waiting room. I'll let you introduce the man of the hour.
Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network, one of my sweet men right there. Just like a kid, just like one of my sons. Not old enough to be one of my brothers now. He's not like a son anymore, like a brother now. Griff, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, fellas. How you guys doing this morning?
Doing fantastic. How's your journeys been?
It's been long, but it's finally over. Northwestern was our last stop yesterday. So now I got to go in the studio this morning and, get this football season kicked off. I'm excited for it.
Griff, a little bit different for you. All these years of doing some big work for the Big Ten Network, and now all of a sudden you got to go out to Oregon. You get out of the Midwest. You get the hell out of those places that you've been to. How's your trip to Oregon, Washington, and USC? Did you end up at UCLA also?
I got to tell you, it was there are only so many practices we can get to. So this year, for the first time, we kind of broke up our group. So I stayed, and I hesitate to say this because it's not actually accurate. I stayed with the original 14. Obviously, it wasn't the original 14, but the 14 from last year. So I went to them, and I saw Washington and UCLA in the spring. I did not see UCLA, or rather USC and Oregon. So, I missed out on those two spots, but, we'll have to see. Just have to watch some more video of those teams once the season starts.
All right, let me ask you this. These teams joined in the Big Ten. Just that your travels along there as a player. I mean, you were in the NFL for years and years and years. 2 Super Bowl rings with the Denver Broncos. I mean, the travel, you flew probably nice charter flights, and it was comfortable first class on flights. Is this going to be different for college athletes that are traveling from the West Coast to the Midwest?
Honestly, I think it's going to depend a lot, really. It's about the haves and the have-nots. College athletics has always been about that, right? So do you have the resources to fly out a day earlier, spend an extra day in a hotel, or do you wait later on and you play the game and you fly the next day? There are going to be some interesting ways that teams are going to really, attack this. But the key to me is the recovery process. No matter what, you've got to figure out how you're going to get these players recovered. And that's why I said the haves and have-nots. They're going to be teams that are going to have their recovery boots on the plane with them. There are going to be teams that are, unfortunately, going to have to fly late Friday and return right after the game. That just depends upon how they work that out. And it's going to be some late games. I remember we went somewhere. Did we go? Arizona somewhere, and we got back, the sun was up at Illinois. So, I mean, it was crazy. But, I think there are going to be, a lot of different ways and a lot of different thought process of how you handle it. But ultimately, it's going to be done by trial and error.
Hey, it's not about the student athlete, because they will, they'll have all their stuff all set up and lined up. They'll have their mentors and tutors and everything else. So it's not about the athletic part of it. Yeah. It's about the physical recovery for these guys,
No doubt. That's exactly what it is. And that's why I go to, if your program has the resources to spend on those extra days, bigger planes and different things like that, we'll find out. Penn State is a perfect example. When they go west, or when teams come to them, that airport is not big enough to handle some of the larger planes that you want to go cross country in. So they're going to be flying probably into Harrisburg. Penn State's going to have to drive to Harrisburg. So there's going to be some really interesting travel dynamics that's going to take place. But, at the end of the day, they're going to get through it. And because of television, they're going to play when it's time to play.
That money.
Oh, man. Griff, I've got to ask, because you said you went to UCLA earlier this year. Before Deshaun Foster told you that it was in Los Angeles, did you know that UCLA was in Los Angeles?
I did. I actually did know, and it's in Westwood, a very nice part of the LA area. So, yeah, listen, it was a rough day for him. Obviously, I think everyone's talked about it, seen the videos. It's unfortunate. Yeah. But you get into these type of situations sometimes, and I can tell you, it's different. First-time head coach, having to step onto the big stage, which essentially was a stadium-type seating, and just lost it for that moment. But I can tell you what, unfortunately, he's going to be judged on that performance that he had at Media Day, and people are going to look at him and say, hey, he's not ready for the big time. I will tell you this, knowing him and spending some time around him, he's ready. It's just his personality. He's got to develop into that head coach that's going to be at the front of the room and talking to the media. But when he's coaching and he's with his players, he knows exactly what he's doing and has a plan in place to get it done. He's got some good coordinators with him. And this is going to be a situation where, listen, it's going to take UCLA some time, not so much because of they have to continue to build that roster. And that's not going to be like anyone else. A lot of the teams that I would say are outside of the top five in the conference, everyone's trying to build their own roster and trying to add depth.
Grip, when you have a guy that's a young guy like that, that's a former player at your university, you got to have a support system around that guy. You need to know, you have to know him. You gave him the job. Yeah. You have to know that in front of a bunch of people, you're going to have your SID and people like that need to be there to support that guy, have questions, have answers, have everything. Yeah. I don't care if it's sitting there in front of him in a big catalog where everybody can see that he's looking at the paper. Yeah. But he has to be able to articulate that university. Tell us about a player. Tell us about you when you were a player there. He can't come to the podium like that. Yeah. They can't let that be the first thing out of the block. That's that, you never get a second chance to make a first good impression. Yeah. And that impression was not very good. And that's not just on him. That's on the university.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it. And the only way they're going to be able to fix that or recover from it is win games. And this is going to be a tough year for them as far as the wins and losses go, because like I said, they still have to build that roster, but he's going to have to overcome that. And, that's going to be the first thing that everyone points to, whether it's the local media that's sitting there asking questions. They're going to try to hit him with some hard questions that maybe he's not prepared to answer, but he's got to be prepared when he steps in front of the mic. And honestly, I think he will be moving forward. But as you mentioned, that first impression, that one's going to hurt a little bit.
Griff, how about the rest of the teams that are when you saw Oregon? I keep continuing to ask my partner.
You just want me to keep seeing Oregon. I didn't see him, Coach. I didn't see him, but I'll tell you this.
Are they good?
Yeah. By the people I trust that have seen them, they're real good. I mean, it's a reason that they're picked by some to not only be in the championship game but win it all. And they've got a roster, and I think when you just look at their roster up and down, it's really talented. You look at the brand of football they want to play, and I think this is one of the other misnomers that's out there, is that these West Coast teams aren't physical. They choose to play a game a certain way, right? They want to throw it around the parking lot and do some things. But I don't think it's as different as what's going on in the Midwest. Listen, I know you bring those guys into cold weather. That's what everyone wants to see. They want to see that. But I still think when you talk from a physicality standpoint, I don't think it's a difference from the Midwest, the East, the South, and when you go out there and play those guys. They'll be prepared, and particularly a team like Oregon. Dan Lanning has done an unbelievable job, and you only need to look at his background and where he's been. He understands how to build rosters. When you look at Alabama, you look at Georgia, he put physical teams together. He's coached physical football teams. He's had some great mentors. So he knows what he's doing, and he knows what he wants. And he's got a quarterback that, arguably is, up for the Heisman. He's going to be up in the middle of the conversation for the Heisman Trophy this year, and that should be happening all year long for him.
Yeah. Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network joining us.
And Griff, there's so many questions we could ask you about. I mean, obviously we can get to Ohio State. We know, for us, we know what Ohio State's all about. We know that their head coach has got to win. This is a big year for him. But the team that Texas is going to be seeing the second week of the season, Michigan, Griff, they lose an awful lot. I know, I've been around. I've been a part of that whole Big Ten thing. I've been around, never beat Michigan. Don't understand what it's like to beat a Michigan football team. We know how to beat Ohio State. I'm gonna help out Coach about beating Ohio State if they ever play them. That's no big deal. It's that group, the maize and blue, that group there, even though they lose an entire offensive line, they still will have guys that are sitting there in the wings that are all Americans ready to play on that offensive line. What do you see from the Wolverines?
I think this is a loaded team. Obviously, they're going to take a step back. Their roster in their top 22 has taken a hit, no doubt about it, by guys moving on to the NFL and graduation and those types of things. But this is still a very good football team. We just saw them 2 days ago, and to watch them work, this is going to be a team that's going to be reckoned with. Do they have the roster that Oregon has or Ohio State has? Really, do they have the roster that Penn State has? Probably not, but I think they're right there in that top 4 or 5 when you look at their roster. And listen, Coach Moore, to me, I think one of the things that's lost on last season, there are very few times, if ever, you've had an offensive line be your offensive coordinator and play caller and also be your head coach. Those were 3 hats that he wore at multiple times during last season, and he was very successful in doing it. Now, this is his team. He's got to put his mark on it. Things are a little different. They're playing music at practice sometimes, but, a system is in place, and I think that's the most important part. They understand what's expected. They've got some really good players. Orji, I think is going to end up being a starting quarterback, is a big physical player. Reminds me a lot of Milrose at Alabama. And I think he's got to develop, right? He's got to get the touch on the football, some of those things, but he's the type of player that's a game changer, but he's just got to continue to get comfortable with playing the game. And unfortunately, they've got some big games early that he's going to have to perform well in.
Yeah. Do you feel like Michigan's identity this year, Griff, is going to be similar to what it was last year? They're just going to try to out-physical you. They're going to try to ground and pound you. And if they have to throw, they will. But do they want to be basically the same offense that they were in 2023?
What's interesting about 2023 is that it was really just out of where they were in the game. They were controlling the football game, didn't feel like they needed to throw it. I know a lot of people point to that Penn State game where I think they only threw 1 pass in the second half, and that I think was that wasn't even, I don't think it was a penalty, may have been a penalty on the play. So technically they didn't have any passes in the second half, I believe. So this is a team that wants to play that game. They want to be physical up front, and they are. And I'm going to tell you this, I think we're going to see a lot more teams this year, at least from my feeling that I get watching them, particularly in the Big Ten, that are going to be running the quarterback more than they've run it in years past. Ohio State is another team to me. They're going to run the ball. They're going to throw it every now and then when they have to. But I think teams are going to get back to running the ball, and that allows sometimes their quarterback to really start to develop and get comfortable in his own skin and leading some of these programs. Will
that happen? I know it's going to happen at Penn State, even though Allard is pretty good second-year quarterback, and they've got some talent, but they got 2 talented running backs at Penn State. Yeah, they've got to run the football. They lose some guys on the offensive line that went to the NFL, but they have more on the offensive line, and they're going to play good defense. But they want to still run the ball at Penn State, and the same with Wisconsin. I mean, Wisconsin is Wisconsin. They want to run the ball too, aren't they?
Going to Penn State, I think they will. And you look at them last year; their biggest problem was they didn't run the ball really well at all.
No,
you look at them throwing the ball, big explosive plays, 20 or more. Really struggled in that category. So, they got a new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. And, when you watch them in practice, they're going to, I think, try to get the ball into their playmakers' hands like everyone wants to do. But that vertical passing game, that explosive runs and pass, they have to be able to figure that out. And Drew Allard's got to be a big part of that and continue to get better. Not in the big games, in the biggest, he's been fine in the games that they're supposed to win.
Sure.
He's got to take that next step in the teams they have to dominate. Now, I'm going to tell you, on the other side of the ball, they've got a young man, Abdul Carter, who's got every opportunity to be – first of all, he's going to be a first-round draft pick, but he has a chance to be probably one of the best defenders in college football this year. And they're going to put him on the line. They're going to play him at linebacker. He's going to be all over the field. And offenses are going to have to identify and really turn their offensive line to him to try to slow him down. So, yeah, they're going to get that done. You mentioned Wisconsin. They have the air raid offense in place. And there's always been a lot of talk about, okay, well, all they want to do is throw it. And you mentioned if they want to run the football. And talking to people around there, they talk about the air raid, and they said it's just a philosophy. It's not necessarily an offense. When we throw the ball, we want to get it into open spaces. We may not be going through an entire progression, but we need to throw it to the open guy. This is going to be, I think, a tough year for Wisconsin, but another tough year for them. Wow. I don't know that they're right where they want to be. I think, they've got the transfer quarterback from Miami. He's got to play well, but the day we saw him in practice, it wasn't great. And that's the toughest thing. From my perspective, when you drop in on these teams, you see one practice, right? And then you're trying to extrapolate how good these players are going to be. And he just wasn't good that day. That doesn't mean he wasn't good the other 14 days or 15 days of practice. Just wasn't good that day we saw him really. So there were a lot of turnovers defensively with Mike Tressel. He's going to want to be aggressive. I think they have a really good defense. Their issue is trying to be able to manufacture some points and get the ball, find some receivers that can take the top off the defense.
Griff, is Iowa still going to be great on defense?
Hell yeah.
Can they score any points? Can they score more than 21?
Man, look, what's interesting with them, Kate McNamara is back again this year, and Sullivan, who's a transfer from Northwestern, got beat out of Northwestern, transferred to Iowa. He's going to be in the mix, and they haven't made a determination. There's some stories out there today that Coach Ferentz may be suspended for a game for apparently tampering with McNamara when he was in the transfer portal or before he got into it. So that's something to keep an eye on. I think it may be a one-game suspension, but this team they're set. They're going to be physical. They're better on the offensive line. I thought one of the things that happened when Brian Ferentz took over and started to take over the entire offense, that the offensive line really started to suffer. And he is an unbelievable O-line coach. He really is. But I think it suffered with him having to try to handle the offensive side. So they look much better this year. They've got a couple running backs that can make some things happen for them. But you're right. They've got to be at some point, right? They've got to be able to throw the ball downfield, and it's not going to be a lot of times. But they've got to find a guy that's not going to turn it over. That was one of the issues they had as well offensively.
Okay, well, when we get to it, tell us about Ohio State. I mean, I'm looking at Georgia and saying, originally when this college football season are gearing up for it, I just thought Georgia was a cut above. Ohio State has got to be 1A. I mean, that close. I mean, that talented group on defense and the running backs that they have. And I know their coach is under fire in big games. Well, he's under fire against Michigan. Mm-hmm. That's what he's under fire against. Michigan, I know they go to Penn State. James Franklin has to beat Ohio State in order for him not to be under fire. But the coach at Ohio State has to beat Michigan and be in the playoffs and go far into the playoffs, I got to believe.
Yeah, well, they got a big test early, too, as well. You talk about Oregon. They've got to go out there and get that figured out. So we'll get a good gauge for where both teams are in that matchup because, as you mentioned, Ohio State is loaded. And I'm going to tell you really quickly, their freshman wide receiver, Smith, this is no joke. I'm not making this up. I'm going to tell you right now, this cat could make most NFL rosters and be in their top 3 wide receivers on any roster in the National Football League right now. And he just walked on the field. He is unbelievable.
This is a high schooler?
Yes, he was in high school a couple of months ago. This kid is unbelievable. And I said, shit, he's Ohio State's number 1 receiver. And this is a group that's loaded with guys. So he's a difference maker. Caleb Downs, the safety from Alabama came over. I mean, these guys are dudes. And it kind of makes me feel like, you talk about guys that could go from high school to the NFL and play the way they work. Those two dudes right there, it's a shame that they can't be in the NFL right now, because they could be in the NFL and playing at a really high level. I know they're few and far between, and I know it's more than just about what you're doing between the lines, but the way they carry themselves, the way they work. You talk to people around Ohio State just about him. He never long jumped before. For whatever reason, he's from Florida. Never long jump, never tried it, anything. They're teaching him how to long jump. He jumps 11-something. First time. They said, okay, don't worry about it. You just go ahead and get on out of here. He's an explosive player that really works hard and gets it and understands what this game is all about.
Now, when you go to these practices and you see these coaches and stuff, what is Coach Day? Can you tell anything from? I mean, you've been around him a lot. Can you tell how he is? I mean, check his temperature and gauge how he feels, how the pressure is. I mean, can you feel it with him? Or
it's like anything else, and people will say this all the time. No one can put more pressure on you than the pressure that you have internally. And that's really, they understand what this thing is about. They understand what they haven't done. And they know how important, winning, beating Ohio State and winning a national championship is. And this group, this team really has pushed all those chips to the middle of the table and said, we're all in. We've got to win a national title. The seniors that came back have never beaten Michigan. They want that to happen. They get gold pants when they win that game. Those guys haven't received them. And these are guys that made the decision to come back. They could be playing in the National Football League. And you look at the coaching staff, you look at what they're paying those guys. Of the 10 assistants, 9 of them are making $1 million+ dollars. So, Chip Kelly is there, left a head coaching position to come be the offensive coordinator. And he and Ryan Day are lockstep. Ryan Day played for him. So Ryan Day has taken the position that the offense is fine. I can now really be able to run the football team and look at all areas, offense, defense, and special teams. So, he understands the pressure that's on there, but, they're embracing it. So I don't know. This is, like I said, that matchup against Oregon is going to tell us a lot. And that really could be a matchup we see down the line in the Big Ten championship game, because there are no more divisions. So it'll be the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Wow. Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network joining us this morning. Last thing from me, Griff, look, full disclosure, I'm in Vegas right now, and I'm a degenerate. I got some money to lose while I'm out here. So, look, everyone's picking Ohio State or Oregon to win the Big Ten. Yeah. Understandably so. They're the preseason 2 and 3 teams in the country. But if I were to ask you for a sleeper, maybe a long shot to win the Big Ten this year, who's a team that not enough people around the conference are talking about, in your opinion?
Listen, I think we talked about Penn State, and they're not a sleeper because we've talked about, we know how talented that roster is. So I would probably go Penn State because of what Oregon and Ohio State have, and obviously Michigan is in that mix. I'll tell you a team that I'm fascinated by, and I would probably take the over when it came to wins for this team, is Nebraska. They're playing a true – he's won the job. Rolla, he is a 5-star quarterback that really gets it. Now, again, we're not seeing these quarterbacks hit. I'm watching decision-making. I'm watching him deliver the football. I'm watching how he interacts with his teammates. I watch how his teammates really, really gravitate to him. And he has it. He has that it that can maybe put them back in a position where they can start to have the success that they want to have. So I would look at Nebraska. I would, because of their schedule. I'd look at Rutgers because of their schedule. There's some teams out there that have a chance to make some noise, but I talked about that group, that top 4 or 5 teams that are there. The difficult thing is if you go from 6 to 18, you can put them all in a bag, shake it up, and pull one out. They're that close, and that's not to say that they're bad teams. I think that those rosters are that close, and it's going to come down. Like, listen, I think most teams, quarterback play. And the challenge, if you start to go through the Big Ten and you say, well, who are the elite quarterbacks? You're not going to get very far down the line before you're starting to say, well, I'm not so sure. So they're guys that are going to have to, make those 2 to 3 big time throws in the course of a game that are going to take them to the next level. And that's what's, the biggest difference, I think, with a lot of these teams right now. You look at Iowa. Iowa would be a team I'd say could compete for a Big Ten championship. But the question is at quarterback, right? So you have some of those teams. But, it's going to be a fascinating year. We're going to see how these quarterbacks shake out. The other thing is how many portal quarterbacks that are going to be starting week 1 in the Big Ten or really throughout the country is unbelievable. So it should be a fascinating season, particularly in the Big Ten Conference.
It's going to be a fascinating season here at the University of Texas, Griff, because they've lost 2 running backs before the season even starts. Yeah. They've lost 2 players already before. I mean, then they haven't lost them for games. They've lost them for the year. Two of the top running backs are gone now. One was a freshman that was probably going to get not much playing time, but they need him depth-wise, and they lose their starter who played last year out of the state of Florida. They lost him. They lost him to season-ending injuries. That's hard to overcome because, as I'm telling folks, you need one of those guys to go down there and give the defense a good look. They went in the portal and found a guy yesterday to come and play, that COVID deal where you get to play for 16 years. And now they're coming. I've never seen that, Griff. I've been around that position a long time, but to lose 2 guys before it even starts is going to be hard on the Longhorns. But this is a group that's got some really, really good talent, and we're losing a lot of good players. 11 guys went to the NFL, which for a long time hadn't happened at the University of Texas. But I think Sark is to that point right now that he's building this program up, and the quarterback is coming back. Got some really nice receivers coming back. Still got a pretty good running back, but boy, we lose some guys on defense. Lose a first and a second round guy on the defensive line. One was the Outland Trophy winner. That's hard to overcome right there.
Yeah, it is. It is. And that's why, but you talk about depth of rosters. You talk about, being able to go in the portal and being able to really strengthen your rosters. That's the biggest thing with, with the top teams. Not only are there frontline guys, 4 and 5 star guys, but their 2s and 3s and 4s are guys that can compete. And that's what's going to be fascinating to watch, just how teams really handle this team, particularly the ones that have a good idea that they're going to be in that 14 playoff. How they manage the load of their players throughout the season will be good to watch. It'll be similar to what we see, in the NFL and how you're taking care of players throughout the week. So it's a lot of things away from the game that I think are going to be interesting and really dictate just how teams are going to be able to factor in when you get to that 12-team playoff. Because I'm really anxious for that. I don't want to hurry up and get there, but I think it's going to be unbelievable to have for some of these home teams. When you talk about being able to host a game in that 12-team playoff, I think it's going to be incredible. And not only for the student athletes, but for the fan base. The fans are going to have to spend some money too. They're already spending a bunch of money, but if they want to travel and follow their team around, they're going to have to cough up some dollars this year.
Yeah, you're right about that. Now I got to ask you a pro question and one more college question. I know we're taking up all your time. Sorry, here for me. The pro question is: you've been around John Elway. You know what great quarterbacking is all about. You've been in 2 Super Bowls and won 2 Super Bowls, and one was with John Elway. Yeah. Bo Nix with your Broncos is going to be. You got to be excited about Bo Nix. I mean, when you've seen him play, you've watched him kind of grow in college football. Is he? He looks like he's ready for prime time.
Yeah, he's been named a starter. And if you think about it, one place has really struggled. Well, I guess a lot of places have struggled trying to find their franchise quarterback. But Denver has really struggled. I mean, they spent first-round picks. They spent a bunch of money in free agency and dead money with Russell Wilson. It didn't work out. So now Sean Payton has his guy, believes that Bo Nix can take the next step. And you look at what he was able to do the last couple of years, he's really been able to put up numbers and clearly has solidified himself as the leader in Denver. So I'm anxious to see just how he's able to take Denver offensively to the next level, because that's what they need. Sean Payton has really blown this thing up when you think about what they've done with the cap and the amount of money that's not even being utilized because of some decisions that they made, but they felt what was best for the team. And they got Walmart money to spend, so I guess they just write the checks and keep it moving.
All right, now you know about this team, Notre Dame. Your son went to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
The quarterback coming to Notre Dame, is this the missing piece right now for Notre Dame? I mean, he's a really good player.
Listen, they went down that road last year as well, and we talk about, because I think one of the things that's happening, right? You're able. We look at some quarterbacks that really had. You just talked about Bo Nix, the success he had. He went in the portal. Michael Penix Jr. He went in the portal. But a lot of these portal quarterbacks, it ain't working out. It's for whatever reason you get in a new environment, you don't know what's going to happen. And I think because of where we are right now with NIL. Coaches see a quarterback that's been productive, and there's nothing wrong with that. They see a guy, he's been productive, maybe at a lower level, and then they say, hey, we're going to go grab this guy. But the problem is now you get into a bidding war, right? So he could tell you, yeah, well, this team's offered me $2 million. You guys, can you better that? And what I mean by that is that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fit in your system. It's going to fit in that locker room. So the development, to me, of these quarterbacks, particularly the young quarterbacks, they have to stick around, or they're looking to go somewhere else. And I think one of the things that's happening, and it'll be interesting to see this year, because there's so many of those guys that are going to be starting again with teams that should be competing for the playoffs. Some people are making mistakes, and I think that's what's going to happen, because you get into bidding wars with people. And you don't know, and you're so dead set on this is the guy I want, and sometimes it doesn't work out. So they got to try to get back to also developing these young quarterbacks and making sure that they can stick around and be able to lead the program. Real quick, this is what's going on right now at USC. Is wonderful as Caleb Williams was out there winning the Heisman Trophy. I think when you look at Lincoln Riley being able to call a football game, he couldn't really call one, because it could be 2nd and 8, and you have no idea what Caleb's going to do. He's going to make a play. Now with Miller Moss there, he's got a better idea. He's going to play within the confines of the offense, and I think that's going to help this offense and also Lincoln Riley as a play caller, because he knows what's going to be happening and what the next call is going to be. So that'll be one of those things you talk about, the guy that stuck around and stayed. It'd be interesting to keep an eye on him and how he does this year being in that offense, since he decided to stay at USC.
Well, I think Oregon's going to be happy with Gillen Gabriel.
Oh, yeah.
That dude, he can go. I mean, he can escape. He can throw. I mean, he's got the moxie. I mean, he reminds me of the kid who was at Michigan last year.
Yeah, JJ.
That scares me. He's got a lot of that.
Yeah, and that's the challenge again. You start to look at this conference and you look at them outside of Gabriel. Who is the next guy that's done it, that's actually done it? And when you look at the top teams, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen them take that next step.
Well, Griff, thank you for your time, man. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. It's always good to see you. Tell everybody in the family I said hello. And
okay.
Much success, man. We'll be watching you. We got Colt McCoy now coming to Big Ten on, what is it? Is it CBS?
CBS, NBC. I believe so, right? NBC, one of them. Yes. Why would I listen to Buck? He doesn't know. He doesn't follow the media stuff anymore. What is he talking about?
NBC, CBS, money.
One of them. We need to catch up that Michigan-Texas week.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
See how these guys are doing.
Oh, yeah, we'd love to have you on for that week. That's around the corner, 15 days from now.
Yeah, not far away. So, guys, hey, you guys have a great rest of the day. Have a great weekend. It's always great to join you guys.
Be safe, man.
All right.
You're the man. Thanks, Griff. See you later. There he goes. Great stuff. As always, Bucky's former player, Howard Griffith, nice enough to join us for more than 30 minutes this morning, talking all things Big Ten, talking all things college football. That was a fun conversation and some great intel on Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon, and all of the teams around the Big Ten.
I know deep down he likes Penn State in there somehow. You're right. The 12 teams, they've got a chance now. They've got a shot at it. Hell, they may have a shot at beating Ohio State at home. No, they don't. They don't have a shot at beating Ohio State at home.
Well, they have a shot. They're going to be in that game, but they're going to blow it in the fourth quarter like they always do. So, like, they're good. They can hang with the Buckeyes, and they're going to give their fans hope that, hey, this might be the year we finally knock them off. And then they'll just crap the bed late in the game like they always seem.
Had to find out about Iowa. That defense, BK, we can get some unders with Iowa. Now that you're in Vegas, if they can score 21 points, no way.
Way under. Oh, my gosh. Can they get to 14 is the question. And by the way, do you know who this is? This is a player that Griff was talking about during our conversation. Do you know who this guy is?
It's quarterback in Nebraska.
Yeah, good call. Dylan Raiola, the true freshman quarterback at Nebraska who was just named the starter a couple of days ago. Dude, he looks just like Pat Mahomes, and he's openly talked about how he tries to model everything he does after Patrick Mahomes.
He looks a little round-shouldered, doesn't he? Is he a little round-shouldered?
Yeah, he's a little bulkier, a little huskier than Mahomes is. But, I mean, look, it's a good thing to model your game after Mahomes because he's the best quarterback in the world right now. But you don't have to try to look exactly like him off the field, too.
He looks like two Pat Mahomes. He looks like two
that
of them.
big?
Huh?
You're saying he ate Patrick Mahomes?
Did he eat Patrick Mahomes? He's got some round shoulders and boobs. I mean, there's something going on in that midsection there.
You're into guys' boobs these days, huh?
I'm not saying that he's, I'm not going to say the F word, but yeah, he's a big one.
Fat.
Oh, sorry about that.
So there's your side-by-side. You've got Mahomes on the left and you've got Raiola on the right, just to show you how closely these guys look.
Come on, Raiola. Now I'm going to have to not root for him.
Come on, he's Mahomes. He's trying to be Mahomes.
No, quit it.
He's
quit
a
it.
third as good as
be like Mike. Forget about it.
Yeah.
Griff likes him. He said he's the real deal.
Well, Nebraska, we've talked about Nebraska a couple of different times during the offseason, right? I mean, they've got a very easy schedule to open up the season. They could win their first 7 games of the year. Now, down the stretch, it gets a little tough, and they have to go to Columbus for a game against Ohio State. But their first 7 games, there's a chance they're favored in all of them. And look, if Nebraska's 7-0 or 6-1, then, yeah, they're probably hitting the Vegas over that Griff was talking about, and they've got a shot to get into the top 25. And who knows, man, if everything breaks their way, maybe they are in the discussion towards
You're going to take the Nebraska over. You're going over. You're feeling it.
God, I really don't like betting on Nebraska.
Yeah.
Like, there was a time where betting on Nebraska was the smartest thing you could do, but that time passed a long time ago.
Certainly did. Griff's thoughts about Michigan they are who they are. They're going to run the football. They're not going to try to get outside the box with a new quarterback and show you that they got great wide receivers and this quarterback is able to throw it. First couple games early in the season, they're going to do what Michigan does. They're going to run the ball. They're going to run, 3rd down and 4. They may turn around and hand it off to that dude,
Yeah. Well, Griff brought up that Penn State game from last year where Michigan got out to a lead, and they ran it on every single play in the second half, and they were able to run it effectively enough to win that game against Penn State. That's what they want to do against Texas. Like, they want to get out to an early lead, and they want to just ground and pound and run the clock out and keep the talented Texas offense on the sideline. They try to demoralize
you. They try to hurt you. They try to hurt you mentally, too, and physically.
That is exactly what they want to do. They think they can out-physical Texas, and they are going to try to get an early lead and just shorten the game as much as they can. So that's what, if you're Texas, look, you want to do this against every team you play against. You want to play with the lead. It makes life so much easier for you if you're the team on top. But you really you run a major risk if you're playing from behind against Michigan. And if you do get to an early lead, if Texas jumps out to a 10-0 lead, then they've got this young quarterback who hasn't played a whole lot, and Alex Orji. All of a sudden, Michigan's going to have to open things up, and he's going to have to throw it. And I don't think he's ready. As questionable as this Texas secondary might be, I don't think that guy is good enough this early in his college career to be able to lead a comeback against a team like Texas.
Well, the Horns will have to make big plays on offense, and that's a tough defense to be making big plays on. They got a whole group of them back.
Yeah, it's one of the best defenses in college football. Yeah. They lost a couple of guys, but they lost way more on offense than they did on defense.
They're going to keep everything in front of them and make you have to earn every single down, every single play. They're gonna say, well, we'll force you to turn it over. We'll make your running back cough it up. We'll hit your quarterback, but we won't let you get behind us. They'll try to keep everything in front of them, and they'll make you try to have long, extended drives. Like you said, they don't mind. It's not that they're looking to pound you and get a big score on you, but if they can get you in the fourth quarter where they've got a 10-point lead and they can run the ball, that's what they want to do in that football game. Well, that's what they want to do in any football game.
Sure. And to your point about the Wolverines defense.
When that game comes, I think it'll take the Horns some big plays to get to the kind of points that they want to get against Michigan. They'll have to take some chances.
Tough.
Somebody will have to get behind somebody.
Sure. Hey, you did that at Alabama last year, right? Like big plays were a big part of Texas's double-digit win in Tuscaloosa in week 2. So, you're going to need a couple of big plays. You're going to need Sark to do what he does best, and that's scheme guys open. It's going to be tough because Michigan's got a loaded defense. They've got 2 AP first-team All-Americans, Mason Graham at defensive tackle, who could be a top 5 pick in the draft next year, and then Will Johnson, the corner, who might be the best corner in the country. So they're loaded. It's going to be tough to do that, but absolutely, you got to take some shots, and hopefully Quinn Ewers can be on his game like he was at Alabama last year to where Texas can hit on those.
Yeah,
so, it'll be fun. 16 days away from Texas at Michigan, Buck.
Yeah, and and talking about the young coach now that's at UCLA. Yeah, he's just going to have a staff around him so that when he takes the podium, if they win, nobody gives a rat's ass what he says and how he says it.
Right. Yeah, that's every coach. Like, just win games. Doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter what you do. If you can win, then everyone's going to like you. But if you lose and you sound like an idiot, that's a bad combination right there.
Yeah, that first impression is going to be hard to overcome if you don't win.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's before we shift gears here, we got more Texas football to talk about. We've got some NFL to get into, and this press conference coming up later today with Texas and Texas A&M. We'll try to figure out what that is going to be about. But before any of that, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. Folks, if you're getting ready to have that big party, Labor Day coming up next week, call on 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway to get you all your spirits, all your incredible wines, all the selections that they have there. Go by the store there on the Southwest Parkway. If you've just got, it doesn't matter if you're having a big party, if you're having a small gathering for the weekend and you need to get your All-Stat, your whatever type of alcohol that you need, they've got it at 34 Wine and Spirits. They are a wholesale distributor, so they can handle the big stuff. Believe me, they can get it out there to your corporate parties or whatever you need, and they can get it to your local weekend parties in your block or at your home. Believe me, 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yeah, get ready for your tailgate parties with the 34 Wine and Spirits, and also they've got All-Stat.
They do their things for the sororities and the frats on the University of Texas campuses right now. So.
Oh, nice.
They get it done there, so look out.
There's some money to be made working with those kids. My gosh, yeah. Thanks, parents.
By the way, they don't drink the cheap stuff anymore, from what I hear.
No, they're using their parents' credit cards. They're getting the nice stuff. Come on, man. They're getting the All-Stat beer. They're not drinking Keystone or Natty Light anymore. They've upgraded.
Oh, no Keystone anymore?
Man, I like half of my body was Keystone for the 4 years that I was in college.
Oh my goodness. They don't even put that on the orders anymore.
I guess not, man. Times have changed. These kids don't know what it's like. They have it so easy now.
Life is easy, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't have to drink the piss beer. They drink piss. Yeah, exactly. They're drinking All-Stat now. That's what I'm drinking now, and hopefully you're drinking All-Stat as well. It's the best beer that you can find all across the state of Texas, brewed in Fredericksburg. But once again, if you're getting ready for football season, of course you're getting ready for football season. You got tailgates, you got watch parties, or if you're just going to be sitting on your couch at home every Saturday, and Sunday, you need a great beer to accompany your football watching all season long. Make that Altstat beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, including the seasonal Oktoberfest, which is back on shelves now. That's the perfect beer for your football watching. But they've got something for everybody at the tailgate, everybody at the watch party, or for you to try something different basically every week during the upcoming season. I'm telling y'all, football is made better with the greatness that is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And of course, Woods Comfort Systems right now, you know, with the heat is on, if you've got a problem with your system, I called over and said hello to Dave yesterday over at Woods Comfort Systems. And believe me, if you've got a problem, all you have to do is call on them. They've been in service doing air conditioning and heating units for almost 70 years now. They're also doing plumbing. But if your air conditioner is on the fritz, this is not the time right now. Over the next couple of days, get that fixed. Or if there's a problem and you think that the air conditioning system is just acting up just a little, call on them. They'll get to you. They've got a window that they'll come by the house and they'll be in and out. And believe me, you're going to want that in your air conditioning. You're also going to want that in your heating system to get ready for the winter months, because that will be here too. I know we don't have a long period of winter, but you don't want to be left in the cold for sure. Get your system checked out, and Woods Comfort Systems will get that done for you.
Yes, woodscomfortsystems.com is the website, or you could give them a call, like the Buck said, 512-842-5066. And hey, it is Throwback Thursday, so how about a TBT spot from our man Tom McKay and the kid over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, I'm going to watch some FedEx golf. I'm not going out there in this stuff today.
No.
How hot is it? How hot is it there? Is it hot? Is it desert ass hot there too?
The high today is 102. And
are we going to tell you how it's dry heat? And when I hear this, oh, but it's dry. Yeah, well, it's dry in an oven. If you stick your head in there, it's still hot.
Yeah, that's the easiest conversation starter or piece for anybody who lives in Vegas. Oh, it's a dry heat, right? Everyone just talks about the weather when there's nothing else to talk about. People will bring up the weather, and then when you're in Vegas or a place like such as, you're going to talk about how it's a dry heat. I've heard that phrase 5 times already, and I've been here for like 12 hours.
Yeah, I hate that phrase. Yeah. I always laugh at it about, oh, it's not like Houston and Austin. I'm like, dude, it's 106. I don't care. It's hot it's dry heat in an oven. Stick your head in there for about 2 minutes and see what that's like. I mean, my body doesn't like hot, and anything over 95 to me is very hot, you know?
Yeah. You know, you stick your head in an oven for 2 minutes, you won't be able to take your head out of the oven because I think you're dead.
Oh, it's dry heat. Oh, really? Thank you very much. It's a dry heat. I've been to Vegas. I walked down the strip in that dry heat when it was like 100 degrees. It's the worst feeling in the world, that heat coming up out of that sidewalk.
I prefer the dry heat over the humid heat. I'll be honest. I mean, it's still hot. Like, I'm not arguing against that point. It's still brutal, and I'd prefer it to be like 30 degrees cooler right now. But give me the dry heat over the sweaty stickiness that Houston gets and that we've gotten in Austin for most of the summer.
Have you seen any Elvises around there? Aren't they all around
there?
No,
I haven't walked there. Tomorrow I'll have some better Vegas stories because we got in a little after dinner time. We went and got some dinner, but that was it. Like, I haven't really walked around the city. I haven't people watched. I haven't explored yet. So I'll come back for more tomorrow for sure.
Nice. I love the Elvis stories. Crazy Elvis.
We'll have some of that.
Lots of Elvis around that place.
Lots of Elvis and lots of breasts around here, and most of them you don't really want to see. So I'll try to take some pictures too and have some stuff for you, people, tomorrow morning.
Very nice.
All right, so more Texas Longhorn conversation. We mentioned to start the show that the Longhorns have added a running back in the transfer portal. Velton Gardner is coming in to 6th year of college football. He's coming in as a graduate transfer, played at Kansas for 3 years, then played at SMU for 2 years. That was some of the good news for Texas yesterday. Some of the not so good news for Texas yesterday, 5-star offensive tackle Michael Fasusi, who was one of the top targets for Texas in this recruiting cycle. He announced his commitment to Oklahoma yesterday.
That.
The writing had been on the wall for the last couple of days, maybe even the last couple of weeks, that this was the direction that things were trending. But Fasusi commits to Oklahoma, and now that means the 3 top offensive linemen in the state of Texas have all committed elsewhere. Now, they haven't signed, so I guess there's a chance that Texas can flip one of these kids before we get to early December. But, that is disappointing that another big-time O-lineman is leaving the state of Texas, Buck.
Yeah, it's I think right now it's just as we said yesterday, it's just an okay recruiting year. After coming off the success that they had last year, you would think that this thing was going to be unbelievable, but in due time, see how you play a couple games into the SEC season, and people change their minds. And once again, 18-year-old kids will change their mind by December. When that signing period comes, guys will flip and switch. Maybe this is a different kind of thing for Texas this year. They generally own June. Maybe they'll own December and November, and guys will start making their decisions then. That's what you got to hope for. But I don't like the fact that you're not getting one of your best offensive linemen in the state to come to Texas.
Yeah, and look, the good news is Texas does have 4 O-linemen committed in this class right now. Some guys are Texas kids, some guys are out-of-state kids, but
sure.
You want to keep your best talent at home. You want to keep your best talent here in Texas, and you want them coming to the University of Texas. So there's still time, but Texas put together 3 top 5 classes in a row, where it stands right now on August 22nd. This is the 14th ranked class in the composite ranking. So not quite where you want things to be, but hey, Texas goes out there, has a great season. Some of the other schools that are being talked about a lot, maybe they struggle this season. Then things change, guys change their minds, they flip, and Texas could still close things out really strong.
Sure.
But not looking like it's going to be a top 5 class. Still a good shot, I think, at a top 10 class. And if Jonah Williams commits later this week, that would obviously go a long way in getting closer to that. But that was a disappointing piece of recruiting news yesterday.
Yeah, and for me now, once again, Texas still has to get 2 of the top running backs and to come there, not just for depth purposes, but they need another stud now. I mean, they just do. And I know they've got the kids here, and coaches thinking that they need a one of those top ESPN guys, one of those top 2 or 3 guys at that position to come to Texas. Always should have a great running back coming here. Now there's a whole line of them. I don't know what the kids are. One is gone for the year. This one, the kid Gibson, just needs some more experience. We'll see how he is, but they got to have another top runner come here next year, or top 2.
They've got one running. They've got one running back committed right now in the class of 2025. A young man by the name of Ricky Stewart, who is from the Tyler area in East Texas. Yep, Texas kid. The good news for the Texas running back position is there's only one guy who even can leave after this year. I guess everybody could transfer. We know that. But Jaden Blue is the only draft-eligible running back that Texas has. So C.J. Baxter has to come back for another year.
Sure.
Obviously, Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark are true freshmen. We know those guys will be back in college football for another year. So the good news is there's not going to be a major turnover in that running back room, but it doesn't change the fact that Texas needs to continue adding bodies.
Absolutely.
There, especially based on what has happened in fall camp. You don't want to be in a position again where you're having to add a grad transfer 10 days before the season starts because you don't feel like you have enough.
Yeah, what I feel like is I need one that can come out of high school. How Griff's talking about some of these kids coming out of high school that look like they could play in the NFL. I need one of those to be the running back of Texas, where like, oh no, if he gets his chance, somebody's going to be out of a job. That type of player.
Yeah, I agree. All right, one more piece of Texas news. And this broke while you were out on vacation, Buck. I don't know if you saw this or heard this anywhere, but later today, Chris Del Conte and Trev Alberts, who of course is the athletic director at Texas A&M, are going to be holding a joint press conference in Houston. Now, this was not a public, there's no public location for this. I think it's an invite-only event.
No public
this
display.
Is not like, hey, any fans.
Okay, no public display of affection. That's not going to be it?
I don't know what it is. We're all trying. we're trying to figure out exactly what is going to be announced today. What are you suggesting here with public display of affection?
Hugs and, hey, we're all together now. We're one big family again. No?
You think that's what it's going to be? They're just going to go up on stage and hug each other, and then
Hug it
that's
out.
the end?
They got to give me something. What are we doing? It's got to be a joint effort on something.
Well, I'm sure there will be a handshake there, but it would be hilarious if, like, CDC went in for the handshake and Trev Alberts went in for the fist bump.
Oh, no, don't do
that awkward moment.
And he pulls it back.
That would, yep. Oh, too cool. One of those things.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we spitballed last week trying to figure out exactly what this press conference could be about, right? And there are a few different scenarios here. I had a best case scenario, I had a worst case scenario, and then I had a couple of, like, here's what I think is actually going to happen scenarios. But there are some Texas fans, Buck, that are worried about Texas and Texas A&M becoming a neutral site game.
What?
Yeah, there are people who are like, well, they're holding the press conference in Houston. Could that mean they're going to announce that they're going to start playing this game in Houston at NRG Stadium every year?
What would the purpose of that be for, though? The seating at Texas A&M and at the University of Texas is massive.
Right. Yeah, you can fit more people at either of those stadiums than you can at NRG. So, people like neutral site games. Some of the other big rivalries in college football, including Texas OU, are played at neutral sites. But I think it'd be a disaster if that was the decision.
NRG, maybe they had the meeting there, but they probably try to take that to Jerry World, wouldn't they, if they're going to do that Arkansas A&M game, dump that and start playing Texas there? No, thanks. I don't want that. I want that home and home. That's where that baby belongs.
I'm with you. And I don't think anybody wants that to be a neutral site game. And
no,
I think cooler heads and smarter heads will prevail here. I don't think that is what this press conference is about today. But I know that was a fear that a lot of Texas and Texas A&M fans had when they heard about this last week. So we'll see. But I don't think it's going to be that.
Well, maybe the A&M athletic director will just peacefully ask CDC, can you not take any more of our coaches? Quit stealing coaches from us. And he's going to gladly tell him, I'm sorry, but your next one is coming here too. If they're good, they're coming to Texas.
Yeah. Hey, if we need a new defensive coordinator, we might just hire your head coach to be our DC.
There you go.
How about that? We'll take Mike Elko, not as a head coach, but as a DC. That'll really.
We'll take him. We'll take your basketball coach from you too. If your basketball coach keeps going on his trajectory, we'll steal him too eventually.
Yeah, that might be the case. But no, I think what's going to be announced today, Buck, is some sort of trophy that is given to Texas or Texas A&M at the end of each academic year that is an all-encompassing athletics department trophy. So, not only will Texas and Texas A&M be playing in football this year and hopefully every year moving forward, but Texas and Texas A&M will be playing in every sport every year going forward. So I'm thinking it's going to be
the Governor's Cup,
a trophy. Yeah, a cup, a trophy, whatever, that is given to either school at the end of the year for the school that wins more events against the other school in that season. I think that's what's coming.
Yeah, let's make this a financial thing. Let's make this an NIL deal that we get to pay our top recruit more from your cash flow. If we win more games in our athletic department.
Are you saying put money on the line here? Hey, not only is there some cup or some trophy.
I don't want your gold cup. No, thank you.
No, we just want money. If we beat y'all in more sports this year, then how about you send us let's see, you're paying Jimbo $76 million. So how about how about 10 mil? 10 mil to the school that wins more athletic competitions.
Put it in a cup.
I like that.
Put in your big cup, but send it to us. Yes.
Yeah, 10 mil in cold hard cash. That's a big cup if that's the amount of money we're talking about.
No, I don't want.
Yeah,
I don't want that neutral site. I don't want them getting any ideas about that. Oh, somebody's which would tell me that means TV's talked to them already.
I think the best case scenario today, at least for me, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Buck. The best case scenario, and I don't think this is going to happen either, but I would love it if Texas and Texas A&M announced that the football game is going back to Thanksgiving, right? Like, not this year. It's probably too late for that. They've already sold tickets and people have already made their travel plans to go to the game on the Saturday after. But, like, you know, the way it used to be, right? Texas and Texas A&M would always play on Thanksgiving night, and it was tradition here in this state, but it was tradition for football fans across the country to sit on their couches after dinner or while eating dinner to watch the Lone Star Showdown. I would love for that tradition to come back.
I think I'm leaning more towards what you just said.
Okay.
And that's going to be the announcement after this year. It's too late now. We're into it too deep. We can't do it. But we've made plans, and that's when that game is going to be played from now on. I'm feeling that a little bit more. That makes more sense.
I'm hopeful.
That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hopeful that that's what this announcement is. I think that's wishful thinking at this point, but man, that would be big time if they put that back on Thursday. Because right now it's the Egg Bowl. You know, once Texas and Texas A&M stopped playing each other, the college football TV networks needed a game for Thanksgiving, and they went with Ole Miss, Mississippi State, which, look, in that state, that's cool, but around the country, we don't really care too much about that.
Nobody cared.
So, yeah, obviously we care more about Texas A&M than the other 49 states, but still, that game's got some national cachet. And now, after the whole Schlossnagle thing that you brought up, like everyone knows how big of a rivalry this is and how much hatred there is on both sides here. Like, you put that game. Yeah. The standalone, though, you put that game, standalone spot on Thanksgiving. I know the NFL now has a Thanksgiving night game, but still, there would be so many eyes on Texas A&M. That's what I would love to hear today.
Yeah, I like that. I like that thought of that possibly happen. None of that other stuff. No game at NRG. No, thank you. No neutral site. No. What are they going to split?
The dream.
Like for Texas OU, split it in half, that kind of crap. No, thanks.
No. It's funny, right? Because you talk about making Texas OU a home and home, and people lose their minds. It's like, no, this has to be a neutral site game. And then Texas's other biggest rival, Texas A&M, you talk about making that a neutral site game and not having it as a home and home, and everyone's like, no, you can't do that. So it's just, you got to do with what has worked. And I know it's been a while since these two teams have played each other in football, but it always worked when you played it at DKR or Kyle Field. Don't mess with it. Leave it at that.
Yes, please do.
Yeah. So my dream scenario, Buck, and this is probably your dream scenario too, is today at this joint press conference, Texas A&M announces that they are going back to the Big 12.
That's what it should be. Now, that is news. That is perfect. If that were to happen, I wouldn't be mad at them. I wouldn't call them chickens. I would say, you know what? That's the best thing for your university and for your football program. Head on back. The Big 12, open arms. They're welcoming you. I don't even know if you'd be the big dog. Utah looks like they're going to be the big dog. Oh, I'm sorry. Texas Tech looks like they're going to be the big dog. So
Texas Tech, they were picked to finish 9th in the conference. They ain't the big dog of anything. All they're good at in Lubbock is judging meat.
No, we're not going to underestimate the Texters. They're going to be right in the thick of things in the Big 12 this year.
Okay. Yeah, and then in the thick of things, and then they'll come up short like they always do.
9th place, like you said. No. Yeah. Oh, that announcement would be wonderful. We're moving back to the big. After this one game that we play with you guys, we are now headed back to the Big 12. Because we know what you're coming to do in the SEC. As I told those SEC people in Dallas, don't think for 1 second that Texas is just going to be, another team in your conference. They will be in the decision-making process within 2 years. They will be making your decisions for you. And somebody said, oh, no, that's not how it is here. I'm like, it's not how it is now. I said, it's about to change. They couldn't believe I would even say that to them. Those guys from Mississippi State and University of Mississippi, those radio guys said, are you kidding me? I'm like, No, I'm not kidding. What do you think? We're just another team joining your conference? This university is not just another university. We come in for takeovers. We don't come over just to be a part of your deal. We're not Mississippi, Mississippi State, Auburn. No. This will be 2 years from now. We'll be making the decisions for you and your commissioner.
Did you say? Oh yeah. They're like, who the hell is this guy? Get rid of this dude.
Bad.
What do we?
I'm saying, see this right here? This is called the takeover group. This is not the group that just joins you.
Oh, man, did you say that you would not call A&M chicken if they went back to the Big 12? Come on, that'd be the most chicken, cowardly move of all time.
Smart move by that university. You know, we talk about the decision to pay Jimbo $75 million. Wouldn't that be a smart move to go there, get a championship? Hey, you'd get to be in the playoffs.
Dude, who says they're going to win a championship? They couldn't win the Big 12 when they were in the Big 12.
Yeah, I forgot.
They won it, what, one time?
You do have to win it. You can't just join it.
Right. Like, now it's like, oh, we're in the SEC. Of course we're not going to win. It's such a hard conference. It's the best conference in sports. Like, the Big 12 sucks. That's what they always said to Texas. And it's like, no, you guys were in this conference for a long-ass time, and y'all didn't do anything here either.
Yeah.
It's a you thing. It ain't a conference thing. It's a you thing, Aggies.
Let's go. Make that decision, Aggies. Do it. It's going to be beautiful to hear that you're now, after next year, after that one game with Texas, we'll play you one more time, but then we're leaving. We're headed to the Big 12. That's the kind of news that makes sense to me. Not let's play at NRG. Who the hell wants to do that?
Dude, Twitter would explode if that was the news.
Oh, that would be great. That would be great.
Man, the whole state of Texas might combust if that were to happen.
Only team I want to play at NRG on the regular would be LSU.
I don't even want to do that.
Fans, although you want as a fan of Texas to go to Death Valley, you want to go there for a game.
That was the worst part of COVID. I guess a lot of people died. That was probably the worst part of COVID. But
yeah, that had something to do with
Texas was supposed to play in Death Valley in 2020. Remember, LSU came to Austin in 2019 and beat us on their way to a national championship. And then the following year, Texas was supposed to go back for that home and play at LSU. And because the 2020 season was the wildest season we've ever had, that game was removed from the schedule, and it never happened. So, oh man, I want to go to Death Valley. I've wanted to go watch a game there for so long, and I do not want that opportunity to get taken away from me, and I don't think any other Texas fan wants that either.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't want NRG, Buck, because that's the spot of the Texas Bowl, and we were there enough. I'm good.
You don't want anything at the Alamo Dome or NRG, huh?
No, I think was the secure the bag. I think the Tom Herman secure the bag against Mizzou is at the Texas Bowl down in Houston. I don't need to relive stuff like that. No. I'm good.
No, we're kind of done with that. You're right.
Kind of done. All right, we'll take your thoughts. I'm not.
Hey, just give us a gold cup, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be sponsored. It's going to be the Lone Star Showdown Trophy, brought to you by HEB or Whataburger or Bucky's or insert Texas sponsor here.
Bring in Bucky.
That's what it is. How about that? How about a trophy in the shape of a beaver?
Nice.
Not that beaver, kid.
No. Yeah, Bucky's needs to get involved. They need to throw some of that cash that they have out. The Bucky's Bowl.
I'm a little surprised Bucky's doesn't. Yeah, Bucky's Bowl would be fun, right?
Hell yeah, it would be.
Put that somewhere in the state of Texas and get two teams there at the end of the year, and the winner gets beaver nuggets poured on their head. Come on, man.
How about the Alamo Dome? No, we don't want to play Texas game at the Alamo Dome. We don't want to do anything there.
No, yeah, and thank God Texas will not have to play in the Alamo Bowl ever again. That is, I do not want to remember the Alamo Bowl. We'll remember the Alamo, but the bowl, no, thank you. We've done that enough. Good.
Yeah, that neutral side, one game, the neutral side between Texas and Oklahoma is plenty. That's all we need. We don't need another neutral side game.
I hope Texas plays 4 or 5 neutral site games this year. because the SEC title game is a neutral site game. I hope they're in that one.
Right.
And then, the first round of the playoff would be at someone's home stadium, but the second round and the third rounds, those are also neutral site games.
I love those. I love that playoff tilt where you're going to be on campus at some place. That's awesome.
Dude, yeah, like of course, if you're Texas, you want to be a number 1 or a 2 seed, so you get that first round bye, and also that means you've won the SEC in your first season, so that's what you really want. But yeah, if Texas is a 5 or a 6 seed this year and they get to host a playoff game, dude, we've never seen that. We've never seen that in college football. A game with that much. Yeah, a game with that much on the line, an actual playoff game, win or go home on campus. We've never had that before. That's going to be electric if we get it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. As Griff said, everybody's looking forward to. You don't want it to come too quick, but it's going to come quick, and you want it.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. A 512 number says kind of like the Astros-Rangers deal. Yeah, like the silver boot that they have. It'll be some sort of trophy like that
Sure.
No one really cares that much about, but that's what it's probably going to be, if I had to guess. Thank you. Yeah, go to text line 222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Buck, before we get to a TBT video for the
baby,
because it is Thursday, so we've got to bring y'all one of those. Let's give a few more shout outs to a few more of our great sponsors.
Folks, our good friends at Relax the Back, I love that, getting the support that I had to have for my thoracic back, and Relax the Back, they've got just that. Are you missing your Relax the Back chair today, BK, a little bit?
Yes,
you are. They've got zero gravity recliners, of course, there. They've got all the Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, everything that you need to support your lumbar, your thoracic, your neck area, your hips, the whole works at Relax the Back. And I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, and I will be as I'm watching some of the FedEx golf today, of course. They've got 2 great stores in Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Absolutely. And a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We'll let you hear from them right now.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And we'll see you out at Covert's next Friday. Come join us out there and have some of that Via 313 pizza. Oh, man, I can't wait to that. That pizza will be going home with BK. If you don't get in on those slices, believe me, it's out the door with BK next Friday. It will be. Our meet and greet, Derek Johnson's going to be there. We'll be there at noon. Come join us for about an hour. Bring your lunch buddies over there. We'll have plenty of food, Smokey Joe's, and, of course, Via 313. We'll have everything that you want, plus get autographs from Derek and, talk a little football with us next week. That's next Friday. But Thursday we'll be at Via's right there on 620, the corner of 620 and 71 at the Via's. It's a new Via's, as a matter of fact. It's their newest location. We'll be there. We'll do an hour show there from noon to 1. Is that correct, BK? Noon to 1?
That is.
Talk a little,
yes, sir.
Come talk a little pregame with us. We'll be on for an hour talking. There'll be pizza there. We'll get you a couple slices there. Man, I love that pizza. I got to go for the thin slice. Somebody says I got to get the bar slice. I've not had a bar slice, thin pizza there. I've always got the Detroit deep dish because, the big man is right now weighing in at almost 156 now. How about that? Moving on up the ladder, eating 3 meals a day. That's right. Protein shakes.
Fat.
No, I'm not like the guy from Nebraska. I'm not the quarterback in Nebraska. So no, I'm not fat by any means. But I'm getting my strength back, strength and conditioning back.
Yep, absolutely.
Well,
shout out to all.
I'll see how my conditioning is. My wife's back in town, so
there you go. Well done. Yeah. Now your laundry can get done because I know you're not allowed to use the washer.
Did I have a pile? Boy, did I pile that up since I don't know how to use it. I bet she came in and saw that thing to the top overflow. She's like, "What in the hell?" Generally I would take that. If it had been another couple of days, I would have gone to the laundromat and got it.
Really?
Laundromat. I get my hard copy, sit there, wait for the machine 40 minutes, go take it out, put it back in.
So you know how to use those machines. You know how to use those machines, but you don't know how to use the ones at home?
Orders in there and turning that in there, bringing my own dish, my powder in there, putting it in. Oh my goodness. I've done that before. I did that as a when I got divorced, I was doing that. I didn't have a washer dryer for like the first year because I didn't know which would work and how to bring it in and who was bringing it in. I would go to the laundromat, about twice a month, put it in there. Those big ones. I used to take the white clothes and the color clothes and stick them all together. Who cares? By the time I was done with it, they had no color in them anyway.
Oh man!
Hot water, cold water, detergent, bleach.
Most guys, you've got it made, man. You've got it made with this whole not being allowed to use the washer and dryer bit, because most wives come back home after a long vacation and they see that their husbands haven't done any household chores and they haven't done the laundry. They're pissed. But for you, you've got the excuse of, well, I'm not allowed to use the machine, so I need you to do this, hon. I can't do this stuff.
Hey, I picked up the animals at the kennel. What else do I need to do? I've watered everything.
You got the rest.
I've watered everything outside so it doesn't die. Right. What kind of things do I have to do? What are my responsibilities? I don't have a dirty kitchen. It's just me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I only get to use the microwave. I got to just make sure the microwave is clean. That's the only thing I can use. Things are going to change. Right there. It's football season. Things are about to change around here. That's right. It's my season coming up. Things are going to be poker nights on Monday. That's right. Things are about to happen here. I'm about to become the king of my castle.
And remember,
at least I feel that way. At least I'm saying it.
Yeah, I don't know if she feels the same way about that.
Not at all.
But what you told us earlier this offseason, after your team loses, you need your wife to make you a sandwich, right? That's your rule?
Right. And I brought some sandwich material. I brought some ham and cheese and some salami. I'm going to have to teach her how to make a good sandwich. You know what I did have in Idaho, PK? I had a 3-cheese grilled cheese sandwich. 3 different cheese. You know what? And I had that twice while I was there. I hadn't had a grilled cheese and fries and a pickle in a long time. I get to Idaho and I have fantastic grilled cheese. Now it's time for me. If I have to get the George Foreman grill, which I said I never would do, that ghetto ass machine, I need to. Does that thing make a grilled cheese?
Sure.
It does?
Yeah, of course. You can make anything on that.
I can leave it in the garage, right? You don't put it on your counter. You can't let somebody walk in your home and say, "Oh my God, you ghetto ass son of a b." Is that a George Foreman grill? You don't bring that. That doesn't sit at your house, does it?
Yeah, it's a nice piece of furniture. What do you mean?
No, it's not. It can't sit in plain sight. Nobody can see that with all the modern stuff that you have stove-wise and all that. You can't throw up a damn George Foreman grill and sit it on the counter. Nobody has that. Nobody that's listening to this program has that. None of you people have that at your home. It's underneath the sink, or it's in a closet somewhere, or in the garage.
It's the lean, mean grilling machine, man. You got to have that thing on the counter. You got to show that off. That's high dollar right there.
It's like having the little hibachi grill that I had in college. Everybody's got the big green egg. I still work with a hibachi.
Oh man, that is awesome. All right, quick shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, 9 days away from Texas, Colorado State. If you want to be at DKR for the season opener on August 31st, there's only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Make sure you use the promo code Centex10 at checkout to get 10% off your order from centextickets.com. And some love to Olipop as well. Man, we talk about Olipop all of the time. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Whether you're grilling on the George Foreman grill or using a big green egg or going out to eat, you want to drink a soda with your meal, but you don't want to ingest all of the crap that's in the normal big name brand sodas that you've been drinking for years. The great news about Olipop, it tastes just like the soda that you grew up sipping, but it's got tons of health benefits. It supports your digestive health with ingredients that, make sure your gut is going to stay in check. Olipop, you can buy it wherever you find your groceries. They've got 18 different flavors now. Try them all. It is Olipop, a new kind of soda.
Awesome.
Okay, TBT video, Buck. We've got another news blooper for the people today.
Oh, boy.
We go back to the year of our Lord 2012 for this one. This is some Florida news station that was talking about, it's a tragic story, a murder of a young girl. And they're providing some details on this news telecast about the suspected killer. And they were trying to show a mugshot of the suspected killer, but they maybe threw up the wrong picture.
Oh,
The
no.
disappearance of Molly Bish, who vanished from Massachusetts 8 years ago. Authorities are now interviewing a 60-year-old man who's in a Florida prison. 16-year-old Molly Bish disappeared while at her lifeguarding job at a pond in Warren back in June of 2000. The possible suspect, Rodney Stanger, seen here. Well, no, this is not Rodney Stanger, obviously. Well, we're going to get his picture. He's currently in a Florida jail, accused of murdering his girlfriend. He did live at one point.
They put hamsters in prisons? Wow.
They're trying to show this a picture of this suspected killer who, this woman's been gone forever. No one knows where she is. This guy's in jail.
She's a lifeguard
because,
at a pond? Did she say she's a lifeguard at a pond?
We got to watch this. We got to watch this one more time here.
In the disappearance of Molly Bish, who vanished from Massachusetts 8 years ago. Authorities are now interviewing a 60-year-old man who's in a Florida prison. 16-year-old Molly Bish disappeared while at her lifeguarding job at a pond in Warren back in June of 2000. The possible suspect, Rodney Stanger, seen here. Well, no, this is not Rodney Stanger, obviously. Well, we're going to get his picture. He's currently in a Florida jail.
Come on, Rodney. Was he got another identity?
Oh, a hamster did it? A hamster?
How did that hamster
killed
murder
her while
somebody?
she was? Yeah, how about that? I mean, I've never seen that before. While she was lifeguarding at some pond, a hamster came and killed her and then hid her body.
I wonder if she was trying to say Walden's Pond instead of Warren. Oh, it's from Warren, Massachusetts. I've been to Walden's Pond there, but not Warren.
Mm.
And I've not seen any murdering hamsters anywhere either.
I was going to say, that's your big takeaway is the name of the pond may have been pronounced incorrectly.
The takeaway is the murdering hamster.
How did that news anchor not lose it after that? I mean, I would have been cracking up if instead of putting a mugshot of this guy, they showed a picture of a hamster instead. I would have lost it.
You know who did that to him? The old intern just before leaving to head off to college. Yeah, you thought you were getting the best of that intern, making that intern do stuff. They always get you back.
Yeah, it was the last day of the summer, huh?
So before they go on and do these things, they don't get there 40 minutes earlier and go through the pictures of what, the segments that they have. Oh, okay, here's the video. Real quick, here's the video of this segment. We only have 4 segments in our news thing. Here's the video. Okay, good. Rodney's a freaking hamster. That's wrong. Let's fix this. Give me the real. They don't do that before they go in there blind, hoping that the intern knows what the picture's going to be.
They're supposed to do that. You would think they would do that, but instead, this picture is hilarious. He's holding one of those movie reel, the action boards. I don't even know what the hell that thing is called.
Oh my God!
But look at this cute little hamster. He's the cold case suspect.
That is not a murderer. I'll tell you that right now.
You don't think so? You don't think he could do it?
No.
Congratulations,
murderer. Does not have the length on his little arms to do any murdering.
Yeah,
didn't get stepped on.
I wouldn't really feel bad. I wouldn't feel bad for this girl. If a human died from this, then that's on them. They probably deserve to go if you can't somehow survive an attack by this little guy.
And they don't put hamsters in prison either.
Now, if you're curious what the real Rodney Stanger looked like, this is the actual mugshot for this dude.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a creepy looking guy right there. That's I'd much rather run into the hamster on the streets than run into this dude.
Yeah, I don't want to run into Rodney ever.
Rodney Rodriguez or Rodney?
No, I'll run into Rodney Rodriguez. That's good. But that damn hamster, that poor. Yeah, you gotta run the video. I get there a little bit earlier in my news. If I'm an anchor, too many things happen. I've got to go through the pictures of what I'm about to talk about at least once. You only get about 3. It's not like you get like 12 of these. Like you have to memorize 12 different pictures, right? You get maybe in the broadcast 2 photos. Let's go over the photos, please. The intern put these in. The intern put them in. Let me decide. No, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to have Barack Obama's picture up. No, I'm not doing. No, that's the wrong picture. No, that's not Rodney Stanger or Stanky. That's not him.
Well, that thing might be stinky, but yeah, like obviously this is live TV, but it's not a live hit that they're doing. So they had enough time to prepare and ensure that this didn't happen. But hey, I'm glad that it did happen because
I'm glad it happened too. Yes, sorry about that, hamster.
Yeah, someone's got to catch this.
Joey the hamster.
Yeah. Someone's got to catch this guy, man. We can't have this dude on the loose killing more lifeguards. What a disaster that would be. we gotta catch this. Oh my gosh! All right, there's your TBT video for the day. Oh man, what else did I have written down today? Some Cowboys news, Buck.
Oh yeah.
Not much, but Jerry Jones did speak with some Cowboys media yesterday in Oxnard, and he provided a little bit of an update on the CD Lamb talks. There's not a lot here, but Jerry Jones said, quote, "We're in good shape. We're having good talks," end quote. So still no deal done.
Talks. It should be over with. You shouldn't be talking about anything. You should be talking about the season.
Yeah, I don't care about the labor at this point. Just show me the baby. Show me a signed contract, and we'll move on.
My first thoughts when this all started taking place and it wasn't getting done, and now I'm hearing it through national media talk, I think Jerry's sabotaging this whole thing for this year to get rid of the quarterback, the head coach, and start all over, which is a sad deal for Cowboys fans because Cowboys fans feel like they've been starting all over for years and years and years now. But I think he, in his mind, are saying, I'm going to sabotage this deal. That quarterback's not going to be here next year. That wide receiver may not be here, but I'm starting all over. That coach is definitely not going to be here because he's not going to win any games. But I'm about to start all over. Bill Belichick may be my guy, and we may be starting the whole Cowboy thing all over again from square one. But I guess he's still going to be in control of all that. That guy.
Yeah, exactly. Does that guy not – does he not worry about dying, Buck? Like he's in his 80s.
Why? Why is he
that's the thing you're talking about. Like you're talking about like a rebuild, right? And that takes time. And you'd like to think that Jerry Jones would like to see his team win one more Super Bowl before he croaks. Like you would think, like Phil Knight. We talk about it with Oregon. Like Phil Knight is spending so much money at Oregon right now to try to see his alma mater win a national championship before he kicks the bucket. Like that guy's old and he realizes that his time on this earth is nearing its end. So he's got to do whatever he can to try to help his favorite team win. Should Jerry Jones not be operating in that same mindset?
No, does he not think he's going to live on and on and on and on? He has a special past that he's going to keep on going, that nothing's going to happen to him, that he's going to be around 25 years from now, and he's going to have 5 or 6 different NFL championships. That's the way that guy thinks. He doesn't think like, oh, tomorrow could be it. That guy's not thinking like that. Guy's thinking like, I'm going to be around here 10 years from now with the Dallas Cowboys. I need some championships. Here we go. That's what he's thinking about right now. Not thinking about that guy's too rich to think he's going to die. Who, me? Die? Are you kidding? Now, you may die, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm too rich to die. But I think he's breaking this. He looks like he's trying to break it down and start all over again.
Who knows, man? Who knows? I'm still confident that the CeeDee Lamb deal gets done and CeeDee's with the Cowboys this season, but obviously it's a joke that we're still talking about it on August 22nd. It's very annoying.
Plus, it's such a sabotage deal that if CeeDee Lamb shows up the week of the game and he's not really gone in that fast-paced stuff, you know what ends up happening with those guys. They get out there and they try to overextend themselves in game one to prove that, oh, I'm in good shape. Let me show you how much I've been working out. And there's a tweak on an ankle. Here comes a hammy. All that stuff. I mean, it just happens. Soft tissue injuries.
And the Cowboys will have nobody to blame but themselves if something like that were to happen, right? CeeDee Lamb's going to get his money, and a lot of this contract's going to be guaranteed, so he's going to cash in either way.
Oh, yeah, he's going to cash in on the guaranteed. Yeah, you're right. And that's probably what he's thinking now. He's thinking more about the guaranteed. Hey, it's getting later and later. I need guaranteed money now. You're getting ready to put me out. I'm getting ready to go out there without being really, really in great shape. Come on.
We don't know exactly what CeeDee's looking for, but the last number that we heard in regards to a negotiation was $33 million per year. And Justin Jefferson's the highest paid receiver in football. He signed for $35 million a year earlier in the offseason. 33, I guess not enough right now for CeeDee.
CeeDee's going to have to win a battle, whether it's the conditions, whether it's the guaranteed money, the length of the contract. He's not going in there as just the lowest guy. He's gonna have to beat Jefferson out in one way or the other, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. And
wow,
look, they've got to be close. Like, we all know kind of what the ballpark will look like for this extension. So they should be close. It should just be a couple of final details that need to get ironed out for this thing to get done. But once again, nobody cares about the labor. Just show us the baby.
Yeah. How about Bear says we need to hire Rodney Stanger to find Jerry Jones?
Oh, you think so? Well, I'd rather have that little hamster running the team than Jerry Jones. Wouldn't you?
Yes. Right now, as I said, he's breaking it down. I thought that was what his intentions were before this. When we got, months ago, I thought this is what Jerry's trying to do. It just seems like that. He's just trying to break up this whole thing. You don't want to pay these guys. He wants Mike McCarthy out of there. He doesn't want Dak to be the quarterback. That he's not paying him. So I think it's just a total breakdown. And then he can have some excuses about why the team is going to suck when they try to rebuild this thing.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you that this guy does not trade a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance, okay?
That little guy right there wouldn't do that?
Yeah, this little hamster, he may have killed a lifeguard and hid the body, but he's not trading a 4th-round pick for a quarterback that nobody would want for free.
Not even that hamster's that dumb.
No, I don't think so. So there's your Cowboys news.
Wow.
We'll have more Cowboys news tomorrow because there's something that I think is going to happen with the Cowboys roster this year that really is going to piss me off if it does happen. We'll save that for tomorrow's show. But we're switching up the lineup a little bit today and tomorrow, just a temporary switch because we've got a few guys out here at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. So normally it's Chaos Theory with Wags and Double R that follows us up from 10 to 11. Chaos Theory will be from 12 to 1 today, and they are swapping with False Start. So normally you get Keenan Womack and Eric Henry from noon to 1. Those guys will be with us right now. So I see Keenan in the waiting room. We can bring him on for a little crosstalk as we get an earlier edition of False Start this morning. What's going on, man? Thanks for making the change today.
No problem, dude. I'm just live from the office as I do. Just chilling. I got a little different background today. I tried to mix it up a little bit, make it a little more appealing visually because usually it's a.
What is it? Is that the shower behind you? Is that a shower?
It's not, unfortunately. It's not a shower. It's just a see-through glass door, but
nice.
It's better than this background, I guess. So.
How many offices Buck, have showers?
This one does. No joke. This one actually does. I'm not in the shower room, but it does have them.
Very nice.
I need that. And Eric's
they have enough room for
Eric's rocking the muscle. Oh yeah. Eric's got the muscle tank on. What, you coming from a lift, E. Henry, or you got one after this?
Got one after this. Listen,
There you go.
With football season back in full swing, that means my afternoons are going to be a little jam-packed with pressers and whatnot. So gotta sneak in a little 30, 45-minute lift when I can. So as soon as I get off the air, we'll hit this Lone Star Showdown press conference and then get that lift in.
Lone Star Showdown.
I love it.
Most definitely. Looks like,
I'm
not sure what they're going to be announcing. I mean, it sounds like it can be some sort of trophy or some sort of sponsorship, but we'll see. I mean, I saw some speculation about possibly a neutral site. It's not going to be a neutral site.
It's not going to be that. No way.
It's not going to move from A&M or Austin, but we'll see what they have for us 11 a.m.
We want those Aggies in our city. We want them every other year. We got a lot of them that live here. That's great.
I don't know about that.
We can have them for like 4 hours. 4 hours for the game, and then they got to go back to their shanties in College Station.
That's okay. I like when they're here.
God.
I'm not particularly fond of going there because I don't like to get booted and kicked and beat up, but I like when they come to town here. It's a good deal. Lots of them. Hey, they got money too. They spend lots of money when they come to this town.
Oh, yeah.
They do.
Everybody does, don't they?
After making that drive, Buck, I'll say this. I went out there to cover the regional baseball game when Texas and Texas A&M played this past college postseason. Yeah, I'd much prefer them come here than me make that drive.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I've still never been there.
Wow. I remember you saying that a couple of weeks ago.
Still never been to College Station. Yeah.
I'm
going for the basketball game, though, but
you will absolutely love the atmosphere in that stadium when they play in that stadium. It is nuts. And when the guys start hugging each other and doing all that goofy stuff, that's fine too. I mean, that's great pageantry. I mean, that's the best. Texas A&M is the best. For me, Texas OU, that's okay. But Texas A&M, it doesn't get any better for me than those two when they play. Let's just make the announcement today that after this year it'll be on Thanksgiving evening. That's what I'd like to hear that announcement be.
That'd be cool.
That would be awesome.
We don't have to watch the Cowboys anymore. That way I don't have to watch the Cowboys.
We don't have to watch the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Boys, have a good one. Be safe. BK, be careful.
See you guys. Thank y'all. Have a good show, guys.
Appreciate it, BK. Appreciate it, Bucky. Well, typically we would be coming off of It's Only an Hour, Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs. But as noted, the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew out in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada, one of my favorite cities in America, top 5 city for my money. So we are not just your midday crew, but your post-morning crew. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack. We are False Start. Keenan, you are the curator of vibes. Jake Bayless said he felt the vibe shift when you appeared on screen. So thank you for being the curator of vibes, sir.
I have to give myself a new nickname every time so I keep things interesting. I can't just be Mr. 5 lunch breaks all the time.
I mean, you can be 5 lunch breaks or 5 jobs, but the curator vibe. Keenan, Chris Bennett said, Mr. 5 breakfast, right? How about that? We'll switch
Mr. 5 brunch breaks, dude.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I had to sneak in a quick breakfast for hopping on the air. That's why I got in a little bit late. This 10 a.m. slot, not the usual for your boy. Usually I get up early, I do a little work, and then I kind of go right back to sleep again until it's time to truly lock in on what's going on UT related. So I'll get up like 4 a.m. Get some writing in, get some research in. I'll try to get a quick little nap in around like 6 a.m., get up around like 8:30. But yeah, time was thrown off today. What's going on, man? Keenan, first off, before we get into today's show, jam-packed show, the big news coming out of yesterday, Velton Gardner, the addition to the Texas running back room. How have you been since we last talked? Anything interesting happened to you? You're just a guy at the office. I keep thinking that's a Bucky's hat, man. It's not. It's
not. It's a duck hat.
But that's the logo where you work, right?
No, I just like this hat. No, I work for like a company that doesn't have cool gear. We don't have cool gear, unfortunately. We're a pretty generic company. So,
nah, man. How have you been since yesterday's show?
Good, man. I did stand up last night at Roscoe's Comedy Club. Got like 5 minutes in on stage. They put me up. That was a lot of fun. I'm very interested to talk about one of these stories that you brought to my attention, so I'm very excited about that. But we'll get to it when we get to it. But yeah, we should get into Velton Gardner for sure, man.
There's a spot called Roscoe's in Austin.
Yeah, it's on East 7th. It's right across from Hudson Tillotson University.
Okay,
It's a really cool comedy club, man. I go up there every week and do stand up. So I really like the club. It's really nice. It's well run. It's just a cool place. I'm a big fan of it.
All right, before we get into the show, I'll go and just set the table here. Here's a question I got for the audience. I'm going to pose it to Keenan Womack. If you just got out of jail, you spent a year in jail, and you are back out on the streets, Austin, Texas, what is the one Austin meal? Got to be an Austin restaurant, Keenan. The first place you are going. Now, obviously, I haven't been here in Austin that long, right? So I still don't have a ton of restaurants that I would choose and necessarily a specific meal. But I will say this, and y'all can get on me all y'all want. It's fine. It's a toss-up to me between P. Terry's, little double cheeseburger action, fries. Because I like P. Terry's just fresh from the drive-thru. You know, I'll pull over right there, eat it. Either that or some Pluckers, man. Some Pluckers, hot lemon pepper. Shout out to Jeff Jones, KView, who put me on the spicy lemon pepper wings.
Oh, yeah.
That and some tots. Those would be that's my Austin meal, just fresh out the bed. I did a year. That's where I'm going. Keenan, what about you?
I'd probably go to El Alma, man. That's a Mexican restaurant. It's on Barton Springs, over by kind of where Barton Springs crosses Lamar. It's like right around there. So good, dude. I just get the queso fundido, that like just big pot of melted cheese. You just throw it on tortillas and you eat it. And then you get duck tacos or duck enchiladas or mole enchiladas or whatever. I mean, any of those would work for me. I also really like Taco Flats. I don't know if that's an Austin original, but that place is bomb. I had that the other day when we moved into our new place on Burnett, and there's Taco Flats right there. And whoo, man, I ate way too much.
Is El Alma that spot? Because you mentioned the duck tacos. There's a spot that I had when I was living downtown. I can't remember the name of it, where they have like the really bougie tacos, like the duck confit tacos, and I'm calling them bougie. So.
Yeah, they do have that. Have you been to the restaurant, or did you just order it?
No, I just ordered it.
Yeah, they do have that. So that might be the place you got it. I don't know if anybody else serves those, but that place is bomb, dude.
No, I'm not gonna lie. If it was the same place, the little bougie tacos were kind of fire. Jake Baylor says to be at Jew Boy. You familiar with?
Yeah,
Jew Boy?
Those are pretty fire too, man. I had those few months ago. Really good.
Is that tacos or?
No, it's burgers. Burgers and
okay.
Sandwiches. But their burgers are amazing, dude.
All right, Jake Bayless put me upon a little burger spot. I can appreciate that. Our guy Salty Q says Franklin's.
Classic.
Also, Mighty Fine is better. So is that in relation to tacos?
It's a burger place.
Burger spot.
A burger place. Yeah.
CB says he's going barbecue or Mexican. Wikipedia. Salty Sow?
Salty Sow. Yeah,
okay.
That place is good too.
What's that cuisine, man?
It's like it's like a upscale gastropub. It's like everything kind of deal. You know,
okay.
It's not like one specific thing. If I recall correctly, I might be wrong, but I've eaten there once. It was really good. White Boy Tacos.
White Boy Tacos.
Again, I haven't heard of that place. I gotta check that out. Tyson's is really good too.
See, here's the benefit of being on the morning, bro. We get to just solicit some restaurant ideas. That gastropub concept sounds kind of cool, so I definitely would touch on that. But yeah, keep them coming in the chat. We will run through them throughout the course of the show. All right, Keenan. I asked Steve Sarkisian on Monday, would it be feasible to go to the transfer portal to get a running back? I'm going to see if we still have the sound. It looks like we'll have the sound. I'm going to play it. Hopefully it is the right sound. I'll cue it up. We'll come back on the other side.
We are. I mean, we definitely have a spot that we can utilize. Again, a lot of times this late in the game, it's probably not a traditional transfer, maybe more of a graduate transfer, something of the sort. So we're kind of looking at all of our options there. again, we just don't want to take a body to take a body. If it's someone that can help us in some capacity, maybe limited role, bigger role, whatever that is, we are looking at all options that way.
That was the first question of that presser. I asked Steve Sarkisian that question. The question has been answered in the form of former SMU running back Belton Gardner, about 5'9", $190, just over 1,000 rushing yards for his career. Has, I believe, a little over 200 rushing attempts. So someone who, again, in 5 seasons, you do those numbers divided by 5, right? It's about 200 and some yards per season, about 40 something carries. So not necessarily a full-time back, but we all know the Horns are not looking for a full-time back, just looking for depth. Keenan, once you saw the news, what was your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good to have more backs, so you're not having to switch dudes over from other positions. Would have maybe your options are super limited at this point, right? Your season kicks off in like 9 days, or however many days it kicks off in. So
9 days?
Obviously,
9 days.
yeah, 9 days. So he's a reserve running back. He's probably not going to play a ton, but it's always good to have depth. That's obviously the biggest concern when you lose 2 of your 5 running backs for the season. If you had a choice, maybe you would have gone with a bigger guy who's more between the tackles, but your options are again limited. And this guy was fairly productive in his carries. So I see nothing but positives coming from it. Seems like a good decision. And he seems super fired up on his Instagram. He's extremely excited. So good for him, man.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going back to where I left the conversation, I thought it was interesting because I can see both sides of the coin. I said this in a radio spot earlier this morning. I thought there'd be merit in rewarding Colin Page, right? We've heard on and off since camp started, well, Colin Page is, running really well, and he's that next walk-on who's a guy who's primed to earn a scholarship. That kind of came from Steve Sarkisian, and I asked Hayden Connor about Colin Page during Tuesday's availability, and he talked about a guy who said, "Hey, he's a really hard worker. Just keep his head down." I told him he'll get a shot. I thought there'd be merit in rewarding that guy because of how much the culture piece is talked about with Texas football, right? If you have a guy who's been a walk-on here entering his 3rd year, he's doing all the things right. He's being coached by Tashard Choice, and I tweeted this out during spring ball. Tashard Choice coaches Colin Page just as hard as he coaches C.J. Baxter. Like, there is no difference in how he coaches the walk-ons from the 5-star backs, right? That maybe it would be, in terms of keeping the culture piece, right? Reinforcing, hey, we're going to take care of our guys. Maybe that would be the route to go. And I'm not even talking about a scholarship. I'm just saying what we're talking about is a 4th running back, right? I totaled the numbers for horns247.com. The article's up on the site. There were about 128 carries that came from running backs who weren't the top 3 last year. C.J. Baxter, Jaden Blue, Jonathan Brooks. So if you total that up, right, 120-something carries, more or less you're looking at either situational football. Keelan Robinson led that group of the 3 guys, which was Keelan Robinson, Trey Wisner, and I'm forgetting who the third. I think it's Savion Red. Was the third, right? Keelan Robinson led that group at 68 carries. So you're looking at some situational football, but also some, garbage time, right? Like we're getting the 2nd, 3rd stringers in there. I thought it might be good to just reward that guy for his work. With that being said, I also wrote that I felt like it'd be malpractice if Steve Sarkisian didn't leave no stone unturned to help this football team. And I can see, here's the knock on wood scenario. You lost 2 running backs in like a 4-day span during camp. Crazy things have happened. What happens if you lose 2 running backs in back-to-back weeks, right? What happens if you lose Jaden Blue and Trey Rice in back-to-back weeks, right? And then you're down to just 1 scholarship back. What happens if, Keenan, a guy has a fluke injury in warmups, and then you're down to 2 backs, and maybe a guy gets hurt, right? From that perspective, I understand why Steve Sarkisian said, hey, Colin Page, great, keep busting your butt, keep busting your hump. We appreciate everything you do. But the difference between a Colin Page who has no college experience and a Velton Gardner who, again, while not a ton of college experience, right, as I said, 200 and something carries, just over 1,000 yards in 5 years. So you're talking about a guy who was, played sparingly at best, at least has that college experience, Keenan. So from that perspective, that dichotomy versus, hey, bring in someone who now, and I'll throw up Jake Bayless's comment here. He said, Gardner's got to be awesome in practice. I mean, the first thing they have to do is get the playbook, right? And you're going to assume that it's going to be a scaled down, like we're going to ask you to do to learn X things, right, on the fly here in 9 days out from the season opener, right? That's the first thing he's going to have to do. But from the dichotomy of someone who's going to come in, learn the playbook, learn essentially how to be part of this team versus rewarding walk-on, what would you say as far as that dichotomy there?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Page, but your focus has to be winning games. Like, yes, culture is important, and yes, it's important to reward guys who worked hard, but you have to be smart and safe. And the safe thing to do is to take another running back because, like you said, of all the positions, I feel like losing running backs is probably fairly common considering just the stringent nature of the position, right? Like, there's a lot of getting hit on every play. You're chip blocking, you're running the ball, you're getting hit off the line. It's a physical position, and it's just not a position where you can risk losing another guy. You're in trouble if you do that. So I think you have to take another running back, and I think you made the right move doing that.
CB says Charlie Strong's first game at coach, he lost his starting quarterback and starting center for the year. Keenan, you happen to remember offhand who that starting quarterback was? I'm just trying to think. That was what, 20?
What year was that? 2014. So I guess starting quarterback was David Ash, maybe.
Huh.
David Ash was. That's the thing. David Ash was a pretty good player. He just kept getting concussed like over and over again. He would get concussions. I think he retired medically, which is unfortunate because he was actually a really talented dude. Shout out Rhyming Lemon, brother. Here's a like from a Sooner. Hope your backs get well soon. Want you guys at the best. That's a good fan right there. That's a good dude right there. Shouts out Rhyming Lemon.
You hit it. Jake Bayless, CB, said it was David Ashton. Dominic Espinoza was the center. You threw up that comment there. I'm just curious from your perspective, or maybe not. I mean, your perspective especially, but also the audience as well. The Texas OU rivalry does not seem like one that it's the last part of Rhyming Lemon's comment where he says, we want your guys at your best in the Red River shootouts. Not fun when either team isn't able to fully show up. It feels to me like there are a lot of Texas fans who would take 49-0 and, Dylan Gabriel was hurt. Oh, screw it. Who cares? Do you
there are fans like that in both fan bases?
do you find satisfaction in like, okay, we beat OU at their best, or is it just, listen, I don't give a damn if they're coming in here with 10 players and you got to play 11 on offense. I still want to beat them.
Yeah. You never want injury, obviously. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, Oklahoma has just had Texas' number for like 15 years, like 10, 15 years. Really, since Mac left, it's been, I think OU's won probably like 80% of those games, it feels like. So, if you're a Texas fan, you'll take whatever you can get kind of at this point. But, yeah, I mean, not out be a good sport, obviously. No, don't want injuries, never cheering for that. But I think if you're a Texas fan, you're just whatever you can get, man.
No doubt about that. So, yeah, the Velton Gardner edition is one. Again, we talked about him. He's fourth running back, right? You got Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, going to be your top two. Jarrett Gibson, of course, will probably be that running back 3. Then Velton Gardner will fill in as needed. Again, 5'9", buck 90. Probably talking about a guy who is not going to, not to say run between the tackles, because Texas runs their offense, right? Like, I'm trying to remember during the presser, someone asked a question about, kind of an inability to run between the tackles. And someone asked a question to Hayden Connor about Jaden Blue necessarily running between the tackles. Hayden Connor was like, yeah, a guy scored a lot of touchdowns last year running between the tackles. I understand Hayden, standing for his running back. Jaden Blue did not score a lot of touchdowns last year, but I get the point, right? Is that in essence, the offensive line is going to block for him, and they're going to try their best to spring holes for guys between the tackles, no matter the size of the back. So that is the situation with Belton and Gardner. Keenan, we are, as you mentioned, 9 days away from the season opener. There will be a depth chart released at some point. Last year, I know it was released just prior to the Rice game, season opener. So I got a little time, but we're going to jump out ahead of things right now. Thursday, we are going to run through the offensive side of the ball. Friday, tomorrow, we'll run through the defensive side of the ball and special teams. And just kind of give our thoughts on depth chart, Keenan. So I'm going to let you go first. I'll run down the position. You tell me just, if it's a quarterback, of course, all you got to do is give one. Only one's going to play. And same thing with O-linemen, right? But, if it's a running back or receivers, you can give me a little room there, right, as far as what guys you think may play. But quarterback, we all know, Quinn Ewers. I think we both are in agreement there, correct?
I would say so, yes.
All right. Running back, how do you see it? I'm assuming you'd go Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, Jarrett Gibson?
Yeah, but I actually do think Jarek is going to get a lot of carries this year just because of the size. I know he's not tall, but he's what, 5'10", 210. And he ran 4.540, I believe, laser timed. Super impressive athlete, 40-inch vertical, really productive at IMG Academy in Florida. So I think he'll definitely get his fair share of carries as well. But yeah, I think it goes that order at this point. It goes Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, Jarek Gibson.
All right, before we go receiver, we're going to go to tight end. So tight end, things have actually kind of progressed in a way that, I didn't call it at the start of camp or it's at the start of spring camp, but it looks like it's going to be a interesting utilization, of the tight end. So Keenan, how do you see it?
Well, it depends on it depends on if they're going to run 12 personnel or not. Spark likes to mix it up. I don't know who.
Let's assume let's assume they're in the base of 11 personnel. So let's just go with that. Yeah.
I go Amari Niblack, I feel like is your best receiving threat. And so I'd probably put him there. I'd put who's the other one? I always forget his name. Gunnar Helm. Yes. Thank you. I think those are your top two tight ends. And then Juan Davis will probably get in there and do some stuff. I think they might, mess around with him in goal line situations as like I guess it's not technically a fullback, but like another running back to block in the backfield. H-back. Yeah. I feel like Juan Davis will get some of those reps. Yeah. I feel like Helm and Niblack will be your two tight ends.
Yeah, no, the reason I said kind of some fluctuation is when Amari Niblack transferred to Texas, I did think he'd be the starter. I thought they'd find a way to kind of make him that lead guy similar to JT, and Gunnar Helm would fill in accordingly. But now, as we're 9 days out, Gunnar Helm, feel pretty confident he's going to be your starting tight end. Again, Amari Niblack going to play plenty. Juan Davis, they're going to find ways to use him. But those guys are going to be as far as your not necessarily your inline tight end, right? Your inline tight end is that one who lines up right there off tackle. I don't think you're going to see a ton of that from Amari Niblack. Even if you go back to his time in Alabama, that wasn't how he was used. Juan Davis as well. So those guys will use more as receiving options. But Gunnar Helm definitely, in my mind, thinks going to be your starting tight end. Now, here's where things get interesting. Wide receiver. Chip Brown asked Steve Sarkisian if he felt that he could shuffle out receivers in groups, right? In essence, one set of three, and then another set of three, and however you want to shuffle them. And Steve Sarkisian affirmatively and quickly said, absolutely, no doubt about it. So with that being said, we've talked a lot this offseason, Keenan, about the depth at receiver and them being 6 deep, 7 deep, 8 deep. Well, I'm going to ask you, not saying your top three or necessarily your starting three, right? Because I think we're in agreement that we're going to see a lot of receivers this year.
Yeah.
Who are the first three receivers you believe we see when Texas opens up on offense on August 31st?
I think it's going to be Bond, Golden, and Cook. That would be my take. I think it's going to be those three guys.
Why?
And I think because I think you can't keep Cook off the field after. I just think he's too good. I think Bond is just your A transfer. Like he's going to be your guy. And Golden provides too much in blocking on the outside too. He really fills that Jordan Whittington role. And I think that's super important when you're doing stuff like when you're throwing the ball out like kind of laterally, not literal lateral, but you know what I mean, screens and that kind of thing.
Sure.
You need a guy who can block downfield, not pass interference, but block downfield. And I think Matt Golden fills that role. I think Bolden's going to get a ton of touches too, though.
The three that I have, and I mentioned this on the flagship podcast, go check it out, horns247.com. Jonte Cook, Isaiah Bond, and Silas Bolden. Those are the three. Now, to your point, I think it's a very good point you make in terms of someone is going to have to fill that role like a Jay Witt in the slot when you're asked to block, do certain things. That's going to be key. But with how much Silas Bolden has been able to do in just a short period of time, it's hard for me to see him not being amongst that first group. Here's a little nuance to it, right? So let's say you were playing in a 65, and this is the example I gave on radio earlier today. Let's say Texas was playing in an offensive game where they ran 65 plays. There's a fair chance you'd see Xavier Worthy for mid-50s of those, right? 65 play offensive game. Mid-50s, Xavier Worthy. You'd see A.D. Mitchell, probably 50, maybe high 40s. And you see Jordan Whittington, probably 40 to 45 times, right? Depending on how you're going to go 12 personnel, the little various ways you do things. I think the split this year, I don't think you're going to see one receiver in a 65-play game play 90% of the snaps. I just don't. I do think you could see one play 70 or 65. So that would allow for your other three. In your case where you're talking about, the other three would be Silas Bolden, Ryan Wingo, and DeAndre Moore to play 20, 25, 30 snaps per game, right? I can very well see that being a thing. And if that's the case, then in essence, it doesn't really matter who is quote unquote starting. And right. I'll say this with Silas Bolden, right? It's like the basketball analogy, right? If you're a good six man, you don't necessarily have to be out there with the starters because you have guys who have their role, they're going to score. Be with that second group where you can be like the primary option, right? I could see a scenario where Silas Bolden goes with that second group and he's the primary option, right? Like I could see that being a hypothetical depending on what they're running. But I just think it's going to be too hard to keep him off the field with that first group. So you're a little bit smaller. You're a little bit smaller with Jonte Cook, Silas Bolden, and Isaiah Bond. But I think you get plenty of size with Amari Niblack, plenty of size with Gunnar Helm, plenty of size with Juan Davis. So that is where I see it. Let's go to the offensive line.
Quick question on receivers for you real quick. Do you think if there is a receiver who's going to get, let's say, 75% of these offensive snaps, do you think it will be Bond will be wide receiver one? Is that what you think? Or do you think it'll, again, be just such a mix that you can't even say that?
Yeah, that's what I think. And again, I'll use that same example. If there's a 65-play game and there's going to be one guy who's going to get 45, high 40s in snaps, 50 in snaps, my gut leans towards Bond. The only caveat to that is there may be more ways that you can use a Bolden, right? Whether slot or just different ways. But yeah, I think if you had to designate someone as a wide receiver one on this team, I still lean towards Isaiah Bond, Keenan.
Yeah, that would be my thought too. But it's interesting because Sark likes to cross-train receivers, right? Like they sometimes play different slots on the field.
Well, this year, yes, because that was the thing. At Alabama, he did a lot of that with Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle and others. Since he's been at Texas, it's pretty much been Xavier Worthy's been the guy who gets moved around the most, right? Yeah. And even then, X was primarily an outside receiver. A.D. Mitchell was almost exclusively an outside receiver, and Jordan Whittington was exclusively a slot receiver. But to your point, I think Sarkisian ideally kind of wants that, what he calls positionless football, right? Positionless basketball, same thing, where you can do that. So it hasn't necessarily been the case at Texas, but to your point, yes, I do think that's ideal. That's what he's looking to do. Mark K. Hookham, false start. Appreciate you rocking with us as always here in the morning. Go to a couple more comments. Rhyming Lemon talked about that OU point. Said a win is a win. will point and laugh at it. Either side will enjoy it, but it means more when it's hard fought. CB says,
can't disagree with that.
Man, Texas 4-11 since 2010. I did not even know that.
Yeah, it's been not great. It's been not great. I think they won 6 straight too, or something like that.
Man, talk about tough sledding there. CB, yes, I did see that Jonte Cook posted the Beats headphones. So that's a nice little come up for the Horns. Keenan, real quick, what would be your ideal NIL deal?
God dang, dude. Zen.
Okay. That's a funny one.
I posted that video of Earl Campbell's like dip ad, where he was playing football with like just a little pinch. That's the craziest thing in the world. But like, yeah, maybe Zen. I don't know. Celsius, maybe just things that get me through the day.
Oh man, at this stage in life, yeah, man, like some sort of coffee, some sort of Red Bull would probably be my
Celsius works for that.
Which of course you can pick up at 7-Eleven, which is a fine sponsor of Texas Sports Unfiltered. At that age, I'm not gonna lie, man, I would be like our guy Jamie French out of Jacksonville. When he said I want the Lambo deal, that would probably be me at that point in time in life.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
On the offensive line, this one I think is going to be a clean sweep. Left tackle Kelvin Banks, left guard Hayden Connor, center the reliable, underrated Jake Majors, right guard DJ Campbell, right tackle Cam Williams. Are you in agreement?
Yep. Yeah, completely. I don't see any changes to that happening anytime soon as far as like just personnel goes. I think that'll be your starting line.
So clean sweep there. While Keenan is getting ready to tell the fine folks about passes, I will talk about some of the reserves on the offensive line to keep an eye on. Brandon Baker, Trevor Gooseby. I'll be really interested to see where they fall. I think those are probably your reserve tackles. I think Hayden Connor, of course, came in as a tackle. So in a pinch, he can kick out to tackle. But of course, he didn't do so last year when Christian Jones was hurt. Obviously, it was Cam Williams, and they shifted, as far as the interior of the offensive line. Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson, I still think are your top 2 interior offensive lineman reserves. So where they may need to fill in accordingly. Connor Robertson, of course, filled in at center. OU, Cole Hudson could do it as well, but naturally a guard. And then Brandon Baker, the true freshman center, is also another guy to keep an eye on. They're pretty high on him. But Keenan, tell the folks about passes.
We at Texas Sports Unfiltered are proud to announce a new partnership with Passes. What is Passes, you ask, Eric and fans? Well, I'm about to tell you. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. It is the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes across all major sports are on Passes, including the Olympics. You know they were winning medals out there, don't you, Eric? These athletes showcase exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scenes access, engaging Q&A sessions, memorabilia and merchandise. Who doesn't like that? And captivating day-in-the-life content. Through these avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with their favorite athletes on a more personal level than ever before, getting insights into their lives as Texas Longhorns, both on and off the field. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the fan, the listener. Head to passes.com to sign up today and get closer to the game than ever before. It is also the best place to donate to and support your Longhorns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund, get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, VIP access, and even more. Once again, passes.com is the website. For more information, go ahead and sign up today.
Keenan Womack, I think the passes read is growing on the audience. Rob says there's that passes energy. It makes you want to dig into passes. Big Keenan energy in his passes read. Keenan, I sent this to you last night because it caught my attention. I'd love just to kind of get your thoughts. It doesn't have to necessarily be in specificity to this, just kind of the dichotomy of the situation. Shout out to our guy, John Talty of 24/7 Sports. He and Armand Katayan, formerly of CBS, teamed up for a book talking about essentially Nick Saban, this time in Alabama. And the dynamic touches on, the book touches on the dynamic when Saban hired Lane Kiffin as his offensive coordinator. So the name of this book is called The Price, What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos, a new tell-all from Armand Katayan and John Talty. And there's a chapter, Keenan. I don't know if you had a chance to even read the article. I sent you the tweet. I don't know if you read the article where it outlines just how Jimmy Sexton got Lane Kiffin a job, which first off, folks, if there were a ranking of like top 15 powerful people in college football, Jimmy Sexton's probably top 5.
Yeah, 100%.
Probably top 5.
DeBoer's agent. He's Hugh Freeze's agent. He was Saban's agent. I mean, he's a bunch of dudes' agents, man.
But how Jimmy Sexton essentially, paved the way for Lane Kiffin coming off of a rough time in his career, also getting bounced on the tarmac and things of that nature, right?
That's crazy, dude.
Bouncing around from place to place to get an offensive coordinator gig at Alabama. And I'm going to read a couple quotes here. So Nick Saban explained Lane Kiffin's hiring at the time. He's saying, when I met with him about coming here, we have to change. We got to study. We got to figure out all these RPO and spread offense and motions. Saban said in the 2022 radio appearance, Lane's a really smart guy, so he was a smart guy to dive into that. Of course, remember Nick Saban's offense at the time, very pro style. Wasn't necessarily archaic, but it was more of a pro style offense, not what you see in today's CFB. One such moment, again, this is coming from AL.com, I'm reading from. One such moment when Kiffin called Jimmy Sexton to warn him that Nick Saban was angry and about to call him. Why? The offensive coordinator told the head coach he didn't know what he was talking about in a meeting. True to form, Saban's less than cheerful call came within minutes. Here's the quote. BK, I am going to quote it verbatim, so I will apologize in advance if anyone is listening and wants to mute me for a second. Here is the direct quote from Nick Saban. That son of a bitch, Saban said to agent, according to the book, I'm going to fire you, Jimmy, forever talking me into hiring that narcissistic prick. The book quoted a Saban conversation with another former assistant about Kiffin being the only assistant who constantly questioned Saban and, quote, refused to adapt to Saban's preferred approach. Again, I'm going to quote this here. I'll leave out this one. I ain't never had an effing coach I can't control. A disgusted Saban told the assistant. At times, it was Jimmy Sexton who had to coach Kiffin, as it was talked about here. One more quote from the book, from The Price. It says, I was screaming at him. Jimmy Sexton said, according to The Price, let's go play the game today. Let's go win the game today. This is in relation to Lane Kiffin apparently inquiring about a head coaching position if it would come open hours before a November 2015 kickoff at Bryant-Denny Stadium. So Jimmy Sexton says, I was screaming at him, let's go play the game today. Let's go win the game today. If you win games, you'll get a job. People don't hire guys who are losing. They hire guys who are winning. So now with all of that, Keenan Womack, I'd love your thoughts on that. And then just kind of secondarily, as a general sense, because you're a pretty, funny, irreverent guy. There's a picture that AL.com uses. And I wish I could have put up there for the audience.
Yeah.
Where Nick Saban essentially has the classic Nick Saban look. And he's like this. He's like, what's going on? And Lane Kiffin almost has like this childish bleep-eating grin where he's pointing out the field.
Smirk, yeah.
It's a smirk, and it's without context, right? It's told without context. We don't know what they're talking about. We don't know what the face is in relation to. But if you look at it, it just looks like it's the young guy just smiling at granddad like, that's what I'm talking about, and granddad has no idea what the young guy's talking about. So, Keenan, your thoughts on the quotes and just kind of that dynamic and what that had to kind of be like.
Yeah, I mean, that picture is the equivalent of when my granddad was at my cousin's wedding and Soulja Boy started playing. The DJ started playing Soulja Boy. Just that kind of look, like what is going on? What happened to Frank Sinatra? Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that they clashed. I mean, of course, Lane Kiffin. You saw what Lane Kiffin did to Paul Feinbaum. I mean, at SEC, I don't know if that was post SEC Media Days or at SEC Media Days, where Lane Kiffin just dressed Paul Feinbaum down. He was like, "You said I was the Miley Cyrus of college football. You also said Nick Saban was done. What are you actually good at?" So Lane Kiffin is not a guy that's going to hold back at all. He's going to fire off like crazy. Joey Freshwater is a legend, great coach. To those who know the Joey Freshwater reference, very funny story when he was at Florida Atlantic, I believe, at that time when he was doing that stuff. But it's not surprising at all. Like, it's the new style versus the old school guy, right? And Saban is the quintessential old school guy, and Lane Kiffin is probably the quintessential new school guy, right? Like, I feel like Sark kind of has a balance of both of those aspects. Like, he knows he can keep up with social media and he can do all that stuff. He can relate to the kids, but he also has this very serious side of discipline and things like that. And Lane Kiffin likes to troll people on social media, and he likes to mess around, and he's kind of a goofball. I'm not saying he's not a great coach, because Lane Kiffin is a great coach. I really do think that. And I think Ole Miss is about to have the best season maybe they've had since, I don't know, ever. Not surprising at all. Not surprising at all.
I just love when I saw this story. And I mean, first off, you have Nick Saban, who, no disrespect to Lane Kiffin, but yeah, Nick Saban's a legend. And Nick Saban was winning championships in an era where a lot of coaches, the game was passing them by.
Yeah.
And it did take a lot of Saban to be like, all right, I'm going to swallow my pride, swallow my ego, and bring this guy in. I just wonder, like, I spent a little time around Lane, right, when he was at FAU and whatnot, and he's a unique guy, and I think people hear that and they think I'm being disrespectful, or no, he just is a unique personality. Like, you would think a guy comes down to FAU, right, easily the most high-profile coach they've had, that he would kind of, for lack of a better way of putting it, take it easy on the media, because there's only like 3 people who cover the team, right? I wasn't one of them. I covered FIU, but I've occasion would be up in Boca. Only like 3 people cover the team. One of them's a student. You're not getting pressed hard, right? Like, this is not Tennessee. This is not USC. And Lane likes to kind of, at least in that era, likes to be kind of a provocateur, right? That guy who will needle Paul Feinbaum. And I think it's just his kind of his quirky personality, kind of a sardonic, dry kind of guy. Because I know, like, again, one of the students who was covering FAU, like, Lane and Lane had a great relationship, but the guy, Lane would needle a student, and it's like, bro, like, you're Lane Kiffin. This dude's like 19, So I'm not shocked at all that Lane is giving it to Paul Feinbaum. And that's one of the things, I guess what I find most interesting about him is, remember, Nick Saban is the son of a coach, Lou Saban, right?
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin, the son of a coach. But 2 guys who I think have tremendous respect for the coaching profession and like the coaching standards, but clearly go about it in like 2 different ways, right? Like, Lane is not afraid to ruffle some feathers or just like go against the grain. So I just find that super interesting. You contrast that with a guy like Steve Sarkisian, who, and hey, listen, everyone different points in their life, right? But Steve Sarkisian has been open about Nick Saban saving his career. And I wonder if Lane would say, and I guess I should find the quote, because Lane Kiffin did, kind of pay tribute, for lack of a better word, to Nick Saban at SEC Media Days, and we saw him there. So I'll see if I can find the quote here on the fly. But I wonder if Lane Kiffin, Keenan, would be like, yeah, Nick Saban saved my career. I feel like it would be like, hey, I appreciate everything Coach did, but also, like, I'm an offensive genius. And Lane Kiffin is a damn good coach. Like, I would have found my way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know that he would have been as willing to divulge that information as Sark was. Sark is, there's a certain aspect to Sark that's very humble, right? Like, yes, he's he's in the position he's in. And yeah, he'll occasionally twist off on a reporter, but like everybody has a day like that, right? But Lane, man, I think I don't know that he's at Ole Miss as the head coach if he doesn't take that job in Alabama. I really don't know that he's ever there. I don't know that he has this awesome team and the backing of the Mississippi NIL. I mean, he's in a great position, and he has to give some of that credit to Nick Saban. But yeah, I don't think he'd be nearly as willing to give all the credit away like Sark is willing to do.
So,
I think
here's a direct quote. I want to make sure I'm fair to Lane Kiffin at SEC Media Days. You and I are both there in Dallas. I'm so very appreciative to him those 3 years and really him taking a chance on me. Not just, okay, what did I learn when I got there, which is all over our program, whether it's coaches hired, former players hired, principals, process over outcome, but the opportunity that he gave me to come there. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't. It was controversial, and I give him credit. So that's the direct quote. To your point, when you say he wouldn't have been the head coach at Ole Miss, well, remember, he wasn't the head coach at Ole Miss. That dude had to go to Florida Atlantic. And FAU at the time, a Conference USA school that had won nothing at the time, right? Like they had never really been any sort of power, and then he goes there and wins 2 conference titles in 3 years. So to your point, he wasn't getting a premier job. He had to go to Florida Atlantic to do it. So there is.
But I mean, I don't think he would have gotten the head coaching gig at Florida Atlantic even had he not, because he was such a like. Yeah. It was like sort of an untouchable situation. They're like, oh, we don't want to deal with this guy. He's controversial. He's been fired, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, definitely he gave more credit than I actually thought he would, to be honest. But, people mature, right? Like it's been a long time since he's been at Alabama. I don't know how many years, but at least a long time since he got there. He's clearly matured quite a bit. I mean, he still likes to needle people on Twitter, which is very funny, and I enjoy it quite a bit, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, I mean, again, like I said, this Ole Miss team is really good. They're going to be great this year. Part of that is NIL recruiting and stuff like that, but he's also running a great offense. And Jackson Dart is going to be great. Trey Harris is going to be great. Ulysses Bentley is going to be. All these guys are going to be good because Lane knows how to run an offense. You know what I mean? So. Lane Kiffin's one of my favorite characters in all of college football. I think he makes the game a lot better. I'm glad. I'm happy that he's a part of it.
Keenan, I'll announce to the audience, I am going to step off here at 10:55, 10:56 to hop on the virtual presser in Houston. Chris Del Conte, Trev Alberts in Houston. An announcement regarding the Lone Star Showdown. I kind of teased it in the crosstalk with BK and Bucky, so we'll see what they have to say. So I'm going to hop off in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to leave Keenan 2 topics. He brought up in our pre-show yesterday kind of the preseason stuff about where some Longhorns are projected to go in the draft. So I'm going to leave him that and also leave him a topic regarding the Major League Baseball and one of MLB's stars. So I will finish up with this one. Mike Gundy, Keenan, had a really interesting quote that we want to dive into here. As I pull the quote up here we go with Mike Gundy to reporters in Stillwater. He's talking about his guys being locked in on football. And his quote was to tell your agent to quit calling and asking us for more money. It's non-negotiable now. Start again in December.
Yeah.
Second quote is, I told the players there's no negotiating now. Portal's over. Now we're just playing football, just coaching and playing football. What were your thoughts when you saw those comments?
I think it's totally fair, man. I mean, for one thing, Mike Gundy is the big swinging D in Oklahoma State. He is the guy. He is that program. Sure. And I was talking to a coworker literally this morning about how when he leaves Oklahoma State, they have to nail that hire, because if they don't, they will quickly become irrelevant again. I think it's really hard to recruit in that state against OU. I think you're going up against Missouri now too. Missouri's on the rise. Like, there's a lot of programs around you that are doing well, right? So Mike Gundy is Oklahoma State. He can kind of do whatever the hell he wants, but I totally am in line with him there. Like, it is time to play football. You've gotten your money. You've negotiated your deals. And like, I understand like these kids need to get paid, but they're getting paid now. So you're a professional athlete now. It's time for you to lock in and play football. And if you're not focused on playing football, then why are you trying to get a deal for? Like I that might sound harsh, but like I totally am fine with what he said. I think that's totally fair and that he's completely in the right to say that to his team. I have no problem with that at all.
This is why the NCAA has to come up with some sort of guardrails in terms of this is the time, hard limits. Portal, window open, window close. Portal, window open, window close. Whether it's Rich Rodriguez talked about it in terms of needing to go to contracts, right? Or just eventually they're being like, hey, it's listed here. This is what you're getting. Year 1, year 2, these are the dates you'll get it. Here's what you got to get to get that money, right? You have to be on the roster. And for me, I want to be very clear. I don't feel comfortable holding a college kid and saying you have to achieve 3,000 yards passing, like performance escalators, right? I do think it should be as simple as you're still on the roster by X point. You're in good academic standing. You're in good standing with the team. You're practicing whatnot. Okay, here's the next set of funds, right?
Totally agree.
Because that way you eliminate all of this conversation, right? You don't have guys coming back in the middle of the year wanting more money, so on and so forth. Where I will say I disagree, I won't say disagree with you because that's maybe too strong, but it's a lot to ask an 18, a 19, a 20, a 21-year-old to be able to focus on school, athletics, and not the financial aspect. And before someone says, Eric, well, you know, they're not little kids. There are 30-year-old grown men in professional sports who, when they don't have their deal, check out mentally, right? And have been doing this professionally for years. So in that sense, I think especially because you're talking about kids, in essence, whose brains are still fully forming, you need some guardrails to be like, hey, there it is, right? We went over this with you. We went over this with the NIL people, with your parent. That's what it says. There is no more time to negotiate. So in that sense, I do really appreciate what Mike Gundy's saying. And I think at some point, hopefully this offseason, they'll kind of find a way, Keenan, to scale it down. Before I get out here, any follow-up on that, or what you got?
Oh no, I can carry from here, brother. It's only about 4 minutes, so I think I can handle it. I was going to get into the NFL big board actually that dropped, and we can get to the baseball stuff tomorrow. But I am interested to see some of this stuff, some of these names on this list, and where some of the Longhorns landed. So I can get into that, and you can go do your thing. Eric Henry, my man, appreciate you, brother, as always.
All start. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, guys. Same time tomorrow with the boys.
10 to 11 tomorrow, guys.
The West Coast. Keenan, take us home.
Yes, sir. We are doing this thing live and solo. This is my guitar solo, everybody. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the mock drafts that dropped. Preseason mock draft drop, ESPN. 3 Longhorns in the first round of this draft. We have Kelvin Banks going 3rd overall to the Denver Broncos. Somebody fact check me. I can't remember the last time a Longhorn was drafted 3rd overall or higher. Somebody will fact check me on that. I can't remember the last time they had a top 5 pick. So go ahead and give me that. Ewers at 8 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now that's assuming he has a great season, but given his weapons, his wide receivers, his tackles, the experience on this offensive line, yeah, it was Vince Young at 3. So, yeah, it's been a while. It's been 20 years since they've had a top 5 pick. So Kelvin Banks at 3rd would be their first top 3 pick since Vince Young in 2006 NFL draft. And then Isaiah Bond, 28th to the hated Philadelphia Eagles. Now, that would be tough as a guy who likes to root for his Longhorns in the NFL and who's not quite what you would call a fan of the Eagles, as a Cowboys fan myself. Earl Thomas went 7th. Yeah, that makes sense. He was pretty dynamic as well. So I was looking at this big board, right, and I found some interesting names on here. We'll go through some of the top few guys. Number 1 on this board is Will Jackson, the corner from Michigan. And number 2 is Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Now, this is CBS's big board. So off the bat, you're playing against two of the top defenders in the entire NFL and the entire college football ranks. You're playing against two of the top guys, right? And there are several other guys that Texas is playing against in this top 50 players, right? You have Carson Beck. You have at 5. He's the quarterback at Georgia. We've talked a lot about Carson Beck and how we kind of think, I wouldn't say he's overrated, but maybe 5th overall seems a little high for him. James Pierce, defensive end from Tennessee, comes in at 3rd, which makes sense. He's one of the top defensive players in the country, pretty easily considered one of the best. Oh, what's up, Jordan? I'm doing a guitar solo right now, bro. I'm talking about the CBS. No. Drop in. I got to leave in a couple minutes anyway, but I'm talking about the CBS big board that they dropped of NFL players or college football players going into the NFL draft this year. Some interesting names on here. Will Johnson from Michigan is number 1, the corner, and Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, is number 2. Pierce is at 3. CBS big board.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just send you the list real quick.
Because the one I'm looking at
the list
has Graham at 4 from CBS.
Yeah. Maybe it's not CBS. I don't know. It's not a draft. It's a big board, I think. But maybe I got the wrong link. But yeah.
And Rotted Wags, are they going to do 12-1?
I don't know. I'm not the schedule man. I'm just soloing until whoever comes on.
I got you. Well, we should have Jeff soon to talk the addition.
Yeah, no worries. I got a few minutes I can hang on for. But yeah, there's a lot of dudes that Texas is playing against in this top 50, right? You got Michael Williams at Georgia, defensive end. Carson Beck, who I already mentioned. Nick Scourton, defensive end from A&M, Purdue transfer. You've talked about him before. You're pretty high on him, yeah?
Yeah, he that's A&M's best player this year.
Yeah.
According to multiple people I speak with on the team or in just College Station with A&M football's department. But that's going to be their best player. Torian York, he's also, one of their top players too, but he's not necessarily a draft prospect guy. And, okay, got it. Thanks, BK. But more likely than not, Torian York is going to be a 4-year player at A&M. He's a 5'11" linebacker. That's what he is. I'm not sure what they list him at, but I'm taller than him barefoot. And I'm a huge Torian York fan. I think he's going to play in the NFL. I think he's going to be a college coach for a long time afterwards as well. He wants to get into coaching, and I know y'all are tired of me talking about the kid, but I love that kid. And he doesn't really want to get into college coaching more than anything. He wants to be the head coach at Temple one day. So
that's cool.
I like that too. And a lot of kids want to leave where they're from and not come back. And he's really proud to be from Temple. So I like that. But A&M, people forget they also have didn't they get Des Ricks out of the portal? I'm almost positive they did. I know some people made a big deal about former Jesuit star EJ Smith going to A&M, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not.
He was real good in high school, brother.
Not versus like Travis, brother. I remember I had a buddy of mine. So the Dallas Jesuit is playing Lake Travis in Austin at Cavalier Stadium, right? And this would have been, I think this was my sophomore year of high school. It was my sophomore, junior year of high school. And we're like, okay, I'm in the student section, right? And I'm with one of my buddies that I work at this gym called Hill Country Indoor. It's still around. And he was like our JV kicker or something at Lake Travis. And he's a big Cowboys fan. So he's like, if Emmitt Smith Jr. is here, doesn't Emmitt Smith Sr. have to be here? And I'm like, probably right.
Probably.
And he's like, I'm gonna go and get some gear for him to sign. And I was like, oh fuck. So because I knew what was happening. This kid lived so Lake Travis High School, it's off of Highway 620, but it kind of backs up and is surrounded by this neighborhood called Falconhead. And there's like these back little, I guess, walking trails you can walk. It cuts through the back of the neighborhood, and you're in the neighborhood once you leave the high school. And that only takes about 5-10 minutes. So he leaves the stadium, goes home, goes and gets some Cowboys gear, walks, I don't know, comes back, goes to the visitor side, somehow tracks down Emmitt Smith, and then comes over to the student section in like the fourth quarter. And I'm like, what happened? Did he sign it? And he's like all like upset. I was like, what happened? And I don't remember exactly what he said, but he essentially told him to go shove it. I'm at my son's football game. Like, I don't know if any F words were included, but Emmitt Smith Sr. told him to get out of my face. I'm watching my son get destroyed by the 6-time state champion Lake Travis Cavaliers. So
yeah, we're not that. We are not.
Every time I think of Emmitt Smith Jr., I think of that story.
I could have told you that's how that was going to end.
So,
look,
did you hear the
football to a man at his son's football game?
Who I didn't hear who it was that was trying to get stuff signed. Was it your brother?
No, it was just it was a buddy of mine. A buddy of mine that lived in the neighborhood right next to Lake Travis. So.
Yeah.
Kid's name was Lucas Anderson.
Look, Emmitt Smith is one of my all-time favorite players, and I picked up this piece finally. I got to get this framed, but this is that's an Emmitt Smith signed jersey right there. Got the signature on it.
Guess you didn't come across him at a Dallas Jesuit high school football game.
No, I didn't. Like. And Emmitt Smith notoriously will not sign in Gen Pop. Even when he does like speaking engagements and stuff, he will not do it. He signs a lot, but all his signings are paid signings. Like you're paying a premium to get even like, so Keenan, I don't know, Jordan, I don't think you do. Keenan, I don't think you dabble in autograph memorabilia or sports memorabilia, do you?
I'm interested in it. I don't buy it. I just like,
okay. It's a lot of it's just, I'm not doing it. But most of my stuff is Texas stuff anyway, which is cheaper than a lot of the stuff you get. But regardless, Emmitt Smith has kind of cornered the market on like he'll charge like some guys you go to an autograph show they'll charge for inscriptions. He has basically like tiers on what he'll charge for inscriptions. Like if you want like NFL top 100 or his rushing yards, that's going to cost you a lot more than just Super Bowl 28 MVP or whatever. So you notice the one I got does not have any inscriptions on it. So yeah,
hey, you still got the autograph, brother.
Yeah, I love Emmitt Smith, but he's notoriously kind of a D-bag when you're trying to get an autograph.
He's an F them kids guy.
I'll tell you a guy who's the exact opposite, and I know this because my wife had to be kind of his kind of security detail. So the school my wife works at, where she still works at, she's the principal. They used to be in the same district with San Antonio Christian when David Robinson's kids were going there.
I know D-Rob Jr. I went to college with him.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
So my wife, being one of the administrators on duty for the game, was told ahead of time, hey, just FYI, so y'all aren't shocked, he's going to show up, like David Sr. is. And my wife went up to him before the game and asked him, she's like, hey, is there anything, you'd like us to do to make your visit better? And he said, I will sign autographs, take pictures, whatever, before the game. He said, I will stay until the last person who wants an autograph or picture gets one after the game. He said, all I ask is from start to finish while my kids are playing. I just want to watch my kids play, but before or after, it's fair game. And
he's a great guy.
Yeah. All the admins were like, David Robinson couldn't have been nicer. Polar opposite, Tim Duncan. Like they were told all these things that Tim Duncan wouldn't do. And so it's I may back to the office sharing that, but I don't really care. So because I'm not a big Tim Duncan fan. So
me neither. All right, guys, I got to go back to the office, but I appreciate you, gentlemen. I will catch y'all tomorrow. I'll be on 1011 with Eric Henry from my new apartment. You guys will get to get a glimpse of that, so that's pretty exciting. But all right, I'll catch y'all guys tomorrow. All right,
we'll see you.
All right, Keenan. Appreciate it. There goes Keenan and false start, which Eric had to dip out a little bit early. I'm telling you guys, I see it in the chat. This is gonna be much ado about nothing. I think.
We can just say it now if they're about to have it on the announcement. They're announcing a trophy. I don't know what the trophy's gonna look like. I don't know how big it is, but it's a trophy. That's what this whole thing is meant about. It's a trophy. They might also have a sponsorship or something, but this is a trophy. And props to someone at Horns 24/7. Not going to say his name because we are leaking it out. But within 2 minutes of the announcement tweet that there would be an announcement getting sent to our group chat, and I think it was either me or someone else being like, what is this? Someone sent, it's a trophy and a sponsorship announcement. That's all it is. So it's and nothing has changed since that happened. I think about a week and a half ago. So unless they're going to pull a rabbit out of their ass, they're announcing a trophy. So
it was pretty hilarious though to watch people run with, oh man, are they going to announce neutral site? I'm like, dude, where are people pulling this stuff from?
It's not a neutral site. It's not a neutral site.
That would be
never that.
That's like the antithesis of what Chris Del Conte. You think CDC is going to give up the revenue from a home game generated by a home game against A&M? No way in hell that's going to happen. And Jake Bayless, I kept telling everybody it was going to be much ado about nothing, which, I think that's what everybody's starting to realize now. But no, it's Jordan, I'm just glad the game is coming back. I've said that a lot this offseason. I think they're going to play each other on an annual basis. I think that's kind of up to the SEC. I don't know if the SEC is giving them assurances or not, but I would like Texas and Texas A&M to go back to playing each other every year in football and doing the home and homes for basketball. I don't know if they do baseball, because baseball used to be one of those deals, Jordan. So Texas would do this with Baylor and A&M. Let's say there's a baseball series with A&M, right? The Friday night game would be in Austin, and then the Saturday, Sunday games would be in College Station. And then the next year they would flip it, where Friday would be in College Station, Saturday, Sunday would be in Austin. So I don't know if they're going to go back to doing that, but we'll see what happens. Real quick though, I know because you kind of got ingrained with the Baylor community while you were working for the Baylor site. When I talk, and again, I don't know how Schloss feels about any of this because he's the one making the schedule now, but I remember talking to David Pierce before the season about scheduling, any of the old Big 12 schools. He said he hadn't had any conversations with Tim Tadlock, but he said if Texas did play Tech, he would want it to be kind of in a neutral site somewhere in West Texas that Texas doesn't normally get to, where their fans don't normally see them. Like even maybe
San
like
Angelo or something.
El Paso, Midland, Odessa, Amarillo, somewhere like that. And a lot of those towns have pretty good minor league baseball stadiums. He did say, though, he even said Baylor. He said he and Mitch Thompson at Baylor had talked, and they had talked about maybe doing a series or a double midweek in Round Rock. He said, because for both of us, he said it's a shorter drive for the Baylor fans. He said, and for our fans, he said, especially in Williamson County that can't get down for a midweek game or even a weekend game. He said Del Diamond will be a quick, easy trip off the toll road for them. So he said he and Mitch Thompson had talked about it, but Baylor's not on the schedule this year. So, we'll see what happens going forward. But yeah, that's kind of that. Sorry, I got distracted reading Antoine's question. Let's go down some of these, Jordan, because I didn't have a ton today. I would encourage everybody, get over to Horns 24/7, check out the Insider. You've got a projected depth chart on defense with plenty of team notes from Chip, number one. Number two, in that same deal, you've got Hank with the latest on Jonah Williams from Hank South, and a little bit from Eric on Kenny Baker, given the quote that we were talking about the other day with Vernon Broughton and talking about Kenny Baker and Bo Davis. Eric got a little bit deeper into that. So Jordan was busy last night. Jordan, we had talked about, as a staff, kind of talked about this story. It seemed like it might have had some legs, and it completely died. And then, like the Undertaker sitting up from the casket, it got revived real quick last night. And that's Velton Gardner, now looking like he's going to be a part of the Texas football program. The only thing I'll say, Jordan, this is more in line with like bringing in Tariq Milton, or, when the Herman staff brought in Gabe Watson at running back late. You need a body, and this is probably the best you could hope for to get what it basically amounts to a free agent body out of the portal a week before the season starts.
Yeah, it's Like, look, I think it's a right move. It's the right move to make. They need another body, especially someone who is actually a scholarship level player and has, playing experience. I mean, he's got 1,024 yards on, I think, 224 carries and 6 touchdowns. Not amazing production for someone who's been in college 5 years, but if you're looking at transfer portal options a week before the season, you just hit a grand slam, in my opinion. Now, how much is he actually going to play? TBD. I think I don't think I'm Einstein here with saying this, but his snap count will be higher at the end of the year than it is at the beginning of the year if he even has a snap count.
Yeah, I would not count on seeing Velton Gardner till probably the ULM game at the earliest.
Yeah,
because he doesn't. You're a week out, and he doesn't know the playbook. He's going to be behind. I would assume he's going to go into practice behind Colin Page. So it's going to be a crash course just to get him up to speed. I know running back is one of those easier positions to transition to, but I say Tariq Milton because, like Tariq Milton, this is an insurance policy that you hope you don't have to cash in and use. Yeah. I mean, Velton Gardner's basically going to get a year of grad school or whatever, or finish his bachelor's. I don't know where he's at academically, but basically he'll get a semester of school paid for to kind of be break glass if necessary type guy in that Texas running back room.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I like the addition. It's fun. They needed it. They needed another body. And even if he never plays a single snap at Texas in an actual game, he helps a lot in practice because now maybe the non-contact jerseys can come off. Maybe there's less thud, tackling with the running backs because now you have another body. So obviously you're still going to be conservative. Don't want more injuries, but I mean, this is only good news looking at the Velton Gardner thing. So I like that a lot. And also, I like how they're getting another DISD kid on the team. Velton Gardner, I'm not saying, he's I can't think of someone good. I'm not saying he's like a Mike Davis Skyline type of career.
He's not Peter Jenkins level guy where he can be a multi-year starter.
But I mean, he was, a really, really, really fun player at Dallas Sky. I mean, he was their whole team for 3 years. Yes, they had other guys on the team, but Dallas Skyline's been kind of in a rut ever since Samples left, and they'll have one big time prospect every few years or so, like a Bo Barnes, but they don't have a ton. So Velton Gardner, he did some really, really, really impressive things at Skyline his 3 years starting on the varsity and played QB. I believe he had over 3,000 passing yards or just under 3,000 passing yards and had over 1,000 rushing yards as well. So I like him, and I like the addition. And it's funny because I've been hearing about Velton Gardner. I never saw him play in high school. But from the real sickos in Texas high school football, like Guy Frazier, who will seek out a Skyline versus random DISD school on a Thursday night, Guy Frazier could tell you everything about Velton Gardner or other people. So, and I've been hearing his name in that sense for a while now. So excited to see what he's going to do at Texas. But, yeah.
This is – I would look at it from this standpoint too. Kind of what you were just talking about, how you see Velton Gardner being used or how this could play out. When you get into game prep starting next week, you're going to need Colin Page to be the scout team running back. You still got to have somebody run a scout team running back because you got to get your defense ready, especially that Michigan week. You're really going to need scout team running backs.
Colin Page about to turn into Donovan Edwards for a week.
So, I mean, if Velton Gardner, his biggest contribution might be getting scout team live period snaps the week of the Michigan game just to get the defense ready. Yeah. And I don't say that in jest or as a knock. I mean, I'm saying that's a pretty big deal.
Velton, we have a big ask you. We really need something important. Your first few weeks here, we need you to cosplay Donovan Edwards for 3 weeks in a row, the next consecutive 3 weeks. So
because
put number 7 on him at practice, maybe a blue uniform. I don't know.
I'm gonna guess the hay is in the barn for Colorado State, and probably next week you're gonna maybe those early practices next week. You spend a little bit of time on Michigan.
Yeah, and I think this is it shows you. Hold on, how do I phrase this better? So last year, who was the week 1 game? I can't remember.
Rice.
And it was Rice at DKR, and then they played Bama on the road. And then what was the third game? Was it UTSA?
Yep.
Okay. So
no.
Because I know they played UTSA in 2022 after Bama, but that game.
Wyoming was after Bama.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I remember for the last 2 off seasons, all we heard about was how they were like, this was like in spring football, and there were reports. Sorry, excuse me. They were already prepping for the week 2 game versus Alabama, right? We would hear stuff like that going back to the spring because we knew how big of a game it was. The whole program knew how big of a game it was. And, that's a game you obviously want to win. And they did. They went to Tuscaloosa and they beat Nick Saban. The last program to beat Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. So, but you haven't really I don't want to say it's because they're not treating Michigan with the same respect, but I think it might be just because it shows kind of the trajectory of this Texas program. This, you swap out Michigan and Alabama last year, that Michigan game is bigger than it is this year, if that makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just because they've won more games now, and like the expectations are higher. So I've thought that that's interesting. I kind of realized that sometime this week that, like, this whole offseason, we didn't hear about practice reports versus them prepping for Alabama's defense or offense, or for Michigan's offense or defense like we did Bama the last 2 years. So I thought that was interesting. And like you said, I do think the Colorado State hay is in the barn, and, it's kind of Michigan prep from here on out.
I think they probably did, knowing Sark, they probably did a pretty decent amount of work on Michigan in the offseason. I would imagine the guts of that game plan were probably in before the end of spring practice, to be honest. Because, all you need to do, even though so much has changed, I don't think stylistically Michigan's gonna be that different, especially if Alex Orji's the quarterback, which the latest reports out of Michigan, last I checked, is that he's gonna be the guy. I don't expect them to be that different stylistically than they were offensively last year. And their personnel on defense, all you got to do is get acquainted with Wink Martindale and his schemes and his preferences and how he calls a game, and then boom, you're off and running with your game plan. You can go ahead and build it. So I think it was probably, Jordan, maybe a little bit more challenging. Well, they both had challenges. Sark and PK would have both had challenges. I think PK's big challenges, learning new personnel from Michigan and figuring out what they're going to do at quarterback. But now they're going to go into game week probably knowing that it's going to be Alex Orji. And for Sark, like I said, it's just figuring out Wink Martindale's tendencies. This is where you call your NFL contacts that guys that have called games against Wink Martindale. And I'd have to look back and see if there was any crossover when Sark was in Atlanta. I'm sure there was, but at any rate, what was interesting about the Velton Gardner thing, like I said, it was dead. It was might have had some legs. Then as soon as it started to have legs, it died. And
you were the first person I heard tying Velton Gardner and Texas together about a week or 2 ago, and then it kind of vanished out of nowhere.
It died.
Yeah, if you want to talk a little bit about it, you'll know more than me about the early stages.
No, last I heard was, he was going to Texas State, and that was pretty much it until I got a call last night that things might be back on. That was probably about 6:00 last night, but I never heard anything after that. So I kind of wrapped up my night about 9:30, 10 o'clock, figuring, all right, well, I guess if anything's going to happen with Velton Gardner, it's not going to happen tonight. And then almost 11 o'clock last night, he posts something on Instagram that he's heading to Texas. So yeah, it was quick. It was on, quickly off, dead, and then quickly back on, and boom, now looks like he's going to be a part of this football team. So
yeah, and they got they're full now at 85, aren't they?
Yeah, I want to get to. I think Antoine might have asked a question about. Daryl G asked it. He said, "Is it better than moving a wide receiver or defensive player to running back?" Daryl G, I think you got your answer based on how Sark feels about it. that they would rather have Velton Gardner than and I'll say this. When we talked about the running back hypotheticals, Jordan, we did a whole show on this last week. You can have packages in place where you can use Darian Gillette, I guess, as a short yardage blocker, because you need to bring somebody over from defense anyway to do that. That's typically how Sark's done it. You can use Gillette in those situations. You can have a pony package for Ryan Niblett where you've got a handful of plays that you can give him. It's not going to be the whole playbook at running back, but you can still situationally move some guys here or there. Like I said, the Velton Gardner just gives you the insurance, the security of, hey, if stuff really hits the fan, if stuff really goes bad, your number 4 running back at least has Power 5 experience carrying the football in a game. He's at least done it before.
And
so that's pretty much what this is.
As I was writing the story last night, I noticed in 2019, while at Kansas, Gardner actually had 3 carries versus Texas for 8 yards.
In 2019, the game Texas almost lost at DKR.
Yeah. That was the game Dicker saved him, right?
Yeah, Dicker saved the day. And had Texas lost that game, I was convinced Todd Orlando wasn't going to make it to Sunday. I thought he'd
make it home.
Yeah, I thought he's going to get Diaz'd.
Yeah, well, man, Manny Diaz, I can't believe he's rebounded the way he has, how bad he was at Texas.
It's a pretty
props to him.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive career stumble, and then just kind of working his way back up. And even, dude, how many guys get fired as a Power 5 coordinator, Power Conference coordinator, then have to work their way back up to get back to the Power 5 level as a coordinator, then become a Power Conference head coach, get fired from that gig, then go back to being a defensive coordinator, then get a head coaching job at a Power Conference school again. So yeah, it's been pretty impressive. What man? If you'd have told me, Jordan, like probably 4 or 5 years ago, say, hey, in 2024, Manny Diaz will be an FBS head coach. Well, forget Power Conference. He'll be an FBS head coach, and Brian Harsin won't. Dude, I'd have taken that bet all day, every day.
I'm sorry. Where is Manny Diaz even coaching now?
Duke.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, he's right.
He's really calling Malik Murphy.
Yeah. Manny Diaz. Malik Murphy's slinging the pill for Manny Diaz. But yeah,
they got a Westlake Chaparral up there too, named I think Nick Murphy, something like that.
Man,
he's this white D lineman. I remember him from Westlake a couple years back. He actually was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list, and I saw it, and I was like, what?
Dude, there's been the 2 most prominent ones I can think about, probably Brendan DeWan and Kyle Adams. Dude, every 3 or 4 years, a Westlake kid always seems to go to Duke.
Yeah, there was this. It's funny. I'm gonna kind of throw Lake Travis under the bus here. There's this kid. I don't even know his name. There's this kid who went to Lake Travis as a freshman. He was freshman only, and if I remember correctly, he was actually freshman B team. I don't even think he was on the A team. Moves out of Lake Travis. I think he moved somewhere out of state with his family. Like they got jobs, and he went to a different high school sophomore year on. Never showed up at Lake Travis again. He ended up at Duke, and then ended up getting drafted as like a 4th, 5th, or 6th round pick. And like Lake Travis posted like, "Congrats to our former Cavalier," and it's just like, okay. Like, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about that, but I had completely forgotten about that until you brought that up. So,
man, it's interesting how I think we were talking about this on the show about how the Texas high school football transfer portal works, and the further south you get, the least likely you are to get away with your crimes. But the one that I don't ever really hear getting complained about, the quarterback transfer portal in the greater Austin area it's not uncommon to see a guy like go to a practice at school X, and I thought, dude, weren't you at school A for spring ball? Like, what the hell happened?
Yeah. I can give you a full rundown on how Lake Travis did it for my class. You want it?
I don't want to know.
It involves 2 FBS. One of them is going to start this year at a Power 5 school. The other one is Texas State's backup. So
yeah, I know RJ Martinez was at Lake Travis, but that's typically what guys at those schools do. They're not going to start, so go somewhere where you are going to start.
Well, I think Lake Travis handled it the right way though, because you had Nate Arnell, who's now going to be the Pitt starter this year in year 4. He's my class, and then you had RJ Martinez, who's the Texas State backup after being the backup at Baylor last year and the starter at NAU for his freshman sophomore year. They both, even before high school, they knew Lake Travis is where they were going to play.
Mm-hmm.
So Nate Yarnell transferred into the school district when we were going into 7th grade, and RJ Martinez transferred into the school district after Christmas break, his 8th grade year, and did the 2nd semester at Hudson Bend. They get to campus, 9th grade. They're both there competing for the starting freshman A-team QB job. And Hank Carter told him, like, hey, Nate's kind of going to be the guy going forward. Like, that's probably who we're going to roll with as a starter for the next few years, just letting you know, RJ.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of being like, y'all are competing until both y'all are actually on varsity, like, he told RJ that. And after Christmas break his freshman year, he was at Westwood.
Yeah.
So he played as the backup on freshman A-team. RJ is also just a great kid, one of the best teammates I've ever played with. And he was like, Coach, I just want to get on the field. Like, I don't care what it is, but I want to play. And he was the starting safety for like the last half of the year. So, but before transferring in to Hudson Bend, if he would have stayed where he was at, RJ Martinez would have gone to Vista Ridge. And if Nate Yarnell stayed where he was at, he would have gone to Austin Anderson, I believe, or Bowie, one of the two. So
interesting.
Both of them ended up at Lake Travis. So
yeah, there's the Round Rock ISD has that weird stuff where kids, man, you might supposed to go to Stony Point, but you end up at Cedar Ridge, and maybe a kid that should be at Cedar Ridge ends up at Round Rock High, or whatever the case is. And then like you got Westwood, who's on the far west side, so that it backs up like to Vandegrift or Lake Travis. It's just I don't know, man. It's weird. It's weird how it works, but I will say 99.9% of the coaches in Central Texas handle that stuff the right way. Like if a kid's going to transfer, like you're not going to make it a headache.
Keep the business clean.
Yeah. Unless again, you get like a San Marcos type situation where it's
like, okay, we have to tell on y'all. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
kind of like when SMU complained about everybody cheating in the 80s in the Southwest Conference. Everybody's doing it. Yeah. But y'all are doing it with such arrogance and just complete disregard for everybody else that like you can't do that. At least act like you care that you might get caught.
Yeah. Well, to segue, I'm going to answer some questions before we get into some other stuff, because I do want to talk some interesting news about Colorado that came out this morning. So, but this question, people audio only. Antoine says, why is the media saying losing to Corian Moore and Michael Vasusi isn't a big deal after labeling them can't miss targets? I can't speak for the quote media. I feel like myself, I haven't said it's not a big deal. It is a big deal that, they're not getting those two prospects.
Yeah.
DeCorian Moore is the number 1 player in the state. And my personal belief, can't speak for Steve Sarkisian or the University of Texas staff. My personal belief is that the top players in Texas should play at the top schools in Texas, and that's up to those schools in Texas to get that thing done. Did it get done? No. He's taking a market resetting deal at Oregon, and you can't blame him for that. That's 7 figures. Texas was not going to give him that. They have certain numbers they just won't cross, and they weren't going to cross it for that one, and it's a huge loss, and we moved on. So was he a can't-miss guy, DeCorian? I almost never want to label a receiver can't miss just because there's 1 or 2 5-stars out of Texas at that position each and every cycle. But as good as DeCorian Moore is, yes, I would say he's a can't miss. DeCorian Moore, I don't know how to say this. I I think he is the most dominant high school player I've ever seen. When he wants to turn it on, you can't F with him. He's going to get open. He's going to score on your defense. Not a lot of guys are able to just flip that switch and do what they want to do to you like he can. So I would say DeCorian is a can't-miss target, but, like, let's say DeCorian was never considering Texas, and now it was just out of the picture. And the number one in-state receiver they're going to have a chance with was Khalil Lockett. I wouldn't label Khalil Lockett as a can't-miss guy because DeCorian Moore is just that good. That's how I view DeCorian Moore. And I'm not taking anything away from Khalil Lockett. He's a 5-star receiver. He should be a projected first-round pick. That's how talented he is. But DeCorian Moore is just that. He's in the Harold Perkins category for me, the elite of the elite category, where it's like the same with Devin Sanchez, where this is a first-round pick as long as he doesn't get hurt. So where as far as Fasusi's a huge loss. Fasusi's a bigger loss than DeCorian Moore is. They need offensive tackles. Last year they signed one, and he's more of a right tackle, if anything. And if he might not even end up playing tackle long term, Brandon Baker. Yes, probably going to get a decent consolation prize with Nick Brooks. You know, he's everything Kyle Flood loves, 6'7", 350, big as hell, plays with a mean streak, all that. But, you know, I'm going to say what other people might not. He's not Michael Fasusi. He just isn't. And Michael Fasusi is a projected first-round pick. He's a 5-star talent, and he's a very special prospect. I love Michael Fasusi as a kid, as a prospect. He's young. He'll be 17 when he enrolls. He won't turn 18 until next July. So
there's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference, Jordan, between saying something isn't a big deal, brushing it off, and just looking at the facts of a recruitment. Like with DeCorian Moore, knowing what we know now, DeCorian's family wanted him, and I think still wants him at Texas. We always got family in the Austin area. Kid wants to go to Oregon. And when you're going to get that kind of money to go to the school you really wanted to go, if you're Texas, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, short of giving him like an ownership stake in the program, I don't know what Sark could have done to get that thing across the finish line. Knowing what I know now and knowing what we all know now, that the family wanted Texas, but I think DeCorian at the end of the day just preferred Oregon. Now you can get into the nuances of did the staff do anything wrong in recruiting, blah, blah, blah. But to me, it's if the school I want to go to is going to put some kind of incentive on it, like you said, a market resetting incentive on it, then that's all that needs to be said. With Fasusi, if it really did come down to playing, I think there's two big factors. One you've talked about, and the other one I think everybody's talked about. The one you've talked about, after the official visit to OU, Fasusi and his family, it really flipped in how they viewed Oklahoma. I don't know what happened on the OV, but it seemed like their eyes really got open to Oklahoma during that visit.
Yes, they were. And I don't think I've reported this till now, but after that official visit to Norman, the 14th through 16th weekend, Fasusi was telling other kids in Dallas he was going to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I knew that. And I did report a little Oklahoma is in a better spot than I had thought, than most people thought for most of spring. But I was anticipating Texas kind of countering that momentum with their own official visit the 21st through 23rd weekend. I did think a little bit of that happened, but as we got further from the OVs and the dust settled, you could tell Texas didn't really do any damage into the momentum OU kind of grabbed on that OV. I've seen a few Texas fans. It's funny because there's like the notion that Oklahoma's broke. They're not broke anymore. They've organized their NIL department much more. They have a very, very, very impressive collective. They're not going to be losing very many recruitments about money like they have been the last few years when A&M or Mizzou or someone would just steal their kid at the last second. That's not going to happen at nearly as big of a rate anymore.
Yeah.
So with Fasusi, they were covered on the NIL side. The family liked them more. And I don't want to say he didn't trust Kyle Flood. Like he straight up told me, if, I go to Texas, I know I can be a first rounder, but I also know that if I go to OU, and that's because Beatonbaugh. I do think he trusted Kyle, or not Kyle. I think he trusted Beatonbaugh more than Flood. I think he just clicked better with Beatonbaugh, and I think that kind of happened on the OV at Oklahoma is when they kind of sealed the deal there. But I mean, for the last month, it continued. The OU was in front, but I kept anticipating Texas maybe making a push or something, and it never really happened, never materialized. So I do know how it might have come off as OU kind of overtook this thing in the last week or two. They kind of had it since the OV. But I think me and a lot of other people in the Texas market were tapped into that. And I just think me and a lot of other people in the Texas market were anticipating a later push, and that's not what happened. Another thing I want to say about Michael Fasusi, an amazing kid, a great kid. We'll say, though, Texas and OU did not have the highest bid. Neither of those schools were the highest bid. So
it's usually how that thing works, yeah.
No, but not UT or OU did not have the highest bid of the
Oh, yeah, it
five.
makes sense.
So
yeah.
Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's the other thing with Fasusi that's been out in the open that we talked about, it would be disingenuous.
Also, he has a best friend that's walking on his very best friend in this whole world since he moved to the United States of America 5 years ago. Sean Hutton, his dad was an alumni of OU, and he committed as a PWO. OU offered this kid a PWO in like January. A&M realized in like March, oh shit, this is Fasusi's best friend. We should PWO him too. They offered him one. Texas didn't give him a PWO till like April or May. Texas was the last school of the three in the mix to do it. So
I will say this.
That was part of it too.
South KMX says OU has close to $1 billion in debt. They're spending money they don't have. That may be the school may be in debt. The collective isn't.
Yeah.
So that's what you got to remember. That's different. There's different piles of money. I think similar to the Decoria Moore NIL side, where it's like, hey, I want to go here anyway. Now you're going to add something to it. You have all that stuff that's working in OU's favor for Fasusi. Plus, you can just look at the depth chart and say, my path to the field, I can get on the field quicker at Oklahoma, feasibly quicker than I can get on the field at Texas. There are just fewer bodies in my way to get on the field at OU than there are at Texas. And that doesn't mean a kid's scared to compete. That just means if I'm a 3-and-done guy to the NFL, if I think I'm that guy, then I want to get on the field as soon as possible and get that clock started.
Yeah, and another thing I've seen that kind of, I don't want to say rubs me the wrong way. It not super easy to get to me, but with Texas fans, like I've seen a bunch being like, well, this just shows the depth we have at Texas because, you know, he wants to play early there and we have Trevor Gooseby. Like, this is a good thing. No, it's not. This is a future first-round pick at left tackle. This is a true left tackle. Like Jeff has said, there are only so many guys year in and year out that can play left tackle at a high enough level in the SEC. This is one of them, and he will probably be able to do it as a true freshman. I don't necessarily know if he's Caden Proctor good, but he's pretty damn close to it. I think he will be starting. I don't know about week 1, but he'll be starting by the end of his freshman season. And again, I do know I get the Texas fans angle, the twist or whatever, but like what you don't want to happen is Michael Fasusi turning into what Kelvin Banks is for Texas, where you have a cornerstone future franchise left tackle for 3 years in a row because they do have a 5-star quarterback still, Jackson Arnold and other guys like that. So,
and by the way, if I'm Kyle Flood, Sark, and working with the collective, working with Texas One Fund, if they have the kind of seasons that we think they're going to have, if this O-line is going to be as good as we think it can be, then similar to like the Vernon Broughton idea, Jordan, but I don't think that's going to matter. I think Vernon's probably gone after the year anyway. But I would focus my NIL money. I would budget a certain amount to make sure you keep Cam Williams and DJ Campbell next year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I'm Texas, I'm doing whatever I can to pay Vernon Broughton. Obviously, you don't want to, overpay him anything outrageous, but it's like, buddy, we think one more season,
Yeah.
So
there's that to consider. But yeah, I mean, look, these things aren't binary. They're not black and white. It's not all or nothing. You can look at the depth at Texas and feel good about the future of the offensive line while still recognizing you lost out on Michael Fasusi and you can't go replace him with anybody else 1-for-1 in the class right now. You're not going to find that body. Now, I will say this, if you really want to look at a silver lining, if you look at how things lined up in this 2025 cycle, as you look to 2026, if John Turntine is as good as you think he's going to be, then this should be a really easy sell for Kyle Flood to John Turntine. Like, hey,
it does make the John Turntine
guy early. Yeah,
it makes his recruitment easier. And I see a lot of Texas fans saying that and being like, well, Turntine's better anyways. people need to stop saying that. I'm not saying Fasusi's better, but it's too early to tell. Also, like, what evaluations are y'all doing to make y'all come up with this? Like, but and I like Turntine a lot, but him and Michael Fasusi are different types of tackle types. If that makes any sense.
If I would turn like 38-inch arms or whatever. What'd you say his arm length was? 36?
No, Fasusi's longer.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, and is more. I don't even know how I can like word this correctly. Like Turntine's more of a powerful left tackle, if that makes sense. Where like Fasusi is, I don't know, more graceful. I guess I don't even know, but.
Yeah, it would kind of be like I'll think of a decent comparison.
Turntine is 6'3.5", Fasusi's 6'5", and again is longer. So, Coach 420 said, "Y'all know if Texas Sports Unfiltered is having a tailgate party for Colorado State. If so, I'm pulling up. Me be there, Scruggs. I will not be there because I will actually be watching John Turntine. Week 1, every single season." The high school season in Texas starts a week before college. For whatever reason, that's not the case this year. Week 1 of high school is week 1 of college. So next week, my schedule right now, if Texas closes on Jonah Williams, I'm going to see him play Manville on Thursday. And then Friday, I'm either going to go to Port Arthur Memorial at Decaney or Saxe at Capella. I haven't made up my mind yet. I don't know when I want to drive back to Dallas. And then it kind of depends on Jonah Williams, because if they don't get Jonah, then I'm going to stay in Dallas Thursday and Friday, because on Saturday I'm seeing Lancaster and North Crowley at the Star at 2 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock, Parkview, which is one of the state of Arkansas's top programs, plays Melissa at Melissa's super nice stadium, Kenny Deal Stadium, at 7 o'clock. So I got 2 high school games Saturday. That's where I'll be at. So I'm probably going to be watching Colorado State game on my phone or on my computer, but, if Texas does things the right way, the way they're supposed to, shouldn't have to worry much about that game. So, yeah. But
Jordan,
as far as the Texas Sports Unfiltered tailgate, I have absolutely no clue.
Do you want to go ahead and give your take on Nick Brooks at this point?
I need to dive more into him before I really speak on him, I think.
Okay.
But as far as like the prospect goes, as far as the recruitment goes, still even more confident about Texas now with Fasusi choosing OU.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we don't need an evaluation, but just
and to answer this, David Keith Williams, I never saw Evan Stewart in person in high school, so I can't really compare him to him. I do think he's a safer bet as a prospect to pan out as a first-round pick than Micah Hudson, Bryant Wesco, Jonte Cook, Jalen Hale, definitely Chris Marshall, guys like that. And, also Kalik and Jamie French. He's a safer bet than them, not taking anything away from Lockett or French. They're both very good and are projected first-round picks for a reason. So, like you said, that would be a very, very good 25 receiver haul. Jose said, Jordan and Jefe, you guys trust a freshman punter? It'll be his second game, probably his first punt of his career against Michigan. That's a recipe for disaster. There will be some punts in that game. You don't trust the boy Michael Kern?
I don't trust freshman punters.
Well, what if I told you he's from New Mexico?
Look, if Michael Dixon can have issues as a freshman, anybody can have issues as a freshman. Granted, Michael Dixon was coming to a new country. I don't think he'd played organized football before, so there's a pretty steep learning curve. But yeah, I don't to really get granular on you, Jose, I think Jeff Banks has to really trust his gunners on the punt team, because you're probably going to need to keep some extra bodies in to protect, maybe change your protections to insulate your punter a little bit. So you may just have, it may just be your gunners may just have to get off of the jammers and try to get down the field and make a play themselves. But yeah, no, I don't trust a freshman punter, especially on the road in the big house. It doesn't make me feel good, but hey, it is what it is at this point. I do feel like, there's at the same time though, I feel comfortable about Texas having Bert Auburn, who's kicked in enough big games at this point. So I think that doesn't balance it out, but everywhere else, other than the punting thing, Texas could have the best special teams unit in the country this year. I mean, between their return units and Bert Auburn and Will Stone on kickoffs, tell me why Texas shouldn't be a top 5 special teams team in the country and with the potential to be the best, as good as their coverage and return units should be.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at other comments, but yeah, I agree with you. I've said it on the show. I know someone who actually played at A&M for Jeff Banks, and was a defensive player. Was on a lot of his special teams units, and that guy later played in the NFL for several years. And I mean, I think I tell the story a lot, but he strongly believes Jeff Banks is the best special teams coach he's ever played for, or whatever. So a lot of respect for him. Definitely think he's the top special teams coach in the country. So.
You know who else thought that? Nick Saban thought that. That's part of the reason why Saban was so pissed when he went to Texas with Sark.
Yeah. Can you comment on this at all? It's
no, I don't. I'll be honest, CB. I don't remember the death stare that Major Applewhite gave Chip in the post-game press conference in Provo when Chip asked Mac about Manny Diaz's job status. I do remember though. It was weird because Mac didn't make those kind of moves where you fire a coordinator in season, but knowing the kind of short leash Manny was on, I knew for Chip to ask that question, I knew something was afoot somewhere. So yeah, it was one of those. It was one of those. It was
Major.
One of those nights. Yeah, it was one of those.
Major.
Nights.
The Mormon Missile just picked apart your sorry-ass defense. Can you please comment on your defensive coordinator status?
My thing with Major was I don't know, man. Major was between a rock and a hard place because Mac kind of threw him under the bus too a little bit, just from the standpoint of, well, we built our whole game plan around DJ, and then DJ got hurt. It was like, why the hell were you building a game plan around DJ? Plus, we've talked about it too. David Ash got concussed early in that game and clearly just wasn't right. And it was a pretty damn forgettable night in Provo. I'm glad I wasn't there because between the weather delay and the way Texas played, it was
yeah,
rough.
I want to scratch all BYU Texas games from memory. Want to do that.
Last year, but it took a BYU alum for Texas to get that thing right last year.
Yeah. Fozzie says the Duke OC is a real Lashley disciple, so Malik is going to be tossing the pill all over the place. I'm very curious how many picks he's throwing and how he does progressing from there. I'm just saying, if you're going to throw more passes, you're going to throw more picks. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So, hey, Jeff, CB got a
Rod Babers rookie card. I got 2, CB. I don't know which one you got. I got Rod's. I got his Bowman Gold, the short print, and is Upper Deck Finite. There's an Upper Deck Finite. There's a lower numbered version of it. I think I got the one that's numbered to. I think it's numbered to 999. I think. But yeah, I got a couple. Rod B rookies.
Yeah, I did see this.
The Team Talent Composite is out. Yeah.
Yeah, we dropped it while we were on air, and Texas came in at 4th.
Yep.
So pretty impressive. Kind of, no news that we didn't already know, but always interesting to see that type of stuff. I did.
Especially when you look back at years like some of those Charlie Strong years or the early Tom Herman years, when you see like, oh, Texas they're 9th in the Team Talent Composite. Yeah, what does that tell you? They got 4-star guys that aren't getting freaking developed. That's exactly what that tells you.
Yeah. Yep. Jeff, I don't know if you saw this. Did you see this? Arkansas's DC talking about sign stealing.
I've been busy trying to get part 2 of the Insider up this morning. So no, I didn't see it. I saw it. I didn't read it though. Antoine, you have to give me some cliff notes on that.
Yeah, I saw it. Basically, he was just talking about how everyone steals signs and how there was a team they played that had about 80% of their signs, and then that coach went to UCF. And when he went to UCF, he was like, just send me what you wrote down about us because I am curious. I want to see, and we're changing our signs anyways. And he had like 80% of the signals. And he's like, have you sent this to anyone? He's like, yeah, I've sent it to like a lot of people. like a lot of your opponents because
Yeah.
that's how this works. Coaches send it around. That's what they
Mhm.
do. And he was explaining that, and then explaining how they went and changed them. And he's also explaining them how, I mean, it's been going on for years where there'll be people on the sideline whose their job is to hand or hold like a tarp to cover up the people
Yeah.
doing the signs. Because there used to be, there'd be people in the box whose job was just to look at the signs, and that covers them. So he was talking about how now teams have gotten smarter. They're putting 2 dudes on the sideline where their job is just to look across and do that, because you can't block that or else your players can't see.
Right.
So he was talking about how everyone does it. It makes it harder. But, you know, he wasn't really complaining. He was just saying, like, this is kind of how it is. And, you know, the only people that are complaining are the people that aren't smart enough to change their signs. So
when I first, there's all kinds of gamesmanship, right? Like I don't think Sark has ever confirmed or denied, and I don't think Sonny Dykes has ever confirmed or denied that TCU had Texas's signs for the 2022 game in Austin. That was, I think Chip reported that. Now, I don't think either side has confirmed or denied that it happened or didn't happen.
You know, looking back, I think they did. Do you remember that week how there was some buzz that TCU had someone in Texas's practice or something like that? Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was one of those old. Yeah, it was one of those rumors. Yeah.
But I mean, the only touchdown Texas scored that game was the Johnny Barron scoop and score. So.
It was the worst game. It was the worst offensive game in Sark's time here. Like it was, they were badly. Bijan was what, like 8 carries for 22 yards or something like that. Is the worst non-injury game I think Bijan had since his freshman year.
Yeah, and
when Tom Herman wouldn't give him the ball.
And they left Quentin Johnson wide ass open in the end zone.
Man, now defensively, I will say that was I'll just say Gary Patterson did a lot of advanced work for PK on that game, and PK called a really good game. It was just they ran they basically that touchdown you're talking about where Quentin Johnson got wide open, Jordan, they basically just ran like an ideal quarters beater because Texas was playing a lot of quarters coverage that year. They ran a cover 4 beater, and Anthony Cook got caught out of position, and nobody covered Quentin Johnson.
Yeah, and that game was nuts. They had a ridiculous visitor list, and they would have had like 4 or 5 kids commit that day if Texas won. Like Anthony Hill was planning on committing that day if Texas won, and then they didn't. And he waited till a week later.
Because as bad as they lost the game, but if you think about it, TCU really won that game on 2 plays. Kendre Miller busted that long touchdown run, like a 70-something yard touchdown run, and then that coverage bust that Quentin Johnson scored on. That was pretty much all TCU got on offense the whole night.
Yeah. Now, looking back, I mean, that's one of the worst offensive games of Sark era, if not the worst.
I think it is the worst. I think
they probably did have the signals. Yeah.
I looked it up. I think the only game that was worse in terms of like yards per play, I think it was the Iowa State game his first year.
Yeah, Jesus. I thought you might have said the Arkansas game or something.
No, actually, Arkansas, they did, because remember they scored a couple touchdowns. They scored that touchdown late, and Casey came in mop-up time and led a couple long drives. But you remember the Iowa State game, like Bijan got dinged up in the second half. I think he had like a stinger or something. But Hudson Card was banged up. Casey was having the thumb issue. So basically, like, you went into a game against a really good defensive team questioning whether either of your quarterbacks could handle the forward pass. Like you were basically a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. Is basically what Texas was in Ames that night. I mean, seriously, they were.
Good one. Yeah. Jake Bayless, my brother-in-law, is a teacher in North Carolina. I have him slide 13 a couple bills on Texas' behalf. That's what I'm talking about. Hashtag Cruton. OU having a disappointing season could change a lot. I get what you're saying. This is about Fasusi. I don't think he's flipping, though. He's a very, very smart kid. He knows exactly how OU is prepared to go into the season, and I think knows they're going to be probably a little better than average at best.
Do you realize how every Florida State head coach post Bobby Bowden, no matter who it's been, has kept Odell Haggins on staff as the defensive line coach, and Florida State just keeps recruiting badass defensive linemen? I think that's going to be Bill Bedenbaugh at Oklahoma. I think he's the made man there. He loves it in Norman. And if Brent Venables got fired tomorrow, whoever the next head coach is probably going to keep Bill Bedenbaugh as their offensive line coach.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. David Keith Williams says it's been implied that UT has as much NIL funding as any program. However, more of that funding goes into retaining talent as opposed to recruiting talent. What's your view on this, Jeff?
I would rather, me personally, I would rather the money go to proven commodities on my own roster, just because look, tampering happens. And even if it's back channel tampering, Jordan, you know this, even if it's back channel tampering, it's still tampering. So it happens. I would want my guys that are draft eligible, and not every draft eligible guy is gonna, like you could have offered Bijan the moon, and it's still like you'd be doing him a disservice if he didn't go pro after his junior year. Like it wouldn't be fair to him. But a guy like take a guy like Jalen Ford, right? Going into last year, it made sense because Jalen Ford I don't know if he made more in NIL money, but I would venture it's probably somewhat comparable what he made in NIL money his last year at Texas compared to what his first check was for the signing bonus with the Saints. Like stuff like that, guys that are going to be like mid-round picks, day 3 type picks to convince them to come back for another year. That's where I would use my NIL dollars. It's just an easier proposition when instead of just some recruits, you have to do that. But
yeah,
if you've got a choice, I would rather do it with my own guys and keep that money in-house.
Yeah, same. And one thing collectives are starting to do, there's different bonuses and like incentives. Like a fair amount of schools now, there's a bonus that's literally just basically the don't go in the portal bonus, and you get it after the window closes. And that's what it is. So, yeah, schools they're starting to get better about, thinking towards the future. How are we going to set this thing up with the money and recruits as well? If we don't get Michael Terry and Jonah Williams as Texas in a little trouble as far as recruiting.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Yes, if they don't, Jonah Williams if they miss on Jonah, that's a much bigger problem than Michael Terry. They need safeties. They
not great, Bob.
Can't afford. So
yeah,
Stream East, it's not done yet all the way. I can see the guys in the waiting room, so I won't get into it. But I have plenty of intel on this. I've been talking to NIL folks throughout the world this morning about it.
Colorado going to the Saudi public fund for NIL money.
Yeah, I can actually talk a lot about the Saudis and NIL. It's something I'm very curious and interested in. I've done a lot of research with NIL guys. I will say though, everyone thought that Colorado fired the special teams coordinator because he went to try to go get funding from the Saudis and went all the way to Saudi Arabia or the Middle East. I don't think it said Saudi Arabia, the report, just Middle East. He didn't get fired for doing that. He got fired because he couldn't get any money out of them. That's what happened. He didn't resign because they were like, holy shit, you dumbass. You just went to the Saudis. What are you doing? They fired him because they were like, oh, you dumbass. You didn't get any money. See ya.
It's one thing for I think that's called overestimating your worth. Like it's one thing for the Saudis to do business with, have their own golf league or buy a soccer team or do business with WWE, the global, like these global brands, like that makes sense. Dude, how many of those guys knew anything about University of Colorado football?
Well,
I'm guessing I'm
here to bring the info.
A whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to speed through these comments. We got a lot. It was a good show today.
Rob, Dion jumped the shark. Like, the shark got jumped a long time ago with Colorado. Like it feels like a disservice to gimmicks to call Colorado a gimmick program, or like I don't even know.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna look back on this era of Colorado football and it's gonna be just totally bizarre to look back on it.
Yeah, there was a kid in the juice program that got offered by Colorado a couple of days ago, and I was like, "You're not actually considering them, are you?" And he was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "Man, Dion is not going to be there still come signing day. How much money do you want to put on this?" And he was like, "Yeah, I know." So the kids are wearing. I pulled this up.
Look at Jordan. Jordan, you man, you get to share the stage with damn Alex Okafor's going into the Longhorn Hall of Honor this year.
Yeah. So we got a panel going over at 5:30 fall football kickoff, Dallas, Texas, Exodus. This is in Dallas. If you want to find this information, it's all on Twitter. Just go to the Texas Sports Unfiltered Twitter.
Next Thursday?
No, this is tonight. This is tonight.
Oh, this is tonight. Why the hell did I think that was next week?
So this is the address if you want to be there. Again, all this info is on our Twitter. It'll be me, Bobby Burton from OTF, Tony Hills, Fozzie Whitaker, and Alex Okafor. So looking forward to seeing y'all there. Feel free to pull up. Would love to meet some of y'all. And yeah.
See, man, everybody knows Jeremy Hills. Everybody knows Jeremy Hills now because Jeremy trains guys, and he's involved in that Third and Longhorn podcast with Fozzie and AO and my guy Rod Babers, Derek Johnson. They're all a part of that. But Tony Hills, Jordan, was the answer to a trivia question for a long time until Connor Williams got drafted. Anytime I wrote about offensive line, I'd have to say, hey, Texas hasn't had an offensive lineman drafted since Tony Hills went in the 4th round in the 2008 draft of the Steelers. And you know what's
next is Kelvin.
All three of those guys.
Christian Jones.
Yeah. Shout out to Connor Williams for breaking that streak, and hopefully Kelvin Banks breaks the 1st round streak. Mike Williams in 2002 was the last 1st round pick on the offensive line. All three of those guys, you've got 3 guys that have played. They played in the national championship game, and all 3 of those guys have played in the Super Bowl.
Nice. Yeah. Good to know. Yeah, I've never been to a Dallas, Texas Exes meeting. I'm not even a Texas Ex myself, so I hope they accept me. I am 21, never did a day of class, but this is my first time doing it, first time doing a panel, so I need to do some research. I'll be doing that between now and 5:30 on the guys. So
Antoine, it's good to know you're keeping that A-Leaf ISD pipeline going. The Hills boys were Elsick Rams, and Smith of Robo goes to Hastings, right?
Yeah, he's a Hastings kid. I will say, Antoine, this is the last thing I'll say before I bring the guys in. I was a little disappointed in Smith of Rugbo when I stopped by the school in May. I was like, Hastings and Texas have pretty good history, man. And he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, Rod Wright. And he was like, Rod, who is that? And me and Colin Kennedy were like, and I explained to him, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, he's quite literally the D-line coach for the Texans right now.
Yeah.
And played at Hastings, then Texas, then the NFL, and now coaches in the NFL. He's like, really? He went here? And I was like, yes. Yeah. So, I don't know. Can y'all circle Las Vegas?
Look at that, man. How about that? This is these are some fine digs right here, man. This
Wags, you're a mute.
You take an old redneck out and stuff him in a place like this, and it's like, man,
Double R gonna be acting a fool.
Oh man, already. What do you mean acting? Continue acting.
Hey Rodney, when you get to the sports book, let me know about Colorado and Colorado and for their opener. Let me know where those lines are.
That's right. Yeah, but you know what? You're right, man. This era of Colorado football, it's like what a clown show this has become, man. It's like, what is this? It's a sideshow. It's like coming to a town near you, the Colorado Traveling Brigade.
When they look back on life and the fabric of our society in this year in the day of our Lord, they're gonna think, "Wow, what a clown show!" Because we're all just a clown show. It's not just Colorado; it's the fabric of our society, my guy.
Absolutely. Yeah,
sorry, I'm already getting into it. It's a Thursday, baby.
Oh, is that what it is? I'm all thrown off.
You know what it is? I wish I was in Vegas. I'm feeling the energy that you're in the damn Sin City already, my dude. What do you got going on? What's around you?
Everything. This place,
hey, boys. I gotta run. I will see y'all later. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hey man, Jeff, you don't want to stick around? We're about to get sinful, Jordan. Come on.
No, we will do that tomorrow. Jeff, tomorrow I need you to remind me about the Saudis and the PIF money because I do have some stuff I want to talk about.
Yeah, I didn't know you were doing homework on that for your own purposes, but I'm interested to know what you dug up.
I just sent some texts and I'm like, I know you know a lot about this. You actually know these people. Tell me about it. And that's better info than a Sports Illustrated article. So
there you go.
I'll bring it to y'all tomorrow. We'll see y'all then. Y'all have a good one.
Later, brother. Be good, man. Be safe.
Double R, you got to do me a favor.
Yeah.
On behalf of everybody at Texas Sports Unfiltered, if you get to the sports book, I'm seeing it still Colorado minus 9.5 against North Dakota State.
Okay.
Man, if you can get that, just make it the TSU bet. You can even throw down a 20 spot, whatever. But I gotta get in on that. I gotta feel like I'm part of that because
that's right.
That is gonna be Wags. That is my stone cold lead pop.
You're set on that one, yeah.
Century. Is
All
North
right.
Dakota State covering that 9.5 against Colorado?
That's scary, Jeff. I don't know.
It's 9.5, man. If it was
I
like
know.
3.5, I'd be like, I don't know. Do 9.5. I feel good about 9.5.
Yeah, it's
You
a
don't
little
think
much.
Colorado can put up 14 against North Dakota State?
Dude, Colorado's defense couldn't stop Westlake or Lake Travis. What the hell you think what's going to happen when they face North Dakota State?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
Hey, Jeff, I will, concede to you, my friend. For sure.
Look,
I mean,
man,
9.
I'm not
That's
ashamed
doable. I'll
to
take a
admit
flyer on that. I'll take a little flyer.
I'm
See
not
if that
ashamed to
covers
admit it. I'm going to hate watch my share of Colorado games this year.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sure. I think you and the rest of the national pundits
I
will all
am-
be. I don't know. I was kind of rooting for Dion last year. I'm
not
kinda
now.
like the villain.
Yeah.
But every
like,
story needs
I'm
a
over
villain,
it.
my guy.
I'm
Yeah.
social media stalking my ex at this point. It's the equivalent. Like I'm gonna hate watch Colorado. Just piss myself off just for no reason on Saturday night. Because they're gonna play a lot of those Big 12 late games, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So,
Yep.
All right. Double R, Wags, you guys have a good show. Flipping it over to Chaos Theory. As for It's Only an Hour, Jordan and I will be back to do it tomorrow. And I want to know about Jordan's homework on the Saudi public fund in Colorado football. And this is just Colorado football is just a giant rib on all of us at this
It
point.
really is, man.
We'll get into that tomorrow. You boys have a great show. And
Later, brother.
we'll be back
Be
to do
good,
it
man.
tomorrow.
Let Jeff.
There he goes. Jeff and Jordan out, and Rodney and Wags in. The king, Rodney Rodriguez, up in the desert there in Sin City, as BK chimes in as well.
There he is, Jason, right there.
So that's flyer. I saw that you guys came back, and it looked like you had like little servants or indentures, like your little cronies, putting up your royal banner behind you, man. Dude, walk me through it. You know damn well how much I'm so fond of Sin City. Please describe where you're at and all the sinfulness that you can be around.
Wags, I'm gonna. So
First off, how was the flight? Good flight.
A little rough getting in here. Probably about the last 30 minutes, man. We were like bouncing around and all this. I don't know what it was. I mean, it couldn't be rain. I mean, this place is dry as it is back home. But we got here, and when Chip and Zay get here, I'll elaborate more on how we got picked up. So we come walking out, and there's a guy there waiting for us. And I'll give you those details later on when they get here. But then the way that they brought us here, Wags, let me tell you something, dude.
Would you get in a limo?
Yeah,
man.
Limo with a stocked bar, my man. The guys like everything on the right, you can have it before we even get in there. And I'm thinking, some snacks or something. Dude, there's booze everywhere. I'm like, what in the heck is this? So I proceeded to try to drink everything that I could before we even got here. So
how much money have you spent?
I haven't spent a lot.
That's what the booze is for, my dude. That's they're lathering you up, my guy. They're lathering you up.
The good thing is, then we get here. We finally get here. We come walking in. We go straight to a bar, and of course, BK knew somebody, and she's like, "You guys drink. Go ahead and drink, and it's on me." And I'm like, I'm loving this already. So just kind of feeling all this out. I mean, the sports book is right out there. There's
I gotta move you over, Rodney. It's messing with my neck. Hold tight here.
Okay. Yeah, but there's everything that you can think of here. This is a sports palace. This place is unbelievable. I'm on the 21st floor, and I'm overlooking. They have this thing that's called a stadium pool, and I posted this on social media last night. Wags, there is this massive TV that stays on all freaking night long. It is on all night long. Sports and wagers is all that's there. And then you got the pool. It's like, how's a man supposed to rest around here? Oh, dude, this is a really cool place. And these games that you can sign up for here, unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. This is the hub to be this weekend.
This isn't the first time you've been to Vegas, though, right? Like,
No, this is my first time here. I will tell you,
Staying at the Circa, my dude.
I haven't spent a lot of time. When I've come to Vegas, I've spent more time on the Strip. But I got to tell you, man, right here in this Fremont region down here, you walk right out of this place and you're right there on Fremont. And it's
how close are you to like the beer garden or the winery? And you know what I'm talking about? Because I know there's a beer garden up around you.
Yeah, it like right here within walking distance.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, I mean everything that you can look for is right here. I mean, there's even like a convenience store across the way. I mean, and the Golden Nuggets right down the way. It's everything.
Iconic spot,
dude. It is. I highly recommend this place, and it is new, brand freaking new, man. Brand freaking.
My
new.
dude, you guys plan on going to see any acts? I'm sorry, the T is not enunciating right there, but acts.
I think we were joking around when we got here about going to see Shania Twain. I don't know if
are you serious? Is she still playing? Is she still performing?
Still has her residency, I guess they call it. She's so I don't know. I mean, I think the only one that probably yeah, and she's looking all right. She's looking all right.
Come on, she's got she ain't Dolly. Come on.
I think the only person that gambled last night was probably Chip, and it was probably this morning when he did it. So I don't think anybody's done that yet. I think that's the plan for today.
I'm living vicariously through you sons of guns, man.
And then we've got there's a social event tonight for all the folks that sign up.
Oh, nice.
For the folks that sign up for the games and for media. Open bar, all this stuff right down the road. So we're supposed to go partake and talk some sports. So it's going to be a good. And then we got NFL preseason, so it should be a good time tonight up in here.
Yeah, no, I see the comments, Grant. Unfortunately, no, I was not able to make it out to Vegas. Some things came up around the house. I got to do some. I'm remodeling the bathroom, guys. I can't leave in the middle of the remodel. I can't. I would. That's just a battle that I don't want to fight right now. We're not set up and ammoed up and equipped to fight that battle on that front. We're going to continue to let that one go. We're going to acquiesce to the wife and say no, we're not going to Vegas. We got another trip planned sometime soon. Nah, man. I got to pull strings to get on that one. There's no way in hell she's going to let me go to Vegas and this one. So, anyways, my dude, live vicariously through me, please, good sir.
It's hard to leave your house like when your house is like somewhat in a shambles. You know what I mean? Like when you take off and it's like people are going to be working there. I mean, we had a trip a while back, and I think we had both of our daughters home, and it was like, okay, we can go on our trip because they'll be there to deal with whatever. And I'm like, oh, you like that banner right there?
I love it, bro. That's what it's all about.
That is live right there, man.
As we're talking about remodeling, man. And yes, the servants are back. There they are.
Yeah, look at that. Intern Brock on the scene comes rolling up.
Should we call him? Is he an intern? Can we call him something more? Can we call him Squire? Young Squire.
I think that's.
I'm sorry, man. I'm still in Game of Thrones mode, man. I've binge watched 5 series again, so
yeah.
Let's call him Squire. Podrick, young Squire. Podrick. Yes.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. But he is on the scene right here. BK's here as well. So Chip and Zay coming up for 1 to 3. So they'll be holding the fort down here in the Galaxy. I think this is called the Galaxy 2 room, and it is quite the setup in here, man.
Right on. Well, welcome. Good afternoon. I was getting ready to say good morning.
Weird.
It's funny how 2 hours does throw you off. It's still you're only wait. You're 2 hours behind. Correct?
Yeah. It's
desert time.
It's
or
10 here.
Mountain time, desert time, whatever you want to call it. But
I was
good afternoon to you, good sir. You can wish me good morning or whichever. It's kind of funny being in different time zones. I love it here. But no, we welcome in everybody. You can find us on our Twitter handles. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. You can find Rodney there at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at _Rodney R. I'm in the gram at the Wagner Wire. Make sure you're also hitting us up on that Coda text line if you're out and about rolling, solo like Han, or maybe you're doubled up with your partner Chewbacca or whatnot. 512-222-9328 is that Coda text line. And then make sure you're smashing that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, so you can be a part of this conversation. Also, you get a little badge too. I always forget to mention the little badge.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, you get like a little signature
distinguished
gentleman of the court. Yes, good sir.
Yeah,
yes.
But
I got to snap out of this, man. I am really sitting here trying to speak an old Valerian and shit.
With the time, I mean, I woke up this morning like at 4:30, And I'm like, okay, now what do I do? So
you go gamble. That's what you go do. Well, you go down and you sit at the casinos, and maybe if you're just putting in just a nickel or two, they bring in, a little bit of a breakfast Jack Daniels.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it was, I'm like, okay, I probably ought to try to sleep some more because, I know things are about to get disrupted. So was able to do that. And then, no, but the time is definitely odd. I'm like texting people at that time. And it's like, oh yeah. That's right. Because they're awake. They're at work right now. It's good stuff.
My only advice to you, my lord, is you're in the land of royal company there. I would say continue to be drunk. Stay drunk all day long. Don't let the hangover hit you until you're on the plane Saturday coming home, my dude. That is the plan. Whenever you go to Sin City, that's the plan. You stay inebriated. You stay lubricated.
Yeah.
And then you take the tour. You take the tour, my guy.
That's going to be a given. That's going to be a given. We've got an event.
Rob said, all right, what are your all's favorite games in Vegas? Rob says find roulette. I don't think I've ever played roulette, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I never have.
I think I played in AC, like in Atlantic City, but I don't think I've ever played in Vegas. Usually, dude, it's 3-card poker for me. Like 3-card poker, craps. I'm not skipping those tables. You say slot. I know that you're a slots guy, but I don't think we heard from everybody else, from everybody else that watches the show or people that tune into Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'd love to hear what their favorite games are, man.
Yeah. Tell us.
Take me. Hey, look, blow on them, baby. Blow on them.
Yeah.
I'm your guy. I'll hit the point. I will hit the point, my dude.
Hawk Tua.
Oh God, she'd blow the dice. She'd blow the spots off the dice.
No, yeah. You guys tell us, and if I haven't done it, I'll go try it and think of you, especially if I'm shoving money in my pocket. So that'll be the plan right there with that.
Take some money from my buddies. All right, man. What do you want to lead off to?
Wags, the weird thing about this is doing the show at noon back home. It's like stuff happens that we can talk about.
Yeah, we should be waiting on an announcement, right?
It's done.
Okay, let's talk about it.
It is done. So here we go. I'm going to find it right here. I think I know what I'm saying here. So you had the joint press conference there with CDC and Trev Alberts, and it was like, is it going to be a neutral thing? What's going to be with A&M in Texas? What's going to happen? Pretty much knew that it was going to be a title sponsor situation, and that's what it was. A company out of Houston called Colton Holdings. Or Cotton Holdings is what it is, and it looks like very much an infrastructure company. Cotton Global Disaster Solutions, Logistics, Culinary. Well, that's the art of catering. I guess that's infrastructure, right? And then there's going to be a trophy awarded to whichever school wins the most head-to-head matchup. So kind of a governor's cup here with the Lone Star Showdown. So don't worry. Games are not going to a neutral place, so all of that is good. Just like
I can't remember if this was B or C on BK, or no, I don't even think he gave us letters. I think he gave us numbers on best possibilities that could happen. A was, or one, I think, was clearly saying that Texas A&M just says no, we don't want to have this anymore. You are obviously the better
Big Daddy.
Daddy, when we never want to play you, we surrender and we submit. I don't know if that, I can't remember. I'm paraphrasing here. But I do know that I think hardware was one of the scenarios that BK would have liked to see, a great hypothetical that he would have liked to see roll out. I was under the doomsday, cloud with everybody else on the damn interwebs and thinking that we were going to be playing at a neutral site. That's honestly what I thought was going to be announced. Thankfully, no, it was just, kind of got leaked over the weekend that it was going to be a sponsor announcement, a sponsorship announcement. Thankfully we got some hardware now. We got some ownership, some material that says that we are still the better victors. I would love to see things put in retro on how many times, like a trophy go up already in place with like, all right, this is this is what has happened so far, and have like the little placards or whatnot all throughout the years. And then have it continue out and be it in retrograde. I don't know if that's the deal or if that's how it's going to roll out, but still, man, nonetheless, it's great to see some type of value, that we can have in our hand and say, hey, it might not be the golden hat, but at least it's, it's something that's going to be adding to the tradition of college football.
Yeah. And with the other part of that, Wags, you had to know that with the rivalry coming back and the impact that it was going to have. I mean, this is like one of the biggest rivalries in not just college sports. I mean, this is one of the biggest rivalries in sports. And you knew with that coming back that there were going to be suitors there that would want to throw money at this thing. And I think it was a really nice tease right there. I think where when it was held in Houston, and it was like, why in Houston? I think BK mentioned about maybe moving it to Reliant, which I would have thought if they were going to do a neutral, they would do maybe Jerry World, but obviously now we know it was in Houston because it's a Houston-based company. So it's just more money that's coming at it. It's going to intensify things. And the thing is, even with the trophy, it may not bring monetary value. But I mean, I think that's something when it comes to recruiting for both schools that already have a lot of money, it's going to heighten that part of it.
No, but it's bragging rights, man.
Yeah,
it's we get to take this home for the year, you know.
That's it.
And then our greatness gets added to the rest of the greatness of history of kicking your ass. Like, that's what it's all about, man.
Yeah.
To me, I am, ladies and gentlemen, I am petty. I am petty, and I like letting you know that I kicked your ass.
And it's because I see this a lot in high school.
I don't know why, man.
Yeah. I see this a lot in high school sports. When Westwood and Round Rock play, they've got that bell, that big ass bell. Oops, that big bell that they have, and it's like whoever wins, gets that. And there have been years, Wags, where it's like one of the two teams isn't very good, and they step it up and win that damn bell.
It's a Super Bowl. It is. It is an absolute Super Bowl. Now, thankfully we talked a little bit about Texas A&M 2 days ago, or a few days, maybe Monday, might have been Monday, to where, we kind of think the Aggies have a chance to actually get, a decent season to maybe even contend for a 10 win season, which I would think that's kind of crazy, but I got them at 9, but we'll see. We broke that down a few days ago, but still, I think this adds awesome stuff to the tradition. I can't wait to be able to keep this thing in our house for the first 5 years.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be overly cocky or overly confident, but I don't know. And this just adds to it, man. This what's in our house right now. I will talk so much shit, even though I did not play in the game, because there's a trophy involved now, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, and the other part of that is like when you say that, and people may be thinking, well, these guys are awful confident where that trophy is going to reside. We're not just talking about football, and I'm not saying that Texas is going to lose Texas A&M in football. This is for everything. This is for everything. So it's like I think we've already won 10 games before we've even started. We're 10 games ahead of them before we even start, Wags. So it's this is everything. This isn't win the football game and take the bell like I'm talking about.
Jason Meyer with the quote of the day: BK, Chip, Zay, Rodney, and young Squire Brock, 5 wolves roaming the desert in Vegas, looking for hookers and cocaine.
Ooh. And not necessarily in that order, my friend.
Maybe not in that order. My God,
Wags, I'm over here. Look, I didn't bring the bell, man.
There's got to be a Stark in Winterfell. Damn it! So somebody has to stay home.
That's right. And I got to tell you, the really cool thing about this, man, there are media outlets from everywhere here, man. I mean, not to name drop other people, but Mad Dog Sports is right behind that thing over there. You can't see it, but
is Russo there? Did you see Chris Russo?
I'm sure he probably is. Yeah, I just kind of came walking through here, and I'm like,
oh, Rodney, you gotta go say hi. You gotta go. He's probably doing some shit in New York, though. He's probably doing TV in New York. Oh my God, if he's there, Rodney, if he's there, please get my autograph.
Well, maybe that. Maybe
get his autograph for me. My God,
got to get him on here. We'll see if we can. We'll see if we can corral some people here. But Texas is well represented.
If we can. Oh my God, if we can talk baseball with Russo, are you kidding me? Are you, dude?
Yeah.
Where's Stu? Stu can make it happen. Where's Stu?
Well, he'd have to get a picture first. He gets a picture first. I think that's how Stu softens him up.
I don't care if Mad Dog gets washed. I just want to hear Mad Dog rip into my ass about the Orioles. I just want to hear him rip into my ass, man.
Hey,
speaking of which, we got a big bout coming up today, my dude.
Man, here we go. This is No, the Astros have been running off. Verlander looked pretty good last night, I got to say. He got his 5 innings in. I think he struck out 6 or whatever. They lost the game, but he looks ready. He looks ready. But yeah, man, these games coming up here, this is going to be really, really good with the Orioles and the Astros. Here's the Astros test, especially going on the road. This series on the road is going to be
the hitter's park, Rodney, and you're a hitter club.
I know. So I don't. So who do we have? We have Eric
Burnsy
Getty
tonight. Burnsy,
Eric Getty and
for
Burns.
us.
Yeah. So big series right here. I think in as we start to wind the season down. Got to talk about the Yankees. I mean, this is like, okay, who's going to be knocking on the door of the Yankees? Because man, these guys.
These are the two. I mean, and when you're the Yankees, all you want right now is just a cloud of shit to dump on both these two teams, and have people be missing out of the lineup. I'm not even going to say the word. Have people be missing out of the lineup for a couple of days or whatnot. That's what the Yankees want right now. But you know what? Pitchers just need to stay clean, stay healthy. And everything needs to just go the way that it smoothingly and seamlessly, and no bad things need to happen to our lineups here, my dude. That's all I want out of this. You know what? I wish you goodwill, good sir. May the best warrior win in the battle here between the two baseball clubs.
And I think
I don't even know how to put that in Old English. I tried to put that in Old English, but I couldn't.
I don't want to poo-poo on what the Astros have been doing right here, but what I've been a little concerned about is about that peaking thing. Maybe peaking a little too early. Well, now Alex Bregman, with the elbow stuff that's come up, he was a DH last night. He hit a home run, but he himself said that it's a very fluid situation. How he'll be playing at third base this year. So, I mean, that's a guy. I mean, you want him in the lineup. I mean, you got a couple of other dudes that you can run out there to play third, but ideally, this is a guy that you need in your lineup all the time. So, if he's not in a full time, he doesn't know if he's playing today. So, I really think that's a guy that you need to have in the stretch run.
Yeah, you guys. I mean, I don't think the Orioles come out completely clean here, but I do. I mean, I think we win tonight. Of course, with Burns on the bump. Here's the thing, right? You guys are what, 5 up? I think.
4 and a half.
5 up right now. We are a half game behind the Yankees. So if we're playing for sense of urgency here and playing for survivability, Orioles absolutely need every damn game out of these series here. Now, I would argue that the Orioles need every damn game moving forward until postseason. But the one thing that the Orioles do well is they win series, right? So you'd like to think they might drop one, or whatnot throughout moving forward all throughout the rest of the season. I don't see too many sweeps happening that much, but the Orioles don't lose too many series. That's where they kind of take the most advantage out of all the rest of the other ball clubs in the American League.
Yeah, and then
not take the advantage, but capitalize on the advantage.
Yeah, tomorrow's Hunter Brown and Suarez. So I think that's maybe where the Astros can tip that back to them
just a little bit. Yeah,
and then
that's the thing. Like, that's the Achilles heel of the Orioles, right? Like, the Orioles can mash. Everybody knows the Orioles can mash, but besides Burns, you really don't have a guarantee. And not to say that again, I harp on this, man. Starting pitchers don't get guaranteed wins because you turn it over to the pen and bad shit can happen and things can go awry. But the thing with Burns is that Burns usually gives you more than 5-6 innings. He usually gives you a deep run into the game, which helps out tremendously in your factor for you be able to capture the win.
Yeah. Saturday, Framber Valdez and Rogers. So you would think that's kind of lean towards Houston as well with what we've been seeing from Valdez. But I think this really is a pivotal series right here for both of these. If anything, just for the momentum and confidence coming out of this, because the Yankees.
I was going to say that the Orioles were going to win this series, but I think maybe Sunday on Framer, maybe. Yeah. I think the thing on Framer is that you got to get them early. But and the Orioles do. The Orioles usually jump out on top pretty quickly. But hell, that's the thing about the Astros too. I feel like a lot of these, both these clubs are kind of mirror images of themselves with the Astros, with clearly the advantage in the hurling department there.
Yeah. Rob, Jake, Cleveland does seem like that they could be possibly something as we get into the playoffs. But I mean, the Yankees. I mean, Aaron Judge last night, man, 2 home runs, 38th multiple home run game for this guy. So it's like, I mean, even if you don't, obviously we're not the Yankee, biggest fans of the Yankees, but it's like, man, and then
We're Yankee haters. I will say it straight up. I despise I loathe the Yankees. I can't stand the Yankees. I respect them. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if I respect them because they buy it. They buy it all they buy it all the time. They got tremendous talent, but they always buy the damn thing. When you got FU Bunny, it's easy.
Yeah, that's my biggest issue with them. That's my biggest issue with them. When you look at this, and we talk about the Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers are maybe doing that, like you mentioned a couple of weeks back, maybe a little bit more than the Yankees are right now. But the Yankees are the ones that started all this.
Sure.
I mean,
it's just considered. No matter what, at the trade deadline, the Yankees are always going to buy their solutions. That's usually how it goes. The Dodgers seemingly have been trying to get ahead of the curve in the offseason and trading for their trading for their big pieces or trading for their solutions and signing to large contracts. It's easy when you have the National League All-Stars, or that's how I feel about the situation. I think it's kind of lame. I think it's softer than a certain NBA player going to Golden State. We'll just say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Wags, of course, we've been talking about it all morning. I'm here at Circa in Las Vegas, Circa Resort and Casino. I mean, what a fantastic place to be. And these games that folks are here for this weekend is going to be massive here. The Circa Millions, Circa Survivor Contest. I was talking to people last night at a couple of different bars where you've got contingents of folks that have already embarked and made their way here to do this. I was talking to some dudes last night. It's a group of 5 guys that are all going in this together. Oh, lost Wags there for a minute. That are all going in this together. This really is a cool thing to do. This really is a cool way to follow the NFL season. As you gotta get signed up for this before the regular season starts. Here's additional information on what's going on here this weekend at Circa Resort and Casino.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select 1 team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Wags, I was talking to some
God,
dudes
man,
last
how do you
night.
have a cold in the summertime?
That's called pollen.
It's messing, dude. I got a screaming headache. My eyes feel like they're getting ready to jump out of my damn head here. That's where I went to take the dogs for a walk a little bit earlier this morning, and then went to go get medicine, allergy medicine or whatnot.
Yeah.
I hope that's what it is allergies, dude.
Yeah. Wags, I was talking to some dudes last night talking about that Survivor and the Survivor contest that we've been talking about here. And I think they're saying $9 million right there. These guys are telling me that this thing could reach $12 million.
And I got to be there to sign up.
Huh?
I got to be there in person to sign up for it.
Got to be here in person to sign up. I will tell you what I think is going to happen. I think that there's going to be a group of us that are going to go in. I think there will be one of these spots that are purchased, and we can.
I've played in this contest before.
Yeah. I think we're going to have there will be an opportunity for us all to be a part of this. So yeah, man, looking forward to that. Really cool stuff, and it is a big weekend here.
So I thought it was the contest that I played in was $300 a team, or a $300 entry, right? And you could buy as many entries as you wanted, but it was $300. And then you have to play it's not just your any old random Survivor League, right? After week 8, or there's a certain significant week where you have to pick 2 teams instead of just 1 team to be your survivor. So there's tremendous strategy that goes. I mean, we had an Excel spreadsheet that was blocked out the scene.
You would have to
possibilities. You got to have you absolutely have. You need a matrix. A matrix is a must.
Yeah,
you want to go and break this stuff down, man. But it's fascinating, dude. Yeah, 9 million.
So for the Survivor, and I mean the notes that I've actually gotten, those guys said 12. That piece says 9. It's 10 million guaranteed. And I mean, they're telling you right here, you choose a different team every week. You got to choose wisely because the teams that play on Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, Christmas, they have to survive those holiday weeks. So you have to factor that in as well. And that's where I think you do need a spreadsheet to be able to keep up with all that. Last entry standing wins $10 million. Oh,
that's a life changer, man. That's generational money, dude.
Man, God bless America, man.
That's generational money, my guy.
Man, you sit there and it's like, how am I going to pay the light bill? I got to pay the gas bill. I got to keep the lights turned on. I need gas for my car. And then you win that. Holy moly, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
I saw this. Can the Orioles survive losing all this pitching? They're keeping pace. They're keeping pace, but I don't know. Usually, man, it's pitching that not just wins you games, but carries you to the promised land. And that is what has been the Achilles heel of the Baltimore Orioles for the past 2 seasons since they've started to flourish with this, lumber assault. I don't know. There's a lot of other teams that, I've seen Cleveland mentioned in the comments here. Cleveland always has pitching. Houston seems to always find the pitching that they need, and then Yankees usually have a nice little balance of both there because it's bald. To be honest, with you. It's just bald. The Yankees can't cry about anybody else trying to take any advantage. I mean, sure they might do it within when you do it within the rules, then yeah, but sometimes the rules are meant to be bent, I would say. I think everybody is bending the damn rules. I don't know.
Well,
now it's starting to sound like a damn villain.
Well, and I'll tell you the best part of this, as a gentleman walks by with a New York Yankees cap on, the best part about
burn it.
Get him back over here, go knock him down, take a leak
South?
or something.
No, South's doing Gotham.
No. The best part about this is when the Yankees have a run like this, it's even sweeter when they crap the bed in postseason. It's like, yeah, man, seemed like there was no way that you're going to lose the World Series, and then you find a way to lose, get swept. Yeah, man, that's the thing when you have a run like this. So,
wishful
a lot
thinking.
of baseball to be played. A lot of baseball.
Wishful
to be
thinking. It seems like the team. If I'm gonna walk this back and I'm gonna place, if I'm gonna think that the Orioles are gonna take 2 out of the 3 here, I would probably think that would be Thursday and Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Valdez, for some reason, just seems like he gets the wins. Like the team always seems like they just produce when Valdez is on the damn bump. Now, he had a little bit of a bump, so to speak, in illness, in the beginning of the season, but it looks like that's been corrected here. So I need to walk this back. If I'm going to place individual bets on these games, I'm going to have to sit here and say that I'll take the O's tonight. Man, that's tough. That is tough. I'll take the O's tonight. I can't do it. O's tonight, or O tonight, Houston tomorrow, and Houston on Saturday.
That's my thought.
I was going to try and pull it. There's just no way, man.
Yeah. I think Baltimore wins tonight. I mean, because the thing is, it's been so great to watch Hunter Brown materialize into what we hoped he was going to materialize in, especially with the start that he had, because a very rocky start for him. And there were even conversations where you need to get him out of the rotation, maybe even trade this guy, move him to the bullpen, do all of these different things. And this is the feel has kind of been with Hunter Brown, because a lot of the pitching style and some of his pitches are very much like what Verlander does. And it's been maybe the heir apparent right there that was going to have that slot. And he really has solidified himself as a great starter. So I think tomorrow against Suarez, and then with Framber Valdez, what you're talking about with him, Wags, that dude, he wins the big games against big opponents.
Too,
yeah. Yeah.
Good run support for Valdez as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we need to get LSU in here in the mix, but we got some other stuff to talk about too. Of course, before we get into that, let me tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. That's the website that you go to if you haven't seen the gallery of projects that's been done over the past 35 years since 1988. You need to go to that website. Check it out. It'll give you an idea of what you want. If you don't have an idea of what you want, maybe you got the 3 TVs that Rodney has back at his house in Tejas, or maybe you got the video wall with the 4 televisions that BK has as well. I like it kind of simple here. I like it, 2 TVs and not a whole bunch of craziness going on, but I also have a little bit of the craziness with the video games as well. So we got a basic home theater system downstairs too. Really clean setup. It's all done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. And don't forget our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If with the weekend coming up, remember, you're getting close to Labor Day towards the end of the month. That's when you want to, if you're in the market for a new whip, as we like to say, as we hipsters say, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned whip, the end of the month, towards the end of the month is typically the time that you want to do that. Well, Covert Bee Cave, it's always a good time. You can get your weekly specials right there at covertbeecave.com. Additional words here from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. If you're checking in a little later, you're thrown off. Wags and I on from noon to 1 today and tomorrow. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is false start. And, of course, Jeff and Jordan right there at that usual time from 11 to noon. But it'd be Wags and I at high noon for the next 2 days as I'm in Vegas with a couple of guys here from TSU here at Circa Resort and
High noon. I like that. High noon.
This is kind of nice, right, man?
No, you're stealing somebody. You're stealing somebody's show, but I mean,
So did I rip that off?
There's a show called High Noon, but
High Noon sounds like it'll be an old Western movie or something.
It's not. It's baseball.
Oh, okay. Well, we could play The Eyes of Texas at noon, but I think somebody already does that too.
The best Survivor season was 11 games. Then the 2021 SB champs Rams lost. Super Bowl champs lost to Green Bay by 8 points. Damn, bro. So I got to week 13, I think, where we were starting to pick between two teams in the last contest that I played with one of these things. And then we lost by a technical. We lost because we not only do you have to pick the teams, but you also got to pick the point total as well. You had to pick the point total too in case of a tie. We lost by like 3 points in terms of the differentiality with the tie. That's how close this damn thing was. And then the league ended 3 weeks later. It didn't even go into the damn play. Or no, excuse me. It was week 13 and it ended in week 16. Boom.
Oh man, that's a hell of a deal right there.
It sucked. It's we honestly thought we were going to win it. And yeah, exactly. Like I saw Jason's quote too. You need a matrix. You're not. You're not just going to win out of dumb luck. It doesn't happen like that. There's too many teams. There's too many. Think of this as like a large revolver, a large revolving gun, right? And in terms of wanting to fill up the chamber as many times possible so that your bullet strikes, right? You're not allowing other people in the contest, right, to take up space to get the right target or the bullet that's actually going to hit your target.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what you're trying to do by buying as many teams as you can to get in here to try and win this damn thing.
And this isn't something that you can like, okay, I'm going to work on it on Friday. No,
you got to be looking at the overall general schedule of the NFL here to see which teams are going to have the easier path or which teams have an easier path in the mid to the later portions of the season to where the inclement weather could take into place, but also you got to take into factor like how many teams are still going to be surviving or how many people that are in the contest are still going to be surviving out of that.
I
like gimmies. I don't take gimmies right away, bro. I don't. I like to sit here and take some of the weaker teams to see what they're going to do. Maybe they'll be able to find a way to knock off, a juggernaut or an average team, and then maybe you get a chance to kind of save one of your stronger suits towards the latter portion of the tournament or the contest.
And you have to be in tune with injury reports, and I don't mean just this week. It's like you have to and it's not injury report.
Who the
time.
secondary, who the backup secondary is, because
Exactly.
the starting defensive back's out. So now AJ Brown's going to burn yada yada or yada d on the damn field. It's you got to know, you got to be in tune with everybody, my guy.
Yeah. CB, a couple of things. Yep, Chip and Zay will be on. They'll actually be joining me here shortly. They are actually here. 109 yesterday in Austin, absolutely blazing hot when I left. They're 103 today.
109, and I got a cold, which is absolutely insane. It's just absolutely nuts.
It's definitely hot. Hey, Wags, before we get to LSU, so your man Bo Nix gets the nod at Denver. So now
we kind of knew that. I mean, based off of his play over the past over the first two preseason games, we kind of felt like that was going to happen. How do you feel about the Jets, though, real quick, not starting any of their players in the final dress rehearsal of preseason football?
I totally think that you need to get some reps in. I mean, it's the same reason that I'm concerned about CeeDee Lamb. Where it's like, get this deal done this week. Get this done this week, because it's these hammies. It's these different things. Yes, I know they've been in training camp. They've been working. They've been doing drills. They've been doing all these other things. But the speed of the game is magnified. Everything is magnified when you get in game situations. And when you just roll them out, when you roll your guys out in week one, expecting, yes, for the kind of money that they're paid, they should be hit. They should be in prime shape and ready to go. But
it takes reps. I mean, it takes reps to find continuity.
Yeah,
you got to be in unison, in sync with people. So
yeah, it's like when we talk about these college football scrimmages and high school football scrimmages where they're out there hitting each other all the time. When you start hitting somebody else, that's a huge difference. That is a massive difference.
Big motivator.
It's a
fun motivator.
Hell yeah, it is. And that's why I'm so curious to see with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I would have rolled this guy out to get some kind of reps here, man. Because by the way, he was hurt last year. He played 4 plays,
four snaps.
So
I don't think he played. Did he play any reps in preseason last year? I don't think. Right?
No.
I think he just played the 4 reps in the opener, and
that opener,
and that was it.
Yeah. Well, and then they won that game, so it's like, oh well, hell, they're going to be fine. Not so much.
Zach Wilson is now over with the Denver Broncos, who just the successor, or I should say QB1, was named by Sean Payton there, and it is Bo Nix for the Denver Broncos. Seemingly so. The dude was fantastic. Seemed like he was crafted and molded for 7 years in collegiate football and primed and ready to
Veteran.
get to the pros, man. It looked like that tour worked out for him. It honestly did.
This guy is very ready, man. Also, right quick, I saw this morning that Atlanta re-signed cornerback AJ Terrell, 4-year, $81 million deal. Let me tell you something. This whole Jerry Jones thing, all in, all this that we've been hearing, all this blah, blah, blah. Atlanta is all in.
Right.
Atlanta is all in. They went and got Judon last week. These guys are building on both sides of the ball. Atlanta is all in. That is what you call all in. Even Denver, somewhat.
How small or how large do you think this window is for Atlanta?
They are very much in the window is right now mode, I think, because especially with Kirk Cousins. You've got your quarterback for the future. I like what they're doing when they're resting Penix.
Right, how long do you think? Like, do you think maybe it's a 2-year window, 3-year window, or it's got to be win now or win or go home? You maybe have a season until until the thing starts to break down and deteriorate.
I think you're on about a 3-year window right now, because you've got, with Drake London, with Bijan, with a defense that, some of the pieces that you've added right here, you have them locked in for beyond a season. So, I think that's their Cousins is the question right there, and the health of Cousins. But that's where now when you think about it that way, in my opinion, a lot of people question the Penix pick. Now looking at that, it's
that's
like,
why you did it.
that was kind of a genius pick right there, the way that they did that, because
Well, I
they
feel
were
like
going to
you should always have
at
least two good quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a top tier, and then a quarterback that can win you at least 2 or 3 games until you get your quarterback back. Hopefully, it's a small stint away from the starting job that he was. Assuming.
Yeah. Well, Dallas still says all in. They signed Linville Joseph, 35-year-old defensive tackle, to a 1-year deal.
Great. I would work on getting other deals done.
And I read something this morning. They've been working to try to get this dude signed for 2 months. I'm like, it took you 2 months to get this done?
2 months to close on a 1 year. Oh, I mean, hell, dude. I don't. It probably took them 2 months because they've been back and forth trying to get CD and Dak done. So if you think about that, it does kind of make sense.
That deal needs to get done this week.
It should take that a long amount of time if you're trying to prioritize your 2 main dudes and you can't get them done.
Yeah. Longhorn Bear. We got a long snapper and we got a backup center in Zeke Elliott. So it's been a really good offseason.
I've got it.
Backup good season for the Dallas Cowboys. We are all in.
All right, so we had a good conversation, or we started to go down a really good conversation yesterday about wide receiver U. Looking back now, I think that the school we're talking about now at number 13, I think that they need to be in the mix for the conversation of wide receiver U, because it's OBJ. God, who's the damn dude that was with OBJ? Why is the name blanking me? Oh my God.
Thinking I've got a little alcohol brain going this morning.
Yeah, I figured you would.
Not as bad as other times though. That's tomorrow.
I can't. It'll come to me, dude. But then they also got Jefferson. They got Chase. They got
Jarvis Landry.
Jarvis Landry. Thank you very much. Jarvis Landry was the dude that was coming out with OBJ there. And then also decent pieces. What Malik Neighbors coming out that just fired off, in the modern day era. They feel like a good push for modern day wide receiver U. Now it hasn't been as prominent as Clemson, or it hadn't been for a decade. Well,
yeah.
No, I don't know. Peaks and valleys in between it, but again, I would say that USC and Clemson and LCB even made a great argument yesterday for Ohio State. Ohio State in the past 6-7 years have been producing top tier wide receivers, and I think starting with David Thomas. David Thomas would still be a stud if he could just not be injury prone or come back from injury. I mean, he was absolutely dominating, man. Now you got Garrett Wilson coming out, name the list, over the past 6-7 seasons from the Buckeyes there with Ohio State.
So with LSU, our number 13 team here in our Chaos Theory top 20. Obviously, you lose your Heisman Trophy quarterback, who is also going to be a starter this year. How about these draft picks?
Getting it done. I mean, Daniels was special not just because he provided so much with the aerial assault, but he was also the team's leading rusher too.
Multifaceted, man. Yeah, dual threat, 100%. So now you go with Garrett Nussmeier. That's a fun name to say.
Tremendous. Remember this dude in the bowl game though? Dude was lights out in the damn bowl game.
Yeah,
he can spin it. He can absolutely spin it, my guy.
Yeah. 395 yards passing, led him on a 100-yard almost touchdown drive to win that. For me, Wags, with LSU, the question is the defense. That defense last year was atrocious. Oh my goodness, man! They run the defensive coordinator out of town.
And that's the thing too. That's usually LSU's kind of notorious for speed and size, fast linebackers that can move from sideline to sideline, and hell. Texas with the proclamation of DBU, they have their own proclamation of DBU. There was a time where, they were producing some of the most talented defensive backs coming into the NFL, dude. So I don't know, to me, and that's, you'd like to think they made, you just mentioned it. They fired their defense coordinator and got a new defense coordinator in there. where did his name go from? I think it's Baker, as a matter of fact.
Baker
coming over
from Missouri.
From Missouri, yeah. So he should be able to get this secondary back up to snuff. There's holes. There's holes in this damn in this roster for LSU, but this is a team. I mean, they're rated number 13. I don't think it's necessarily for all their tremendous talent. I mean, they got a pretty favorable schedule. They don't have to play Georgia. They don't have to play us. They get Bama at home. They get Ole Miss at home. There's potential for them to actually be contenders, I think. Hell, they could probably be contending for the SEC when this is all said and done with, man.
I think it's very probable that they may. I mean, because you got the linebacker Perkins, who I think is something that you can build around, but it's
they got four of their top, or no, I think they returned 6 wide receivers, 2 in their wide receiver room, right? So my question is, how do you supplement the running back? Like, you're gonna get your running back comes back, but your stud, offensive production is gone. It's absolutely gone. So you're gonna have to find a way. You figure your running backs are now gonna get 20 totes, possibly 20 totes a game instead of maybe getting 12, 15 at a time. Their rushes, instead of what I don't know what the hell they were getting, like 200 and averaging 200 and some rushing carries with their damn offensive running backs. I can't remember the actual totality of the stat there, but the running backs didn't get too many carries. I think it was only like 200 and some odd carries out throughout the year, right? That's going to go up. That's going to go up tremendously. I think that running back room is going to be relied upon without without Daniels there.
Yeah, that's 1,250 yards.
That's my biggest question. Is the running back room? It's not so much the secondary or the defense. It's how they're going to provide with their running back production.
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks Kelvin Jackson will be called upon to fill that void. So it looks like it'll be him, but it is. I mean, the whole dual threat thing is gone. So now you have to establish a run game. You absolutely have to establish a run game. Slinging the ball around, I mean, that's all there, but you lose 1,252 yards of rushing. So you better establish a run, whether it's Kelvin Jackson or somebody else.
Now, I think they'll be able to fire on all cylinders with their aerial assault, but again, Brian Kelly's going to be able to figure this damn thing out. There's going to be a guy that comes in here and give him 20 totes, and he's going to be able to get over 100 yards. Their offensive line, a little bit of a question mark there, but again, man, we know the recipe for success is kind of the trench warfare. Actually, excuse me, their offensive line's okay, but their defensive line, I believe, is a little bit of a question mark here.
That entire defense is
it's kind of reconstructed here.
Yes.
So we will see how they produce. Again, favorable schedule for LSU. With that schedule, they have a chance to make a good bid for the SEC championship.
They do. And I don't think, I mean, one of the things that I was looking at with them, I mean, they open up with USC. That'll be fun to watch. That's
a win for LSU.
Yeah. Well, they have trouble in season openers. they seem to.
That is a good point. That's a good trend.
They seem to have trouble in season openers, but the schedule is favorable because they do dodge a lot of bullets. But they get Arkansas, Alabama, and Vanderbilt off of a bye.
Let's walk it down. USC first, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to keep in tradition and lose.
Okay, all right. I got that as a win for LSU.
Yeah.
I got Nicholas as a win.
That same.
I got South Carolina as a win. I got UCLA as a win.
Yep.
I got South Alabama as a win. Ole Miss as a loss.
Yep. Right there with you, man.
Arkansas
win
as a loss.
Oh, you have it as a loss?
I think I got it as a loss. I think I had Arkansas over LSU.
Okay. That's I give that one to LSU.
Okay. Little brother.
There's your loss. I do have them losing in College Station.
Alabama at home.
Oh, well, hell, they're going to win that. No, they're not. They're going to lose that one. I got it as a loss here.
Okay. Florida.
Win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vandy.
Win.
Oklahoma.
Ooh, that's a toss-up. I think Oklahoma. Where is that game? That is That's at home.
That's at home.
Yeah, they win that one. They win that one in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Yeah, so this could be a 1 or 2 loss team.
Favorable schedule. Again, I think they lose to Arkansas. I think they beat Little Brother. I think they lose to Alabama. I think they beat Florida. I think they beat Vanderbilt, and I think they beat Oklahoma.
Yeah. I really do think that the main thing that they have, especially with the restructuring of the defense and the new defensive coordinator and so forth, and even with losing Jaden Daniels, is the schedule. The schedule is much better than some of the ones that we've been looking at.
Pretty favorable. Yeah, it's a lot easier when you don't have to play Georgia and Texas, right?
That's exactly right.
Right.
That's exactly right.
Things are kind of looking out for you.
Yeah. No.
If we're talking all time wide receiver room here, I'm gonna pull Jacob. If we're talking all time wide receiver here, I got to go with USC. I can't name LSU. I can't name an LSU receiver before like Dwayne Bowe. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's
sorry.
That's true. I would say I would say more modern day era of wide receiver. What's up, Zay? What's up, dude? Look at you guys looking like kings. The King's Council here.
Truth be told, I'm the only Hispanic guy here, and he's the only black guy here.
Yo, what up? What up?
The only
Hey, yo, representing, man. What's up, Adam Wagner? How you doing, brother?
Hey, somebody's got to hold down the fort here back at Austin here, man. It sucks, dude. I want to be out there with you guys so bad, damn it.
You know, I'm not having any fun. If it makes you feel
it looks like you're having a terrible time.
I'm having
a terrible time, guys.
Yeah, this dude Chip had to go get a drink and stuff. You know what I'm saying? He's having way more fun than I am.
What have you played anything yet?
No. I'm trying to pace myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think anybody did, but
no, you go find out. Yeah, Chip.
What you play? What? Are you hot right now, Chip?
Wags. But while Chip gets on here, because I teased it earlier, Zay, we got to tell these guys. We got to tell Wags and everybody back home.
What happened? What happened?
That whip that picked us up.
Oh man, limousine,
dude. That was
the booze
out.
Cruise, huh? Booze cruise.
Top tier, high class, man.
Had our own bartender over here.
Yeah, Chip
how good was the cocaine?
No, none of that. None of that Marcus Jordan.
Lying.
None of that Michael Jordan's son, Marcus Jordan. No, we're not on that. It's not that type of party.
Just spring a little bit, booby.
Oh yeah, baby. Stretch
what you
limo
for tonight, man. Anything crazy?
No.
Stay out of
jail.
Taking
it easy. Yeah, stay out of jail. Yeah. I'm telling you, we're not having fun, Wags. This isn't,
you're
we're
lying.
having fun,
I
man.
don't know what he's talking about. I just got out of the
feel
casino.
better.
I was on such a heater. I didn't want to leave.
You already up?
I'm already up 5.
Nice. See,
$5 what? $5 grand?
No
way.
Not $5 grand yet. You know, party's just getting started. Just up
$5
500.
$5 grand. We talking 5 stacks?
500.
Okay. What are you playing, Chip? What are you playing?
Blackjack.
My dude, they got any 3-card poker out there?
I mean, finally won at Circa. I've never won money at Circa, but it was a man who was dealing. I've never won money from a woman who's dealing blackjack at Circa ever.
I've won from a woman that's
man.
dealing, but it wasn't money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I won from a woman dealing, but it wasn't money, my guys. It wasn't money. What do you guys got planned for today? What's on the agenda? What's on the slate?
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk some Texas Longhorns football, of course. Zay's got all the NFL prop bets in front of him. He's gonna tell you exactly what he's ready to tell you to bet your money on.
Hot off the press.
And we're gonna talk to Lance Taylor coming up here in just a few, our SEC insider and prognosticator. So we're gonna
get it popping.
We're gonna hit you with some Vegas action.
Well, guys, please live vicariously for me. Do me a favor, have a good time, Zay. Don't just play it down. Don't just play it down.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to, be a good sport here.
Hey, look, veteran move, my guy. Veteran move.
I love you, Wags. I miss
veteran
you.
Move, but I'm on key. I know what's going down. I know. Right?
Oh yeah.
Vet move, but I already know. I love y'all, man. Y'all be safe. I bid you guys adieu. I'll see you tomorrow for Friday.
Take care,
Thanks,
Wags.
Wags.
All right.
Show, man.
All right. See you, Wags.
All right, guys. I'm going to go get something like that. And then I'm going to go lose some money.
Yeah, enjoy yourself, Double
so
R.
I'll
No,
see
you're
y'all.
gonna go win money.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
going to go win money.
Come on,
I'm
Double
gonna
R.
get me a-
Positive.
I'm going to go get me a long neck beer.
There
Can
we
you believe
go.
that?
Yeah.
Go
I'll
get me one.
anything long neck. That's not really my style. But hey, you do you.
So
Teach
she
his
wrote.
own.
That's right. All right, boys. Y'all have a good one.
All right, have some
Thanks,
fun.
Double R.
Have some
Appreciate you,
fun,
man.
Double R. We'll be checking on you later, making sure that you're piling up some money.
Next time I see you, Double R, it's gonna be 2 some hours from now. You better be drunk.
You know what I'm saying?
Something. Loose something.
All right. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we are happy you're spending some time with us here in Viva Las Vegas. We got Derek Stevens, who like owns the Circa Casino sitting right next to us.
Yo, big no, ever.
It's the screen for that pool is bigger than any movie theater you've been in. It's bigger than any IMAX you've been in. It is, yeah, and it's on all night, as our man Double R points out. So if you're looking out of your window, like I looked out my window this morning and there was, like some golf tournament going on.
Yeah.
Some tennis tournament going on. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And people were like setting up their chairs at the Circa pool at like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Trying to get their spots.
Oh, it's going down.
It's going down.
It's going down. Yeah. Just thinking about all the games that are coming up this college football season and just how dope, when the Circa pools are going to be putting on those games. Think about Texas and Michigan and, Texas, Georgia, just all these big time games on that type of screen. That's definitely a show within itself. So, yeah, glad to be here, having a good time. Had some good food last night. We were on Fremont Street. Went to Hennessy Tavern, which is an Irish spot. Got me a good burger, nothing too crazy, but yeah, it's been solid. Been eating good. One thing about me going to a different city, I'm a big eater guy. So when it comes to food, y'all can see it from my build. I'm all about my eats. So I try to find the spot, and money ain't a thing.
What'd you have?
What did Jay-Z and Jermaine Dupri say back in the day? Money ain't a thing, especially when our guy Brad Kellner breaks us off a little bit. Shout out to PK, breaking us off a little something, a little money to play with since we're in Vegas here. But yeah, just have me a little, spicy burger,
little sauce, spicy sauce, a little jalapenos. Yeah, nothing too crazy,
Okay.
but it was on point.
All right.
It was on point, So
All
went
right,
to
beautiful.
Saginaw's this morning here in Circa Casino. That was good. Got me some flapjacks, a little bacon. Get
Some
the morning right.
flapjacks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but it's going down tonight when I go to Barry's Steakhouse here in Circa, which I've heard a lot of good things about.
Oh yeah, Barry's.
Yeah.
Barry's is nice.
Yeah.
Barry's is nice.
Yeah, it's going down.
So it is a off the rails Thursday, which is appropriate since we're in Vegas. So I'll get you up to speed real quick. I went out. You know me, I like to gamble in the morning. I like to go pick my tables. I like to go pick my dealers. I like to check the vibe. The table vibe is very important.
You're really superstitious when it comes to your gambling.
Oh yeah,
I admire it.
I mean, if they're gonna take my money, I'm gonna make them earn it. And plus,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
planning
gotta be
on
your terms.
I'm planning on taking their money,
There we go.
which I did. So I was kind of cruising around Fremont, sat down at a couple tables
this morning.
Yeah, wasn't really feeling it. Then I'm like, you know what? It's not happening. Because if I lose 3 hands in a row, I'm out. I'm up and I'm out. And like I said, I've been here to Circa before, and whenever I faced a woman dealer, I got smoked. But I walk in, and there are these 2 guys with giant chip stacks. I'm like, okay, this is the table. This is the table. And they were cashing out. I'm like, y'all mind if I sit down? They're like, oh, we're leaving, but they are giving away money here.
They told you that?
Oh yeah. And so I'm like,
Just like that, just straight up, just like that.
So I moved right into their spot, and I just started winning.
Wow.
And this other dude came in and sat to my left because I was on first base. He sat to my left. He's betting crazy money, and he's getting his ass beat. It's just crazy how it works.
What's crazy money?
Oh, he was betting like 500 a hand.
Ooh, at 8 in the morning?
Oh yeah. I mean, the gamblers gamble. They don't want to be around other people. I want to go one-on-one with the dealer if I can, because that way
you like your matchups.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I had to leave because I had to come do the show. But I got all these chips in front of me, and I'm like, man, I gotta leave. I don't want to leave, but hey.
Double R probably could have held it down for you for a couple more minutes.
No,
I mean, I appreciate you being here, man. That shows your dedication. I mean, we're not here very often, so I would have been cool if you'd been like, yo, Zay, I'm going to be about 15, 20 minutes late. I'm on a heater right now. I'm going crazy. I'm going to break you off at least 200 this paper.
Oh, I'm going to break you off. So this is what it was. You know what I mean? It's only 500,
who
but
are you, Tony Soprano, pulling it out in front of us?
I don't want you to think I'm just some talker.
No. I buy the big game.
You know?
I dig it. I
don't want you to think I'm just some talker.
Yeah. I like the matchups. You going one-on-one with the dealer. I like the strategy when it comes to, because you weren't too sure, even though this is such a beautiful place that we're in here at Circa Casinos. You weren't too sure about your luck at this specific spot.
Right.
And now I'm glad. And I told you yesterday, like, what you owe me a little bit. Because I told you yesterday, I was like, man, that's all in your head. That was just some bad luck that time. You going to win if you play Circa this time. You're like, nah, I don't know, Zay. We'll see. I got to feel it. I got to feel it. I got to be in that vibe. I got to be in that zone. I was like, all right. Well, you'll see tomorrow. And look at you. You up now.
See, CB asked if we color coordinated the Lions. And yes, we did. Because our man.
Is this Honolulu Blue? I don't think it is.
Oh, that is totally Honolulu
For
Blue.
real?
Oh, it's totally Honolulu
Yo, I'm
Blue.
with it.
You kidding me?
I'm with it. Look at us,
me?
man. Look at us.
Plus, Derek Stevens, big Lions fan. So
is he really?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he is a Michigan guy, huh?
Yeah, he's from Michigan.
Okay.
Well, it's funny too. When I sat down at the blackjack table, these 2 guys, I was wearing a Michigan shirt, and which my daughter bought me, and they were like, now we definitely got to get up and go. I was like, uh-oh, where are y'all from? And they're like, Iowa.
Ooh,
the Hawkeyes. And he goes, don't worry, not Ohio State.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, not Ohio State. Those people are like from the snake pit.
You always say that. I feel like they're good people.
No.
They're just passionate
Like
about
any
their
Texas
team.
fan who went to the Texas-Ohio State game in 2005 in Columbus, which is the snake pit. We call it the snake pit. Those people were unruly. Did I tell you the story? So I get out of my car in the media parking lot at Ohio Stadium. And I'm wearing all black. And this guy goes, Are you from Texas? Are you from Texas? And I go, yep. And he's like, oh, we're going to kick your ass. We're going to beat you up. Yeah. And I was like, you know what? I'm actually from Michigan. And the guy's like, what?
Why would you say that?
Because I wanted to see his head explode.
Okay.
And it did. It exploded.
I thought you wanted to squabble. But
yeah, I was,
Okay,
I wanted the guy to lose his mind. And then
that's bold, man.
And I just rolled out.
That's bold. That seems like something our guy Lance Taylor would do, man.
I just walked off. Yeah, let's grab Lance Taylor. You know what I mean? LT. What's up, LT? We're in Vegas at Circa Resort and Casino.
I see that. I had no idea you guys are going to be in Vegas. I wanted to jump on early because I'm about to get in the car. I think I told you guys last week I'm going to be traveling to the Ultimate Dive Bar, the Floribama, and I wanted to make sure I had a good connection. But what are you guys doing in Vegas? USC and LSU's not till next week.
No, we're doing the Circa Millions, Circa Survivor. You gotta bet it in Vegas, and then you can play from anywhere, and your chance to win millions. If you love playing that Survivor.
Yeah, I did that before. I didn't do the Survivor. I just did the 3 games against the number a couple of years.
Okay, how'd that go?
Not great. I mean,
not great.
The thing is, you got thousands of people, and you just got to be on one of those incredible heaters for 17 weeks. And basically, it takes a 70+% clip to win that thing. But somebody's going to win it.
Someone's going to win it. Someone's going to win it. Lance'sLock.com, of course. Lance Taylor giving you the picks at Lance'sLock.com. What you getting excited? You got real games coming up.
Got real games coming up. I kind of say that with week 0 now. So this is the final week of the NFL preseason. We're already winning in the preseason. We'll continue to win this weekend. Jump on board Major League Baseball. There are 4 plays on the Vegas board this weekend for week 0. But, the best of which, probably the first in Dublin with Georgia Tech, Florida State. We've got SMU, Nevada. You've got an FBS, FCS, and Montana State traveling to Mexico as a double-digit favorite. And then Delaware State and Hawaii late night. Big number there as well with Timmy Chang's Warriors hosting Delaware State. So we're picking through those right now. We will have some action available on Saturday. Next week, we're really starting to gear up for week 1 because there's some incredible matchups, including the one I mentioned with USC and LSU from Las Vegas. But yeah, jump on board. We've got a football only package. You can get that entire thing right now for $350. Or you can just play by the month and you'll get all the NFL, college, and Major League Baseball picks. And that's only $100 a month at lanceslock.com. New YouTube channel, win at lanceslock.com. We're going to be doing some interactive shows and talking numbers and spreads and over-unders and everything. So looking forward to it.
Awesome. Okay, last time we talked to you, you said you had something up on lanceslock.com talking about how, the games that were going to make or break teams getting into the college football playoff. And it felt like you were selling stock on Texas.
I am selling on Texas. I'm buying on A&M.
Okay.
And I know your Longhorn fans don't want to hear this, but I really think, and I kind of just outlined, and a lot of this is just guesstimation, I guess, on where teams could have that potential hiccup to cost them that loss that ultimately keeps them out of the college football playoff. And I started in College Station because I do think the winner of A&M and Notre Dame is going to be favored in probably 10 of the remaining 11 games. And if they do what they need to do, they should be able to get into a college football playoff. I've got A&M winning week 1. Chip, I think you like them as well.
I do.
If that happens, there's no room for error at all for Notre Dame. And I think Texas A&M, I think they're going to be favored in 10 consecutive games after that if they are to win that game. So I've got Texas A&M winning that game. I think that will be the one that Notre Dame comes back and bites them in the ass. And then at the end of the season, rivalry weekend, November 30th, I've got A&M knocking off Texas, giving Texas that 3rd loss.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's tough to hear, Lance, but I get it. I got the Horns going 9-3 myself, and I think A&M will be one of those losses. Don't like it, but it is what it is, and I'm buying high on Connor Wigman. I think that dude, if they unleash him like he can be unleashed, I think he could be an absolute star this season. Do you think he has the potential to be that big-time player for Mike Elko and possibly a first-round pick in this upcoming draft?
I do, Zay, and watching him last year, we only got to see the abbreviated 4 games, but I thought he was really good. And you just wonder if he would have stayed on, if that potentially could have saved Jimbo's job. Probably good for A&M fans it didn't, because now I think you've got a really good marriage and an untapped resource in Connor Wegman and Mike Elko, one of the better unknown coaches coming into this situation. I think Wegman's going to be really good. I just saw some mock drafts that actually have him going in the 1st round. Yeah. So, who knows, at this time last year, I don't know how many people would have said that as good as Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. were in their next to last seasons. I don't know if anybody would have pegged them going in the 1st round, but so we'll get some surprises there.
Okay. What people are all in love with Alabama. Number 1 recruiting class in the 2025 recruiting cycle right now. Seems like Kalen DeBoer and his staff have come in and they're selling the message and people are buying it.
Guys, when I started to speculate, or not even speculate, when I said that Greg Byrne, the athletic director at Alabama, the home run hire, it's going to be impossible to replace Nick Saban, but the closest thing out there available, I believed, was Kalen DeBoer. And most Alabama fans were like, this guy can't recruit this area. Well, I think he's proving that to not be true. And I think a lot of it comes down, and I'm sure you guys saw the story about the general manager on campus and Courtney Morgan, who was with Kalen DeBoer at Washington. USC came after him, offered him $1 million. So he automatically, when he gets the job and comes to Tuscaloosa from Seattle with Kalen DeBoer, he's making $500,000 without them even playing a game, just because of the impact on recruiting over the last couple of months. He's already got a raise to $825,000. But I think it shows you how important that position is now in college football, when you've got to deal with the portal, you've got to deal with NIL, you've got so many different things going on, all these distractions that Kalen DeBoer and other head coaches don't want to deal with. This is going to be a pivotal piece. Athletic directors, we wanted them with a business background. Now you've got to have one of these general managers on campus that knows how to get it done. And Courtney Morgan is that guy.
Courtney Morgan. I mean, I know a GM out there who is rubbing his hands together because the price is going up for that position. And if you have a good
and I don't know if you guys remember this, the name Scott Cochran, who was the strength and conditioning coach under Nick Saban and ended up going with Kirby Smart to Georgia. And then he made him a special teams coach and everything kind of fell apart. And, Scott had some off the field issues, but I remember when he got that massive bump and people are like, damn, we're paying a strength and conditioning coach, high 6 figures. Well, yeah, it's that important. And now you get another piece with the general manager. I mean, look, the salaries are outlandish, but these television contracts allow for it. And look, if you want to, run with the big boys and win championships, these are the guys you got to pay now.
Okay, here's a question for you, Lance, because I was just talking about how kind of unruly Ohio State fans are. What's the fan base you've come across that you just don't ever want to come across again? Who are the worst fans at a live game in the SEC or wherever you've been?
All. But with that said, the most poisonous, direct, violent fan base I've ever come across is New York Jets fans. And extremely strange.
Wow.
Yes, they're
I
just
thought you were
mean.
going to say Eagles.
Well, look, I've never had the Eagles up front. Like, I went to the Meadowlands to see the Rams in 2000. I'll tell you what it was. It was one of the first games back from 9/11, and the Rams played up there. And it was the year the Rams ended up going to the Super Bowl 36. They were 14-2 in the regular season. They destroyed the Jets. Trung candidate. Marshall Faulk was out. Trung candidate, who was a first-round draft pick by Mike Martz, got the start out of Arizona, and he completely destroyed the Jets. I think he went for like 250 total yards. But after that game, there were a couple of Rams fans on our bus, and like Jets fans were just like undressing them in front of their girlfriends, wives, and calling them the P word, just taking their manhood. And I just remember my ex-wife doing everything she could to calm me down, because like I felt it was my place to step up and tell these guys to go to hell. But they they wanted to fight, just mean. And I don't know if it's just the years of pent-up aggression from the Jets being so bad and not winning a championship since the 60s, by the way. That was a bad fan base. I don't like Saints fans.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't like Saints fans.
They would just strike me as a bunch of drunks who are like, hey, welcome to Bourbon Street.
Well, here's what I noticed about Saints fans. And I've been to a lot of games in the Superdome, because remember the Rams used to be in the NFC West. And Rams played their number this year. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go because there's a lot of stuff going on that weekend, but I'm going to try because that is rivalry weekend. But every time I go to a Saints game, it's like their fans are – it's like a dirty base of fans. I hate to say that, but like when you're standing in line with them, it's like they crop dust. Like,
oh,
I don't know.
No.
Good grief.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I get cheek sneak?
Yeah, I get it all the time when I'm in
the
Superdome with Saints fans. So
gassy Saints fans.
That's my knock on Saints fans. Yeah, and then in the SEC, I really think, like, I've seen South Carolina fans spit. I've seen LSU fans not give me directions to a bar because my buddy had a Detroit Red Wing shirt on, which was the colors of Alabama. I mean, I've seen I've seen an LSU and Tennessee fan go at it in a bar just over a conversation about a backup quarterback. I mean, really, in the SEC, outside of Vanderbilt, I don't know if there's not an obnoxious fan base. And again, it comes from the passion, and I get it, man. Like, when you get in one of those heated debates, when it's about your team, it goes next level. But I really think all SEC fan bases are great, and there are terrible. Like, it's almost the run of what you can get with a I don't know, just all the human elements in one thing. And I think that's what you get with these fan bases.
Yeah, man. That Orlando agrees with you, by the way. He's not feeling the Saints at all.
Yeah. Crop dusters.
Yeah. hey, Lance, I thought this story was pretty funny. So have you seen the video of Miami, Ohio's coach, Chuck Martin, and what he said about the Bama kicker that I guess he's claiming, allegedly, that Kalen DeBoer and that coaching staff stole him from Miami of Ohio? That's one of the funniest videos out right now. Tell us a little bit more about that story, because that's an odd thing to come out.
Yeah, so Chuck Martin's obviously got the voice of Miami football there with him, and they're talking about some of the losses, and they're talking about the kicker who was a Groza finalist last year or won the Groza. And, a lot of people, including me, I had recently forgotten that the kid, hit the portal and came over to Alabama, because Alabama, the leading scorer in SEC history, Will Reichert, just got done. His last game was the Rose Bowl against Michigan. And that was a guy, there was a moment in Saban's tenure where you couldn't trust kickers at all. You go back to the kick six game against Auburn. There were 3 missed kicks in that game. Well, 4.
The Devontae Smith touchdown against Georgia, that game, the kicker was all over the place. The national championship game.
Yes. Yeah. I remember one of our listeners saying he kicked it so far left, it went through my side wall in my living room. Like, couldn't keep up with the football. That was Joseph Bulovas, I think. Yeah, some bad kickers, but when Riker came in, the guy inside of 50 did not miss. And
beat
so I
Texas.
We're worried about that, but Alabama goes out and they get this guy. And I think Chuck Martin probably was cussing, throwing things when he lost this guy. He inevitably knew he was going to lose it, whether it was Alabama or another big time program. But I think this was his ha-ha way to really vent some frustration. Like, I think it looked jokingly, but I don't really think he's happy about it. But he kind of knows the world of college football. If you've got a really good player in the MAC, you're going to lose them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's where these coaches are in the group of five. I mean, they get these players like Jeff Traylor. The guy is a great evaluator, great developer of talent. And then as soon as he develops a guy like Trey Moore, who has 14.5 sacks in the American last year and is the, conference defensive player of the year, Texas comes in and gobbles him up. And I know Traylor's frustrated.
If you're Trey Moore, you got to take that situation. You're getting paid. It's higher profile. You want to show people that you can play week in, week out in the SEC, which is the most equivalent thing we've got to the NFL. So you can't blame the kid. It's just the way the system's set up right now. And I don't know the answer to any of this. I really don't.
Yeah, it's a whole new world we are in. And the question is it going to get checked in 2025 when we start revenue sharing? We don't even have the final settlement of the House versus NCAA case. We know that it's likely we're going to be sharing revenue with student athletes, 22 million. What's that going to do to NIL? Because schools are going to have to come up with that 22 million. Lance, is it your sense that it'll just be the NIL will just be on top of the 22 million that they share with student athletes?
I think ultimately we're going to have the student athlete will be the university employee, and we will have a salary cap. And much like in the NFL, I'm trying to think who it was not long ago. Oh, it was Gronk. Gronk never used his endorsement; just saved it all. And he lived on his salary. And, I think you're going to, and my point there is there's so much money to be made in endorsements. So I think NIL is just going to be kicked on top of whatever they split up salary cap wise. So I don't think the student athletes are going to make any less money than they're making right now. I think it just becomes more. And, they're just trying to figure out a way to make it more consistent and more streamlined. And I still don't know how they're going to really do it, but hey, we'll see.
Yeah. Lance, is there anything that you saw about the official tiebreaker for the SEC? Teams getting to the SEC championship game in Atlanta. Anything weird about that, or
it was a lot
normal to you?
Yeah, it was a lot. Now I know the head-to-head is number one, which it should be. But we had this conversation earlier today on our show that if you've got a bunch of 10 and 2s, if you're hosting a home game on campus, why not just take it to the house? Hey, don't even worry about me in the tiebreaker. Send somebody else to Atlanta. I'm cool hosting an on-campus game, more than likely winning that game and being in the same situation the next weekend instead of going over there, risking a third loss. I don't know. I really believe in the next 2 to 3 years, we are going to see that the conference championship games, unfortunately, are going to be a waste of time. I don't think anybody's going to care. I'm used to seeing, back to my Rams, I've seen them play the Cardinals 3 times in a year. I've seen them play the 49ers 3 times in a year. I've seen them play the Seahawks 3 times in a year. I really don't want to see Texas and Georgia 3 times in a college football season.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's possible. I mean, it's possible for 2 teams to play each other 3 times.
Yeah.
And that's something. I mean, we saw it when LSU and Alabama played each other twice.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw Georgia and Alabama in 21.
Yep.
Conference championship, and then again in Indianapolis for the national championship. So yeah, we've seen it before. I just don't think anybody really wants to see it.
Yeah, people don't really want to see it. What other headlines are grabbing you? Have you made your conference predictions? Who's going to win the ACC? Who's going to win the Big Ten?
I haven't yet, but I can think this out on the fly. I don't feel good about any of them. Like, I asked this yesterday, like if I told you gun to head, you've got to give me 5 teams that are in the college football playoff. Like, I feel really good about Georgia, Oregon, and Ohio State. Like, it would really take something rocking the college football world for those 3 to not win 10 games, in my opinion. I feel good about those 3, but after that, I just don't feel great about saying I can guarantee you this team's going to be in the college football playoff. And with all that said, I can't figure out who's going to win the Big 12. I really can't figure out who's going to win the ACC. The SEC, I think it comes down to 3 or 4 teams, and more than likely all those teams are getting in the college football playoff. In the Big 10, I think it comes down to 2 teams, and both of those teams are getting in. But, you know, in the Big 12 and in the ACC, you might have a situation where it's only the automatic qualifier. Like, you could have a bunch of 10-2s in both of those conferences. It wouldn't surprise me at all quality teams. But based on the fact they've got a second loss, Big 10, SEC would get the benefit over both the ACC and the Big 12. So it's almost like to pick who's going to come out of the ACC and the Big 12, you can win the conference. And I think those conferences, especially the Big 12, is so –
Yeah. Do you think there's a chance that a 3-loss team in the SEC can make the college football playoff?
There is a chance. You would have to tell me. Like, if Oklahoma went 9-3 this year, put them in. Like, that schedule is the same with Florida. Florida's 9-3, put them in. You know, not only big-time schedules, but if you've got a program like Alabama, I think, you know, there are 3 losses that you probably have 3 other top 25 wins on there. So I think it depends on who it is. Ole Miss and Missouri, I don't think they can get in with 3 losses. I think the schedule is too easy on paper right now for those teams to have. But I do think they could absorb 3 losses.
Well, what about your Rams? What are you predicting for in the NFL?
I'm about to do my schedule breakdown next weekend on We Are Ramley, by the way.
We Are Ramley, your YouTube channel.
Yep. Do you remember the sprinter, the ex-Olympian Ron Brown, who played for the Rams in the 80s?
Ron Brown, yeah.
Yeah. Reached out to him, trying to get him on. We've got a couple of other, like, really big names that are going to be coming on the show, though. So I am going to do the schedule predictor right now. Just saying it out loud, I think the Rams are 10-7 or 11-6. You know, their win total in Vegas is only 8.5, and that's such a slap in the face. And I think they're getting devalued because Aaron Donald obviously retires, and they're saying, what is that boy going to do to the defense? I still think you've got young parts. Kobe Turner was amazing last year next to Aaron Donald. Byron Young was really good. Now you've got a couple of Florida State guys in Jared Verse and Brandon Phillips coming in. Defense, good, not great. But if Matt Stafford stays in the line doesn't completely break, good. I mean, had one losing season, so figure Sean McVay, Mike Tomlin, those guys just know how to win.
All right, over under 10.5 wins for the Lions.
It's right there. It's 10 or 11. A lot of this is going to come down week 1, Ford Field, Rams visiting your Lions. The Lions were able to handle that pressure last year. I just think the problem is the NFC North or the AFC North are the best divisions right now in the National Football League. And when you start to look around just the NFC North, you've got Green Bay, who just signed the monster deal with Jordan Love. And the way they looked in the second half of last season, they look like, at least coming into this season, they can win a Super Bowl. Chicago's obviously going to be better with Caleb Williams. I would have loved to have seen Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy. Minnesota's got a lot of playmakers. I just don't know with Sam Darnold at quarterback if they're going to be able to do it. But all to say that I think Detroit's schedule is going to be a little bit more difficult this year, Jeff. With that said, they're squarely in the playoffs. I will lean over just because I'm a big Jared Goff fan. I'll say they go 11-6.
Okay. Cowboys 10.5. Over under 10.5 wins.
You know, I'd like to say over just because so many people have been so negative in this offseason with Dallas Cowboys. I think we all know CeeDee Lamb's going to play. If he doesn't play, it flies under. If he plays, I think it might tick over. The NFC East is so unpredictable because, you know, the Eagles going back to losing in Kansas City, That's a team that was so close to winning a Super Bowl, and then last year they opened 10 fall apart. Not only losing games, getting blown out. So Nick Sirianni apparently in the hot seat this season. We really don't know what you're going to get with Jalen Hurts. Just 2 years ago, Daniel Jones wins a road playoff. Now, like first team in football, and then I think the Commanders are going to be really good. John Dotson, Terry McLaurin. These are guys that have never really played with an elite quarterback, and now you get Jaden Daniels. I think he's an impact guy week 1. And then got Ryan Robinson and Austin. I think Commanders be one of these their win totals 6.5. I definitely would play the over half wins.
All right, brother.
All right.
Well, listen, you're headed to Floribama right now.
I am. I'll be there in about 4 hours in time to see sunset, get a little bushwhacker, get settled in, get ready.
What's a bushwhacker?
A bushwhacker is basically an adult milkshake. They've shown me how they make them in the bowels of Floribama. It's got rum. It's got some Kahlua. It basically tastes like a chocolate vanilla shake with alcohol. They're amazing. It's probably guessing 1,500 calories. I'll drink like 4 or 5 of those, and then I'll get to a beer and then get.
Yeah. I'm gonna order a bushwhacker tonight in Vegas and see if I don't get slapped in the face. You know what I mean?
You need to go to one of these places that's got the machine, because a bartender is just gonna give you option 3 if
That's
you try
what I
to.
figured.
But if they've got the pour machines, then you get a topper on the top. Tell me a little 151 on the top of that.
Ooh.
That's fast because that thing will melt.
Light that thing on fire. Oh yeah, but it's a milkshake. We don't want to light it on fire.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. I love it. All right, be safe, man, and let's do it again next week. It'll be week 1.
I can't wait. Lanceslog.com. Jump on board. Try us out. See what you think.
Absolutely. Lanceslock.com for the picks. LT, thanks so much, my man.
Thanks, boys. Talk to you all next
Appreciate
week.
you, Lance.
Appreciate you.
Anything dumb.
That's right. Don't do anything dumb, Zay.
Yeah. Why do they call them? Why do
guy.
they call them roofies when you end up on the floor, fellas? Y'all be good.
Is that a line from Hangover?
Oh yeah.
That's what I thought of.
It was Black Dog, the drug dealer. Man, I never knew roofies when you end up on the floor. And that they had the revelation. Doug's on the roof.
It's classic right there.
Oh, I love it. Vegas, baby.
You
All
guys,
right.
see y'all.
Be safe. Be safe. Go get your bushwhacker. What a name for a drink, Zach.
That sounds like it'd give me the BGs.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that sounds like a bubble guts drink right there.
Oh, see, why you gotta just
No, I mean, it's
we're
good
going
for you.
from milkshake with alcohol, dreamy,
exactly.
and then you're taking me right into the bubble guts.
I'm just saying,
I
not
mean-
everybody has that Hercules stomach like you. You know what I'm saying? Some folks gotta watch out. Some folks gotta, drink a milkshake with a side of Tums or Pepto or something like that. That's just
All right. Let's
I'll taste it, give it a little sip. But
a little sip.
yeah, Lance. Lance, what, 50, looking like he's 32.
Oh yeah,
Lance.
I know he's got for a white guy.
For a white
He's got
guy.
like black don't crack, white definitely do, but he's the anomaly. All right, we are in Vegas, and I'm gonna let the gentleman from Circa tell you why we are here.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
So I heard Derek Stevens telling some folks that there are people who get into the Circa Millions.
Okay.
Where you got to make your 5 picks against the spread every week. 3% will forget to send in their picks.
See?
So you got to make your initial bet here at the Circa Resort. But if you love making picks and you love the Survivor game, then grab a $70 flight. There are rooms in Vegas tonight for $7. Like, just come on out, have some fun, and get your bets in and go for it.
Go for it. Turn up.
Bet on yourself. And the Circa Resort is amazing. And the swim, the pool is ridiculous.
Stadium swim.
Stadium swim. Thank you, Zay. Stadium swim. If you've never been to Circa, the stadium swim is worth it.
6 pools, baby.
6 pools, ridiculous scenery, and you're right on Fremont Street, which is the most fun part of Vegas to me, because it's all enclosed. You got street performers. It's just a great vibe on Fremont Street. So
I saw a crackhead Michael Jackson getting down
geez.
yesterday. It was tough. It was a tough watch. My wife was like, "Let's stop and watch," and I was like, "Nah, babe, this is disrespecting Mike." This is disrespecting Mike, man.
Well, did y'all take a video?
No,
so you could share it with
no,
others.
I just we had to go. I couldn't watch it. It broke my heart because Mike's no longer with us.
Well, you're
he
the
can't defend himself, but it was a tough watch. It was a tough watch. You see some stuff here. That's one thing about Las Vegas, man. You're gonna see some stuff. I saw a bootleg Medea impersonator. No. She was like 6'8".
Oh no,
looking like Medea Tyler Perry. Like, it was a wild scene, but I love it.
Did BK put any of our photos in here?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
I'm sure we're gonna upload some things as the days go on. BK busy, man. He's got
busy.
A lot going on.
He's wheeling. He's dealing.
Yeah.
All right, let's get one more mention in here. How about a reminder for those of you who are like seriously thinking about getting that big screen? Come on, man. You know where to go. avconsultations.com.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Oh, yeah, avconsultations.com. And don't forget about passes.com. An awesome place to interact with your favorite celebrities. Double R was telling us about some interesting accounts on passes that,
whoa, man,
that you might want to check out, folks. But I mean, you got 40 University of Texas athletes on passes, and you're interacting with them in unique ways. Like, you can do Q&As with them. You can get them to call your friends and wish them a happy birthday. It's just, you got to get into it. Just go to passes.com, check it out. And don't forget, Texas One Fund has an account on passes. And so if you want to contribute to Texas One Fund, help the Longhorns with their NIL, you're getting something in return, like cool VIP tailgate access and signed memorabilia. Go to passes.com. So simple. And start interacting today. And don't forget to look for the Texas Sports Unfiltered account on passes, because that will have all kinds of cool content as well. And Jack wants to know, how hot is it in Vegas? It's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. But being a Texan, feel like
we're prepared.
We're acclimated to this weather, because I've walked around a little bit, Fremont Street, and it wasn't too crazy.
That's where you saw the crackhead.
That's
Michael
what I saw.
Jackson.
Yeah, crackhead Mike. Yeah. It wasn't too crazy. Went to Walgreens, which is a little further down on Fremont here from Circa. So,
Would you need some medicine already?
No, man. Can I get something to drink? It is hot. Like, stay hydrated.
Right.
Get some bottles of water.
Some Gatorade, some water.
Yeah. Just trying to stay hydrated out in these streets. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Need some medicine.
I mean,
no, I don't.
How hard you hit it last night?
Oh, man, that was a smooth night.
Okay.
It was a smooth night. I mean, again, it's Vegas, so everything's in front of you to go crazy, but you got to pace yourself. You know, they
Okay.
gave us little cards for some champagne later, free champagne that came with our deal. You got that too, not just me.
Oh yeah.
So they're it's A1, 5-star. You know, I'm definitely enjoying the fruits of my labor here for sure. And don't think that, you know, I didn't hear you throw our guy Double R under the bus about telling us the passes.
I didn't throw him under the bus. I was trying to get people to go check it out. You know, there's a little something for everyone. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but you could have said it without saying that he told us. But
Oh,
you're right. He did. He did that.
I thought, you know,
that's our guy.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get people to check it out. There's a little something for everyone. You know what I'm saying?
There we go, man.
All
right, man. You gotta tell me about this grad transfer SMU guy. Came from your alma mater, Velton Gardner, running back.
Yeah.
Where I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah, it feels, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I gotta get some intel about how he's looking, you know, in the pads and all that. Well, I just popped my pee right there. See how he's looking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I mean,
You're not feeling it, I can tell.
I mean, you know, Sark says we just ain't gonna get nobody. I seen the brother stats. Not, you know, went to Kansas, then ended up at SMU, 5 years, got around like 1,100 yards total in all 5 of those years. I don't know what, just not having the opportunity, being the backup, you know.
You just don't like a brother named Velton.
No, I love a brother named Velton. Ain't nothing wrong with that name. Could have
All right.
been his grandpapa's name, something like that. Gramps. You know, one of the OG.
Gramps.
That's his OG name. That's an OG. You don't see too many Veltons out there. But I mean, one thing we know, brother's fresh, real fresh. You know what I'm saying? It's just, can he produce? You know, I don't know. You know, Colin Page, we heard he's been getting a lot of bump, and Hayden Connor spoke highly of him. He's going to get his opportunity. You spoke very highly of him. The walk-on at Anderson High School, which, you know, me and my Austinite brothers, like, you know, it was a special place in my heart if you're from the ATX, like you boys. So I'm expecting Colin Page to get at least some bump, especially, you know, these non-conference games. But now you're bringing in Velton Gardner, and I like that he played quarterback back in high school. Dallas Skyline, dude. Like, I like that. I like that a lot. So he's a versatile guy. It's just hasn't had much opportunity at Kansas or SMU to showcase his talent. So I trust Sark. I trust his coaching staff. If they went and got somebody this late, then he has to be valuable enough to go out and get him. It's just,
I mean,
it seems desperate at the same time.
Well, he averaged 5.3 yards per carry in 2022, 70 carries, decent sample size, 70 carries, 368 yards. And then in 2023, he played in 10 games at SMU, finishing his 5th season of college football.
Brother old. Brother, why he a wise dude. He a whole time a wise
They
dude.
call him Deuteronomy. 137. He had 137 rushing yards on 23 carries. That's 6 yards a carry. Those are good numbers. 5.3, 6 yards a carry.
So what happened? Why don't he have more? Let's get him some more bump. What's going on? Something that's what I'm saying. What's going on?
Maybe Rhett Lashley's so deep in that running back room at SMU that Velton is not getting any run.
Clearly not.
And now he's going to come to Texas and be an insurance policy.
Super insurance. I mean, I again,
super insurance.
Again, this is what has me picking Texas as a 9-3 team for decisions like this. That
oh my
what's going on in that running back room to where this makes sense? I know you need it. I know you need it just for depth, but it's just like, damn. This is it.
You got 3 scholarships. Well, this is like,
and that's what scares me.
11th hour.
Yes, and that's what scares me. That terrifies me. And I'm thinking about the SEC and them, bros. Man, Alabama put out one of their little highlight clips. Macklemore knocked the hell out of some dude. it sent chills through my body. I'm like, yo, why are y'all showing that? Because this is
Malachi Moore.
Yeah, Malachi Moore. This is, black on black crime. This is team on team stuff. You know what I'm saying? Whoever that wide receiver is, running back, whatever, he's going to be seeing that hitting his dreams. And I'm like, man, there's so many dudes like that in this conference. And it's just like, man, I want Jaden Blue to have a big time year. We're all expecting that. That sounds absolutely beautiful. But I also want Jaden Blue to be ready and available if you go to the college football playoff. He can't be getting 25 touches a game. That's nuts to me. That's absolutely nuts. Everybody thinks, since CJ Baxter's out, Jaden Blue getting all the touches now. We're going old school, bell cow, Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith,
Trey
Marshall
Wisner.
Faulk, right? I know that's what I'm saying though. Like Trey Wisner, I expect him to be too, but like now he went from, in a way, a gadget-ish type guy to second dog. And that just him also, like him being available, like just that room is so slim, man. And I don't want to put that much on Quinn. Like, shout out to our guy, Cole Thompson, running across from us right now, my man, SEC Unfiltered. But, it's a lot of pressure. Like CJ Baxter, I think he was poised to have a big time year here in 2024, and it's so unfortunate that he's going to have to wait till 2025 with that PCL,
Like
LCL
big time
injury.
Give me some numbers
For CJ Baxter.
Yeah.
What I thought he was going to get.
Yeah.
We're talking 900 something. We're talking about
not even 1,000.
Not even 1,000, but because him and Jaden Blue, I expected them to share those numbers together, both around 800, 900, something like that. Yeah, that's what I expected. To put that on Trey Wisner, to add those yardage to Jaden Blue. Like how many touches are you expect Jaden Blue to have? What would make you feel comfortable where you're like, this guy's gonna last?
I think he's gonna have between 180 and 200 carries.
So come on, I got love Houston Tillison, but your brother's math ain't too good. So what is that? 12 games. What are we dividing? What is that? How much is that every game? I know we got these calculators on our phone, but
that's damn. I didn't know you wanted me to give you that much of a detailed breakdown, but let's go. Let's go.
I mean, I
that's 15
that.
carries. 15 carries.
15 carries a game. That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Good with that?
I'm good with that. So Trey Wisner, what does that mean for him?
Trey Wisner's going to get about 10.
Okay.
And if he's legit, like I think he is, that's a good 10.
All right.
That's 10 for 60.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I expect Jared Gibson to sprinkle a little in there,
Little
in there.
He's got to hang out of the football.
He act like he's just fumbling like that. He had one scrimmage where he fumbled. He's a freshman. It happens.
But you got to earn that trust.
You do.
You got to earn that trust.
I'm saying Omar Epps, the program.
Oh God.
They got class today. Walking around, hold that football tight.
High and
Anybody
tight.
can come take it. A
Tiki.
cheerleader can come take it.
High and tight Tiki style.
Yeah, Tiki Barber with his
Tiki-
hating self.
Tiki had fumbling issues.
Tiki's a hater, man. I've seen Tiki say some crazy stuff. As one of
He is a hater.
guys. He's a hater.
He's a sneaky hater.
I respect him though, but he didn't get that ring with the Giants.
Right,
He retired
Rondé.
that year before.
Rondé got a ring.
See, I love Rondé. I like Tiki too, but Rondé, he got his ring that though too. Buccaneers team, one of my favorite defenses of all time. Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch. Woof. Them boys.
Simeon Rice.
Good grief, man.
Oh, don't get
How easy was that for John Gruden?
Don't get Eric Henry started on those.
Is that his favorite squad?
Oh. Dude, he went to Tampa Catholic High School.
Oh man, yeah.
He is all about Tampa. The
get it.
Rays, the Bucks.
I respect it. I know he's a Magic fan because they ain't got no team down there in Tampa. I guess he never jumped on the Miami Heat bandwagon, especially when they
He hates Miami.
Yeah, it's
hates the
interesting.
Dolphins, hates the Panthers.
Okay, I get it.
Like it's
Orlando Magic fan.
It's like the
I get it.
Dallas-Houston rivalry.
Okay.
If you're a Tampa guy, you're not a Miami guy. If you're a Cowboys guy, you're not a Texans guy.
Okay. That's how it should be, man.
You know?
That's what sports should be. But yeah, I love those Tampa Bay teams. John Gruden, man.
You don't have an NFL team?
Never. Nope.
And you say it proudly.
I do. I mean, I always knew that I was going to be in the business, and I wanted to be as objective as possible because I knew with the Texas Longhorns, I was going to be hard for you, boy. But yeah, I never had a team. Always like coaches, always like players, and whichever coaches and players that I liked, I would root for their team a little bit more. But yeah, never had a team. I never wanted that stress, man. You know, you say this complexion and this aura that you got here is some black don't crack, but I really think this is, the youth that I'm bringing to the table comes from not having a team and not dealing with that stress. that maybe you have to deal with as a Detroit Lions fan.
You just like to poke at everybody.
I don't like to poke. What you mean?
You love to poke at everybody.
I don't like to poke.
You love to stir the pot.
I don't even have a spoon.
You love to get people on tilt.
I really don't. Yo, man, you want me to go put some money down on your Lions right now? Jared Goff, MVP. I bet you I'll get some serious coin for that.
Oh, I know you can.
Jared Goff, MVP.
Let's look at our Circa betting sheets.
Yeah. I'm gonna put Adonai Mitchell Rookie of the Year. I don't know what them numbers are, but that's gotta be some serious coin. That's a dark horse. Yeah, I'm being a little biased, but y'all folks know Adonai Mitchell. If Anthony Richardson, swole ass, could get it together and stay out the tub, as our guy Bucky Godbolt says, and be available, then our dude Adonai Mitchell should be able to put up numbers. I'm telling you. And he's going to be a fantasy threat, too. Look at Adonai Mitchell later rounds, man. Adonai Mitchell, why can't he go for over 1,000 this year? Why not? Why not? Adonai Mitchell is him, man.
Man, Adonai Mitchell is not even.
Exactly. Ooh.
He's not even on the list.
That's one of those you put down $10, come back with at least 500, something crazy like that. He ain't even on the list.
No, he is.
Okay, what you got him for?
He's plus 70,000.
Hell yeah.
To lead the NFL in receiving yards.
Oh, that's receiving yards. Okay, see that's a little steep. That's a little much. Rookie of the Year, we can work with that. Receiving yards. There's some dudes, old Tyreek Hill, he could sneeze into 100 yards a game. That's nah.
Odds for the quarterback who's going to throw the most regular season interceptions. Sam Darnold.
Oh, Sam.
Plus 900. Dak Prescott plus 2,600.
Boy, Dak, man. Your boy Dak motivated.
Okay,
he's
offensive.
Slapping Zeke on the ass and stuff. They got their little weird relationship back. Dak's comfortable. That's a weird video. Have you seen that video?
That's a weird video. That's a weird video.
Oh my gosh, man. It's 2024, to each his own. I'm not trying to, what's old Jerry Seinfeld say?
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. They're just having fun. If this means they can win the championship, if Dak needs to slap old Zeke on the booty and Zeke makes that weird little turn, like he enjoyed it for them to win the Super Bowl, I'm sure Dallas Cowboy fans will sacrifice that.
You're a mess.
I'm not a mess.
You are a hot mess.
If it means I gotta see.
You're talking about how slapping each other on the booty and whether he liked it or not. What's wrong with you?
That video,
you are off
that video
the grid.
Is crazy. That video is crazy.
Well, dig it up.
We
can't do it.
I got it here.
Yeah.
I don't know where the.
We're on the TSU network stream today on BK's computer.
I'm talking about. Y'all, that video has gone viral. That video is absolutely crazy.
Y'all know.
I just woo, man. But
rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year.
Here we go.
Caleb Williams, plus 180.
I don't get nervous. Okay, Caleb.
Jaden Daniels, plus 600. Marvin Harrison Jr., plus 750. Malik Neighbors with the Giants, plus 900. Bo Nix with the Broncos, plus 950. Xavier Worthy, plus 2,000. That's pretty good.
That is good.
Those are some good odds. You put 100 down to win, $2,000.
Yeah. Yeah, Zay Worthy, I'm very high on him just because we all know he walked in a easy situation for his talents and just how successful Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are with their offense.
Defensive Rookie of the Year here at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can come and get in on the Circa Millions, Circa Survivor Games. Defensive Rookie of the Year, best odds, Dallas Turner with the Vikings, plus 475. Latu,
UCLA cat, right?
UCLA cat with the Colts, plus 530.
Like him, man.
Jared Verse, plus 700 with the Rams. I mean, it's Byron Murphy is plus 1,100. He's got the 5th best odds for Defensive Rookie of the Year. He'd have to make a lot of stuff happen from that interior defensive line position.
Yeah. Yo, shout out to Byron Murphy. You know how they do, they always make the rookies have to sing some karaoke or do something crazy like that. He did a freestyle, and it was, I don't have it. I don't know what you're looking at my computer for. But he did.
Because you got that VIP Wi-Fi.
I'm trying to get my hotspot going on my phone, but yeah, he did a freestyle, and it was such a Dallas, Texas freestyle. It was dope. The team, they were rocking with it. He didn't get booed, or they didn't throw no popcorn at him at all. But yeah, Byron Murphy, he's definitely representing Dallas, Texas well up in the Pacific Northwest, and yeah, I think he's going to be an absolute dog for Seattle Seahawks. And what's it called? There's also a video going around Tennessee Titans, Javondre Sweat. They had Jelly Roll in the building. You know Jelly Roll, the musician, all the tats and stuff. He's a hit right now. He is blown up, but he's from that Nashville area on the outskirts, and Javondre Sweat is a big Jelly Roll fan. So when Jelly Roll showed up in the locker room and stuff, they called up T Sweat to the front, and they sang
T Swizzle?
Yeah, T Swizzle. Yeah, Javondre Sweat, and they sang a Jelly Roll song together, and he was hitting them notes.
That was his rookie hazing or whatever. That was
I don't
his
know if it was a hazing thing.
rookie performance.
Now they are hazing them. They're hazing them on some big fella stuff. It's cool because you can tell they're embracing him, but also they know he's big. So every time he walks and steps, the whole team goes, oof.
Oh no.
Oof. Oof. And T Sweat, like he's a good sport. Like he would pretend to walk fast, and then he'll slow down, and the team will be like, ooh, ooh. And then when he finally sits down, everybody goes, ooh. Like, so it's cool, but also you're kind of like, all right, guys, we know he's a big fella, whatever.
Let's see what he's listed at now. Remember, he was 362.
That's light.
That's down from 366.
T Sweat
Swizzle.
362's light, man. Like, what's his? I don't know his numbers for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Like, why not him? You know, playing alongside.
Jack Burton wants to know what it sounds like when he runs.
I mean, that's the thing, man. Can he keep that weight down? Like, that Nashville hot chicken, I know it's calling him because I love me some hot chicken. It be calling me. So I know it's calling them. You don't got to pick up, Travandre. Like, you don't got to answer. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they can modify it. I'm sure there's some seasoning for some hot chicken. You can put on some grilled chicken every once in a while. Keep them vegetables intact. But that food in Nashville, you got to be careful.
I mean, Zay's like getting romantic about this hot chicken.
Yo, man, I've never been to Nashville. In the ATX, Trumbull 22 is my spot. If you have good hot chicken, let me know, but it's good. I like my spice, and Nashville hot chicken, that's the way to go. So him being right where the Mecca is for it, I know T Sweat like his food. Hopefully he has a chef. We know he just bought his mama a house. Like, you know, I'm sure he knows some ghetto chef out there. You ain't got to pay that much. You ain't got to pay that much.
We need to have a
Just some
segment of Zay just doing a food segment.
Yo, man, Black Gordon Ramsay, Black Guy Fieri.
Here we go.
I got you, man.
Okay.
I got you. I need to go with my.
Maybe it should be every Thursday.
I need to go with our guy Kelvin Banks. He be doing those barbecue reviews. I need to link up with him whenever what next place he goes and do one. He had his pops on the last one, which was cool. But yeah, man, huge foodie. Like I definitely do something.
Do you prepare
like
food or do you just eat it?
I just eat it.
That's terrible.
What you mean? That's
I
terrible.
mean, can you not provide for yourself?
I mean, I can. That's where I go buy me something to eat. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever put a Hot Pocket in the air fryer?
What is that quote of the day?
I'm just
Have you ever
saying.
put a Hot Pocket in an air fryer?
Game changing.
I put a Hot Pocket in my stomach.
You were eating Hot Pockets when we first started the show. You were eating Hot Pockets.
Oh yeah, it's a quick go-to, man.
Exactly, and you
2
trying
minutes
to,
in the micro.
Yeah, and you trying to give me some knock here. Like I don't deserve it with what you be doing. I can't provide for myself. I'm putting you on game. Hot Pocket in the air fryer. It might take a little longer because that's about 14 minutes or so, depending on the air fryer you got. But get that good crisp, Philly cheesesteak, Hot Pocket. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
Look at that. We got Michelle Beadle over here on your left.
I thought I saw her. I
Yeah.
thought I saw her running through.
Yeah, proud UTSA road runner.
Spurs fan.
She did a couple minutes over at the University of Texas. Spurs fan. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to call her over here when she gets done.
Yeah. Why don't you,
I mean, she's busy now.
give her the snuggle. You know what I'm saying?
What does that mean? Give her the snuggle.
All right. Hey, you know who you should give a little snuggle to? Your date, and take your date to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You know what I'm saying? Go to Salt Traders. You got the best seafood in Austin. This is the seafood restaurant of our man, Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. And how about this? Happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30. $1 raw oysters. You love raw oysters? Then this is your spot. Let's go. It's Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I love the scallops, but why not go for happy hour and get down with those $1 raw oysters? You will thank me later. And the Brain Vault mouth guard. Look, it is fast approaching all your sports. You got a competitor in your household, whether it's a cheerleader, lacrosse player, soccer, basketball, football. The Brain Vault mouth guard is the only mouth guard that should be in you or your competitor's mouths. You're being fitted by a dental practitioner from Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. U-E-C-K-E-R-T. It's going to cost a little bit more, but it is the only mouth guard because it is proven and patented to protect you from the effects of concussion. Just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. All right, Zay, let's talk a little Texas football. I put out the Insider this morning. See, yeah, I was getting down in the limo. I was making drinks for everybody as we flew into the city of sin, the city of lights, Las Vegas, baby. But I also got the work done. And this was a deep dive into the projected depth chart of the Texas Longhorns, and probably the most fun position to talk about is that receiver position. Because remember how I told you Chris Jackson was like, yeah, man, love the room. We got some bleep to figure out. Now I think they have just decided we're going to roll 3 at a time. And that's amazing. That's amazing. We just have not seen Steve Sarkisian live in that world where he's rolling 3 receivers at a time. He likes to lock in, and so we'll see. We'll see. We got to see it. We got to see it on the field.
Yeah, I'm still on my we'll see stuff because you can talk all that talk. I'm going to do all this rotation, and we're so deep. Never seen you do it before. So why start now? And is that going to throw him off his game if he does do it because he's not used to it?
You're kind of a pessimist, aren't you?
No, it's not it.
Just by nature. You kind of expect the worst.
That's just the UTSD. That's all it is, man.
That's the UTSD?
I'm a very positive person.
Or is that life US?
I meditate. I do yoga. I breathe. I woosah. I do a lot of things.
Wow. When do you do that? The mornings?
Every once in a while. I've done it before. But I just, again, he's saying all that. He said easily the other day when he was asked if you could rotate 3 and 3, could you do that? He said easily, but is he going to do that? Or is it going to get to a point to where somebody makes so many mistakes, he cuts them off? Okay, no more for you. You had your chance. I'm going to go with these other guys because I'm comfortable with that. Quinn's comfortable with that. You know, like what's the doghouse for him this year?
What's your gut instinct on who's going to lead this team in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns?
I mean, it's hard not to say Silas Bolden with everything we've been hearing.
5'8".
5'8".
That is not a Sark prototype, but I love it.
That's what I'm saying. Has there been any, just going back to all the players that he's coached, has there been anyone that size that's
Ruggs, Waddle, Judy, they're all 6 feet.
They're all 6 foot. Yeah, I'm like, it's Henry Ruggs smaller than that.
Now he loves the 6 foot burner.
Right.
Xavier Worthy. A.D. Mitchell. 6'2".
How big was X? X was
6 feet.
Yeah.
So this is, again, we're in uncharted territory, but Sark loves them. And I'll tell you what, I went back, obviously, I went through all the comments from Sark, from teammates about players at every position, trying to give you that intel. And I will say this, like when we opened fall camp, what would you say were the biggest question marks on the football team?
When we opened fall camp, this was when CJ Baxter was healthy, correct?
Yes.
We opened fall camp.
He went down the first day of full pads.
Good grief, man. That's the worst luck ever. I just can't think of worse luck than that. Gosh.
Let's put on the full pads.
Yeah. My prayers go out to that guy. I hope he's doing
Yeah,
well.
no, he'll come
Spirits are
back.
high.
He's going to be a star.
For sure. Yeah, probably interior defensive line.
Right. Depth on the defensive tackle. Figuring out the rotation of receiver a little bit.
Yeah.
How's the secondary going to do better? Pass defense. How's the pass defense going to do better? Right? And now, how do you feel about those things?
Great. I mean,
No questions at all.
Just looking at it as a whole perspective, just because the running back room, like, yeah, I feel great. But again, I still do have concerns about the interior defensive line. And, you've been hearing really good things about Bill Norton, hearing really good things about Tia Savea, Jermaine Lole. I like how Vernon Broughton presented himself in the presser the other day and thinking about what Alfred Collins could be. So you feel a lot better with how, training camp has been about the interior. It's just, matter of getting those guys together and figuring it out, especially those edge rushing guys. Like, they are deep, but can they be productive? Like, you could be deep and be sorry. Everybody can be sorry. We're all just sorry.
But they weren't sorry last year.
No, they weren't. But again,
even if you didn't add Trey Moore or Colin Simmons, you'd be happy with Ethan Burke and Aaron Sorrell.
Absolutely.
Excellent run defenders. Both had, 5+ sacks. I know fans want that 10 double-digit sack guy, and Trey Moore had 14.5 sacks for UTSA last year. So everybody's expecting that to translate. I don't know that he'll get 14.5. He might get 8 or 9.
Yeah.
But you'll take that.
Those guys are going to be fresh, man. They're going to be fresh. There should be no excuse for anyone getting tired. Zero. You know what I'm saying? And then just kind of like the wide receiver room, like, are you going to go to that point to where some guys aren't bringing it when it comes to production, to where, like, okay, you had your chance. We thought we were this deep, but maybe we're not. We're just going to go with a 4-man rotation instead of a 7 or 8 like there possibly can be, especially with that defense. And yeah, you're right. I feel really good about Baron Sorrell. I feel really good about Ethan Burke. I don't think we're talking about Justin Finkley enough.
Yeah, Justin Finkley.
Why can't he have a big time year?
Yep.
Like, you see that guy, he's one of those get off the bus dudes where you're like, okay, this dude, he has the body of an NFL player. It's just, it hasn't completely clicked for him. And maybe that's opportunity. I don't know. But Why not him? We talk about Colin Simmons a little bit, about him getting a lot of clock as a freshman. You hear Colton Vasek a little bit, but Justice Finkley is one of those dudes, and I think could be one of those dark horse, quietly guys that showcases that he could be a big-time player this year that deserves some bump, that deserves reps based on what he's been and what he's proven to the coaches in fall and spring camp. So I think he could be one of those dudes. It's just about opportunity with him. And if he could finally showcase that, okay, he's learned, what Pete Kukowski's been feeding them, especially with Pete Kukowski's focus on the edge rushers, it's finally paying off with him coming into, what is he, a junior, senior? I don't know. I feel like he's been in the program forever, but I think he could be one of those guys like we talk about with Alfred Collins and Juan Davis that's been in the program so long. He finally thrives when he gets his chance.
Yeah, this is going to be a super interesting team to follow because how do you follow up success? It's harder. Let's put it this way. It's easier to get there than it is to stay there. And Steve Sarkisian has talked about obsession. Obsession. I want you to be obsessed with our success. I want you to be obsessed with the details it takes to be successful, obsessed. And I've always said it takes a coach who's obsessed for a team to have the kind of consistent success that like a Nick Saban at Alabama. He was obsessed with the details, the process, and his teams reflected that. I think Steve Sarkisian's trying to show that he can keep that edge in the program and stay at the top. Obviously, Texas didn't win it last year, but they were right there. They're in the semifinal. It came down to the final play. And so I give Steve Sarkisian a lot of credit because he's trying to keep this team hungry and get them to exceed what they did last year. And a lot of Texas fans are like not used to that. They're not used to back-to-back years of success or playing for conference championships over and over again. They're used to, okay, we won our conference championship. Maybe we'll do it again in 5 years. And Steve Sarkisian's like, no, we're building this thing to produce every year. And let's see how he does it. Let's see how he connects. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and a big reason why a lot of people think that this Texas schedule is favorable, which it is if you compare it to some of these other SEC teams, but it's because of where the buys are. You know what I'm saying? Like you talk about dealing with success, Chip, when you're able to have that bye week leading up to Oklahoma. Like that bye week is as important of a bye week as anyone has in the nation because you got Oklahoma and Georgia back to back. So if you go into that game undefeated, again, you beat Michigan, that's the case, you're feeling yourself.
Oh, yeah.
At that point.
You're starting to believe.
You're starting to really believe.
You're starting to believe it could be special.
Hell yeah. So if you're Sark going into that bye week, that's a level-headed week. That's okay. Get your academics in order, but also realize we haven't done a damn thing yet.
Right.
Even though we believe, even though we're feeling good, we're not getting level-headed. We're going to have some of our toughest locked-in practices. That doesn't mean we're taking guys to the ground. Hell, that doesn't even mean we're going thud. Like, I want a lot of walkthroughs this year if I'm Sark, depending on what that week prior means and how you played. But I'm expecting a lot of walkthroughs. This kind of NFL mindset. Sark, you've been with the NFL, with the Atlanta Falcons. Y'all are doing walkthroughs every day. Like that's just what it is. Guys can do individual work. Wide receivers get on that jug. Defensive line.
10 million.
10 million. Like that. That's what I mean. Just keeping everybody level-headed and locked in.
By the way,
Quinn Ewers too. Quinn Ewers, I just saw that new endorsement deal with the non-alcoholic, beverages and stuff like that. So Quinn Ewers, that paper, them checks coming in every week. Still stay level-headed. Keep the main thing, and understand.
Have you seen the Fanville commercial yet?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, so it's going to be like a series.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be in multiple commercials, right?
Like the first one, he's like, "I'm a new character."
I feel like with Caleb Williams, he was on it last year. They had DJU, I think, the year before. So you could either go DJU with the luck, or you could be like Caleb Williams. I feel like all Texas fans would take a Caleb Williams type performance out of Quinn Ewers this year, because that means you're definitely going to be in the playoffs if you have that caliber of season. So I'm not a superstitious person. I'm not like you when it comes to being out here on the tables. It's just I expect Quinn Ewers to play well.
Did I win?
You won.
Hey,
you won. Hey, what you doing is right. I'm with it.
Just checking the feels.
I'm with it.
Checking the feels. Checking the vibes.
I'm with it. But yes, Sark, he's gonna have his work cut out for him to keep these guys even keel, level-headed. If they have that success, then hopefully those guys understand that, with it being a big-time player-led locker room.
Yeah, this is Quinn Ewers, man. He's everywhere. He had a busy.
That's what scares me, man.
He had a busy off season. No, it doesn't scare me.
Scares me.
I mean, I like his goofy little character in those Fanville commercials.
No, it's cool. He's showing his personality. I appreciate that. Like he's definitely not that quiet, husky kid with the mullet that we saw in 2022. Like that.
That was such a bad look. Like, now that you see it, gosh, when I see pictures of him with his hair flying everywhere out the back of his helmet.
Oh, man, it was cool in the moment.
It was?
It was. I'm not going to front.
According to whom?
To fly guys out there. It was cool. It was kind of like against the grain. Like, think about just the quarterbacks that have been at Texas. Look at Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy couldn't have been more of a Disney character, babyface assassin. And Quinn came in, he got the tats and stuff, and the hair was rugged on that Joe Dirt, stick. Like it was.
That's a terrible
look. Different. It was different. It was a little edgy, you know what I'm saying? But then he was struggling, and then it didn't make it look good. Now the narrative was like, oh, he looks lazy, he looks like he doesn't give a damn and stuff. And he completely changed his image. Completely, it was a complete 180. One of the biggest 180s I think we've ever seen in college football, to where now he's on TV all the time. He has a certain swagger about him. We saw him at SEC Media Day. That chest was out.
Chest was out.
Chest was out. The boots.
The Lucchese boots, the belt buckle big enough to eat some of your hot chicken off of.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying, man. These boots made from walking.
Ooh, like that.
He had that swagger, and that's what the whole team feeds off of. So you see a new Quinn Ewers, but just, getting that UTSD of like, man, he's on a lot. That bullseye just getting bigger and bigger. That expectation just getting bigger and bigger. And a lot of people that we find really credible out in these streets are out here not, on there, I don't know. Or Lance Taylor, who we just talked to, Brett McMurphy, has Texas not making the college football playoff. Like, I still think they can make it with 3 losses. I love Lance saying that he thinks, that could happen also. It just depends on, schedules. He didn't say Texas. He said like the Floridas and Oklahoma's teams with tougher schedules. But I think Texas could be one of those teams, depending on, let's say if they lose to Michigan and Michigan goes out and plays for a Big Ten title, like they're going to get in. People aren't thinking Michigan's going to do that. I think Michigan's going to surprise a lot of people and be a big-time defensive-minded team, and Alex Orji's going to get better week to week. Like Texas, they have to jump on them early. Kind of like what we saw with Jalen Milroe last year.
Right.
Like you got to rely on that non-experience.
The thing is, Jalen Milroe still gave you something in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he was still
of that
good.
game. Like, for him to get benched against South Florida, that was ridiculous. I couldn't tell what was going on.
I feel Nick, man. That was risky, but
that was risky.
It paid off. Jalen Milroe
got to the playoff.
To the playoff, and
went down to the wire with Michigan.
Yeah, that's what's scary about Jalen Milroe, because I consider myself a pretty mentally tough guy. I would have been phased in that situation. Like, that's one of
You
those.
would have been.
Yeah, I would have been rattled. Like, what? You're bitching me for this guy against USF? Like, for real? And Jalen Milroe was out here giving team speeches and holding team meetings and, doing this, that, and the third, just staying locked in and being tough. And sure enough, got his team to a college football playoff. So, yeah, that Jalen Milroe, he's got some serious moxie and some serious cojones. And if Kalen DeBoer unleashes him, like anything what we saw with Michael Penix, like, I saw the 24/7 Sports team talent composite, which had Alabama at number 1, Texas at number 4. Why not them? Like, why can't Alabama win a national championship in Kalen DeBoer's first year? Because they got some, bulletin board material when it comes to, people think we can't win because of Nick Saban. People think that it was all just Saban. They having fun there. They playing music, rap music getting blasted out.
Hell, Larry Coker won a
facilities.
national championship.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If Larry can, why not Kalen DeBoer? Who, as much love as he's getting, I think he's underrated.
Yeah.
Like, I think that dude.
His record's like 142-11.
Yeah. And now he's got talent to work with. Come on, man. That's just.
Come on.
The SEC, man. But these Horns, I think they're ready. I think they're ready.
Ready to go 9-3.
I mean, again, 9-3 in the SEC. I know Texas standards.
Listen,
it's not good. This season, that's not good, but
went 10-2 in their first year in the SEC. Now, it was all Johnny Manziel magic. But if you're Texas, you can't be letting the Aggies get over on you in your premier year in the SEC, the Southeastern Excellence Conference. Come on, man.
I saw that they finalized the sponsor. What was that? Cotton. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Texas A&M.
Have they always had a sponsor for her?
Yeah, it used to be like all state.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
What does that mean exactly?
So they pay a bunch of money so that you will call it the Cotton Holdings Lone Star Showdown.
Okay.
I will never call it that, by the way. Well, hold on. Maybe I will. Let me make sure. I'm not.
Yeah, let's not get you in trouble or
Let's
anything.
not get me in trouble.
I know you in Vegas and stuff. We turning up, but we can't be getting in trouble here.
You know what I mean? Because Cotton Holdings and I might have something in common.
That's what I'm saying. You never know.
Trying to do some quick intel on. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's a leading infrastructure support services company in the $20 billion U.S. commercial restoration market. So there you go. Cotton Global Disaster Solutions, Cotton Roofing, Cotton Logistics, Cotton Culinary, Stellar Commercial Roofing. Okay, Cotton Holdings. That they got some bread. So they want to be the title sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. So there you have it. That was the big announcement in Houston today with Chris Del Conte and Trev Alberts.
Yeah, Trev Alberts was making jokes, I heard, with the Jim Schlossnagle.
Oh, you knew that was coming.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
You have to joke about it because you knew they were going to get asked about it.
Yo, man, hey, I appreciate Trev, man. You let Jim Schlossnagle know, say, bro, all this stuff that you asking for, you want a bigger stadium, Bluebell, Olsen Parks, chill, bro. We ain't gonna say it, but this old Jimbo Fisher guy, we still gotta give him a little skrilla. so the thing that you're asking for, it's just not a point of emphasis right now. You understand, right, Jim? And Jim was like, hell no. I don't understand nothing. You know what? You know who understands me? Chip. I'm gonna give my homie Chris Del Conte a call. He understands. I'm just gonna vent to him a little bit. He understands. That's how I picture it. I picture it. Oh, Alberts letting Jim Schlossnagle know, which we heard that's how it went down. We heard that, Jim Schlossnagle was asking for some things that Trev Alberts wasn't willing to do. Ain't Trev's fault. Trev got put in a tough situation. The whole Jimbo situation is out of his hands. What can he do? $77 million buyout? Like, they acting like that's not a big deal, but we know what it is. Let's not try to play stupid. But I picture Jim Schlossnagle calling CDC up. This was before anything was really getting cracking, and just had to vent to him because they old friends. Why not? I vent to old friends all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's not called collusion then. But they're friends. This goes back to Fort Worth, TCU. That's the homie. So, he's somebody that understands. In a way, CDC was a shrink, if you will, just without getting paid. Somebody that could relate to the frustrations that Jim Schlossnagle was going through in College Station. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. He was just venting. That's all.
That's it.
That's it. It was healthy venting. Like all these A&M fans out here, like collusion. He's a traitor and stuff like that. Like,
that's fans.
Call it what you want. Call it what you want. I appreciate that.
Fan is short for fanatic. The great thing about the great thing about college athletics is the passion. So, people want to lose their minds over it. That's what rivalry is all about. 100-year rivalry. 100-year rivalry. They talk about each other in their fight songs. There's no other rivalry that does that. So, they're going to get after each other.
Yeah, the real 12th man, in my opinion, is Seattle Seahawks. I don't know any other 12th man. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh,
that's how I feel.
Zay's stirring it up. I like that.
What? The Seattle Seahawks.
Provocative.
Especially what Seattle Seahawks do for Texas alums. I mean, they hold it down. I saw somebody the other day say Seattle Longhorns, something like that, with their pickup of Byron Murphy. I know they just traded Quandre Diggs to Tennessee, but he was there for a hot minute, got a lot of Pro Bowls with Earl Thompson. So, yeah, that's my 12th man.
Okay.
Shows. I don't know any other 12th man. You dig? That's just how it is. But, yeah. Stephen Burt Auburn, I saw that. Preseason, coached poll, first team all SEC. Yo, Burt, man, you got 2 kicks. You're a scholarship player now. Bert's on that Quinn Ewer, Steve Sarkisian is, Chip. He a scholarship player now. I'm asking for more. Walk on Bert was really good. Very good.
You have
very
such
reliable.
Closet hatred for Burt Auburn.
I do not.
It is
Stop
so
saying that.
amazing.
That is not the case. Stop saying that, man.
I mean, the man just got named first team SEC, and you're like, you got you got a scholarship now. You better eat, bleep, and deliver. This is ridiculous. I'm like, whoa, can you let the man have a moment? This dude just got named first team all SEC by the coaches.
Yo.
With Kelvin Banks.
Yo, man, we in
and
Vegas.
Zay's over here. Hey, Bert, don't you trip.
Hey,
don't you trip.
Hey, I'm just trying to build out some serious expectation on the guy that was a former walk-on.
Did he deliver?
Yes. That's why it shouldn't be no thing.
Right.
Well,
so why are you bringing it up?
I ain't asking for too much.
I mean, the
man
hit 20 of his last 21 field goals, and you're like acting like he's.
And I'm not. No,
I'm just Gus saying, the kicking mule.
I'm just saying, pressure burst pipes.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Statement. Okay. You might be thinking a little bit more optimistic than I am. I'm just saying,
yeah,
the guy's been
because you're doomsday.
Hey,
you're my man, doomsday.
Nah, man, I'm a very positive brother.
People
very
listen to this show because they want to land somewhere between you and your doom and me.
Oh, hell no. What was your take on Dak Prescott? No.
Yeah,
no.
Sorry, Cowboys fans.
That's doom chip. No, absolutely.
If you need reassurance on Dak Prescott, listen to Zay.
I'm very positive. I think a 9-3 Texas team that gets that 11 or 12 seed can make a run and still win a national championship. I do think that. So I'm very positive too. I'm just saying we've never seen Burt Auburn as a scholarship player, have we?
We're moving off of Burt Auburn.
We're not. Why? Why?
Because
Why
that
he
man
deserves
was just
more
named
love.
first team all SEC.
Exactly. That could be.
I want to get to something. This
I've
is
seen
why I
the
brought
yips.
this up.
I've seen the yips
You got
before.
all flamed up about Bert Auburn, who is the first team all SEC kicker, just like Kelvin Banks.
It's not an STI disease.
Is on the
Flamed
first
up.
team. Oh my God, first team offense.
Well
But
deserved. Well
this
deserved.
is the all SEC team from the coaches. We'll make this the chip shot today. Carson Beck, first team quarterback, according to the coaches. Okay.
All right.
Quinn Ewers, second team quarterback. Isaiah Bond, second team wide receiver. These coaches think that Isaiah Bond is going to be the man in this Texas offense as the receiver. And Andrew Makuba, second team all SEC at safety. Andrew Makuba can't even get first team reps. No, I'm kidding. In Texas football practice. And Jahdae Barron, also second team all SEC. Jahdae Barron's fighting for his life with
You keep saying that.
Jalen Gilbo.
Yeah.
Will Stone, kickoff specialist, second team all SEC. And the third team all SEC, Trey Moore, the UTSA transfer, and Anthony Hill at linebacker, and Malik Muhammad at defensive back, third team all SEC. So Longhorns getting some love. And if I'm Anthony Hill and I'm looking at this, first team all SEC linebackers, Harold Perkins, Danny Stutzman, Deontay Lawson. I'm like, yeah. Hold my beer. I'll be right there. Anthony Hill, I'm excited to see what he's got.
Yeah, and where he's at, where they put him. I mean,
He's going to be everywhere.
Yeah. I expect him to be everywhere. He's that versatile. I think he has a lot of Micah Parsons in him to where you could utilize him at different spots, whether it's on the edge, attacking the quarterback as a Mike linebacker, or even as that weak side guy. I mean, again, what Alex Okafor came on our show and said to us a few weeks ago about who he thinks should be Mike linebacker. The dude said David Benda. And again, Alex Okafor, like that guy, he knows his.
He only won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs in 2019.
He only won a Super Bowl. Like, what the hell does he know? I mean, come on. But yeah, just all jokes aside, I take what Alex Okafor says to heart, and I do think, once the season ended in 2023 and they lost to Washington, and we knew that that was the last game that Jalen Ford would be playing in a Texas uniform, our first question was who's going to take over all that responsibility. And I really thought going into spring camp, it was going to be David Benda, just because of all of that experience and being a 6-year guy. But
they're going to move him around.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're going to move him around too. It's just how much and what games are they going to be like, okay, maybe this is a game we put Benda at Mike just because it best suits what we do defensively, depending on what the offense is throwing at us, and vice versa with Ant Hill. So
against Michigan, Ant Hill's going to be playing a lot of Mike and weak side linebacker.
Okay.
Because they want him in the middle of the field. They're going to run it. You want Anthony Hill to greet whoever's coming through that hole with that nice body slam that he has.
Yeah.
That WWE, let me sit you down for a minute.
So violent, man.
Violent. And that's the word that Sarkisian uses to describe Anthony Hill as a football player. Yeah. Violent. You love that.
That's what I'm saying.
Love that.
Again,
football's a violent sport.
It is a violent sport.
I want to see some violence.
I always have to bring up the program references because, again, it's just an elite movie. I'm sorry.
Elite.
It's an elite movie, but I don't know what the
especially when they lay down in the middle of the road. It's the dumbest scene because a bunch of kids did that and got killed.
I shouldn't be laughing at
God.
that, but come
How
on,
dumb
man.
are people?
So stupid.
We're going to lay down in the middle of the road.
But the linebacker in that movie, you remember how he would just make
up
stuff?
Latimer.
Latimer, he would just make up stuff. He'd be like, what, you call my mama a what? Oh, okay. Hell, he acts like he has that in him.
Oh, yeah.
He seems like the nicest guy in the world.
Oh.
Again, he has that baby face assassin look to him. Every time he talks to the press, it's like, man, this guy wouldn't hurt a fly. But man, when he straps up that helmet, man, just a whole nother level. It's impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Like, his upside is through the roof.
And if you have coaches who know how to put him in position, because last year at LSU, everyone was like, oh, Harold Perkins is not having a good year. Harold Perkins didn't have anybody on the defensive line in front of him. So you should have kept Harold Perkins on the edge where he could mess people up. And Harold Perkins still had a good year. I mean, people act like he fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, they got homeboy as first team all SEC.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he had to be all right.
Because they can't get that freshman season out of their minds.
Yeah.
When he was just airware. But, yeah, this is going to be fun. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. But first, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. That's a long time. And the reason why they've been going so long is because the quality is at an elite rate. High quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, 7 terrific brands to choose from. That means they got variety. You know, that's what life's all about. You should be able to choose different things and choose what you want, whether it's a Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, or Chrysler. They will hook you up and you'll find that SUV you always wanted. You'll find that car, that truck, whatever you need, whatever your family needs, whatever is necessary at the moment. Covert Bee Cave will take care of you. So if you want to check out all the latest specials and inventory, go to covertbeecave.com to do so. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, right call today. You know, I like to get a little ignorant. So we're in Vegas. I think it's only right to get ignorant here for the right call today. And
I want to hear this.
This is one of my favorite stories. This is a terrific story that is going around because, you know, I feel this brother, but I also think he's talking a little crazy. So let me paint the picture for you and our great listeners, whether y'all are on the app or rocking with us on YouTube, X, Twitter, and Facebook. Flag football is coming to the Olympics in 2028. And if you were watching the Olympics this summer and a few weeks ago, the way that they were promoting it, they had a nice promo with Jalen Hurts. And he's kind of like he's at the Coliseum up in LA, and I don't know, he's doing this torch thing with the football. It was cute, it was cool. But again, Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia Eagles quarterback, former Sooner and former Alabama Crimson Tide, he was the one representing flag football, even though he's an NFL player. And we like to assume that they're going to get NFL guys to compete in flag football whenever the 2028 Olympics comes about. But there's already guys out there playing flag football on a high level, on a very serious level, like my man Darnell Dush, who is a 5'8", 140-pound, 35-year-old flag football quarterback that has gone viral for saying that he feels disrespected for what's going on in flag football and how they're thinking all the NFL players are playing, and disrespected Patrick Mahomes by saying, at the end of the day, he quotes, "I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game." Now look, Darnell has
His
a point.
IQ of flag football.
Darnell has a point.
I am the master of flag football.
I can't knock it. He has a point there. Patrick Mahomes.
Has he won Super Bowls in flag football?
But that's different. I think he's won championships. I think he's one of the best flag football players.
I mean, I need some credentials.
I've seen a little tape on him.
I need to know how my man Dush is seen by his peers. How many titles has he won?
I mean, yeah, I don't know all that, but I've seen highlights. They've been going around.
Oh,
Twitter.
yeah, he can scoot.
You know, he's slinging that thing. He has a Byron Leftwich like release. He has the
God.
wind up.
That's terrible.
What do you mean that's terrible? Like, look, there he goes.
Oh, God. It looks like it's taking every bit of strength he has to throw a 15-yard pass. This is the guy we're going to count on at the Olympics. Darnell Dush.
It's a different game.
It looks like he's throwing a medicine ball when he throws a football.
I mean, it's a different game. I'm not gonna lie. But Patrick Mahomes, I probably wouldn't have said him if I'm Darnell.
You think?
Maybe
Darnell
maybe like
Dush.
Joe Burrow.
We've never heard of him.
We never heard of him,
He's
but now we
trying to-
have though.
There you go.
Now we have. So again, I think that
He's 35 though.
he's old, and he's gonna be 39 when
He ain't going to be
30
anywhere to be found in LA. Darnell Dush.
Give him a shot though.
You had your
Give him a
15
shot.
minutes today. I hope you enjoyed it because
He deserves a shot though. Because again,
no, he doesn't.
yes, he does.
At 39,
Patrick Mahomes gonna be in his 30s too. We don't know
Patrick
how
Mahomes.
beaten Patrick Mahomes gonna
What
be
do
by
you-
2028. We have no idea. Like God forbid, but he could end up
Listen,
like Joe
let me tell you
Theismann.
something. Let me tell you something. No NFL quarterback is going to be playing flag football in the Olympics. You know why? Because their coaches will not let it happen. It's
I don't
not.
know.
It's
It could
not
be
the
good for
same thing as
marketing.
basketball. It's not. This is flag football.
So you're telling me if it was like a Matt Jones or somebody, not somebody that's tier 1 or tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, if
even,
it's someone
like
who's,
backup, like
like,
I would let a
sitting-
backup get on the squad. Like if Sam Ellinger will be cold at flag football. Oh my goodness, Sam
No,
with
he
his
wouldn't.
speed. Yes, he would. Oh, you're
doesn't
hating.
have- no.
Oh, you're hating on
The only
Sam.
reason Darnell Dush is good at flag football is because he's got quicks like Silas Bolden.
Nah, he ain't that quick. He's
He's
5'8",
5'8",
but he ain't that quick.
140.
And he's all
And he-
lined up.
And he needs to like shot put the ball down the field because he's so scrawny.
Sam Ellinger. I've reffed flag football before.
Oh,
Good
geez,
times, by
here
the
we
way.
go.
Craig Field's finest. I've reffed Mama Swede playing flag, Mike Griffin, Ricky Williams. They all playing on a team weirdly, or like one game. I don't know who was
it all
organizing or the
together.
commissioner or put it together. It might have been like their agent or something. I don't know. But
Agent?
I don't know. It was something crazy going on at Craig Field that day. But I've seen high level flag football. Sam Ellinger, if he practiced, give Sam Ellinger 2 weeks to practice and learn the rules and stuff. Sam would be
Let me tell you
cold.
something.
Throw Sam Ellinger. Sam Ellinger would win a gold medal. I'm sure he'd love to win a gold medal in flag. You hating on my man from Westlake, Texas.
No, I'm saying he isn't thinking one thing about flag football. Sam Ellinger is like trying to help the Colts win games, and you're like, he would be the coldest brother playing flag football. I'm like,
Coldest brother.
Sam Ellinger isn't even thinking about playing flag football, and you're trying to put him in the flag Super Bowl. Tell him,
Yo, that would
Sam
look-
Ellinger would love to win a gold. Sam Ellinger ain't thinking about no flag football just because you reffed him in a flag football game and you thought he was cold. What are we
I
doing?
never rep Sam. And again, I hope Sam stays on the NFL roster. He's fighting for his life. I hope he makes it. He's fighting for his NFL life right now, but that's my guy. He has enough moxie.
He's got
He has
moxie.
enough pizzazz in the pocket. Like, a gold medal's a gold medal. Like if old Ray Gun.
But the thing
could
about Ellinger
qualify-
is he's going to run you over. In flag football, they just go, whoop, just grab your
Nah,
flag.
I get it. He's gonna run.
You got to have
over.
guys with quicks who can, like,
Sam has that. Yeah,
spin
he
move.
can turn them
No,
hips.
He's not twitchy.
Yes, he is.
He's
And flag
strong.
he is.
He's strong.
Again, I feel like you're really disrespecting Sam Ellinger's athleticism here.
First
This
of all,
is an elite athlete.
you're
Sam
a
is.
much greater connoisseur of flag football than I am. You've reffed the sport, although I did play on the fraternity
Here we
intramural winning flag
Here-
football
here
team,
we
the
go.
ATO house at SMU. But anyway,
And
I
you threw for over 400
Nope,
yards
nope.
in that.
I played on
flag
the
football
line.
Dallas
I played
game.
on the line because I was quick, because I had to stay in front of people, and then I would release, and then whoop, touchdown.
What was that game you threw for over?
The Cowboys
touchdowns.
media football game in the Alamo Dome with Daryl Moose Johnston coaching the broadcast team against the print media team.
Put on the show that day.
Print media team hadn't won it and hasn't won it since, but we won it 38-14. I threw touchdowns all over the place.
You put on the show that day.
Ran for one. So yeah, I don't know. I've played a little flag football.
I feel like there should be film on that. It's kind of like
I'm getting it.
You're getting it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I found the
that.
VHS tapes. I'm gonna get it converted.
There we go.
So
I need to see that.
So that you can see me spinning it.
Yeah, you make it seem like
you can see me running. I had to.
Wilt Chamberlain's 100 game. Like, where'd the film at?
Right.
You know? But okay, we got something. There we go.
Yes, CB. Thank you for. Yes, I was the MVP of that game. I had my picture with the Miller Lite girls.
Okay.
It was legit.
See, Ramon Taylor played in the flag football league a couple years ago. He be cold too.
Oh, Ramon's.
What an athlete,
That dude.
man.
He's got the biggest hands I've ever seen.
Just let him smoke the chronic, Mac.
What? He's doing fine.
I know he's doing fine.
Why are you digging up all that?
That would have been the difference between Texas being in the Alamo Bowl that first year for Colt and Texas playing in New Year's Bowl. Ramon Taylor. Did he get kicked off that team? Was it that team?
I mean, why are we going down this
I
road?
love him. He's doing great now. I'm saying that
You're
pro him.
talking about how great he is.
Yes.
Chris Bennett's bringing up that he's won a national flag football, and you go immediately into his
Mac's fault? Because Mac.
Oh my
wanted to be
God!
that
What is wrong with
guy.
you? Stop.
What do you mean stop? I love Mac Brown
Ramont's
too.
is
Everybody's
moved
made
on.
mistakes.
Why are you living in the past?
You act like weed is terrific. Weed's an amazing thing. That's
Where
what
are
I'm
you-
saying.
Where are
That's
you
the
going
problem.
with that?
Because you're making it like a bad thing.
You're
I'm
taking
saying-
me down some rabbit hole that I don't even know where we're going. Like
Ramon Taylor.
CB brings up Ramon Taylor and how great he was in a
Yes.
National Flag Football League, and you've got me spinning around talking about weed.
Yes, because we know.
Just talk about how great Ramon is.
I will. I'm just saying.
You don't
should've
need to
stuck
be
on the
bringing up
team.
anything else.
You should have stuck on the team. It was a time where that type of drug, because it was such a drug back then, it was so frowned upon. We got to get rid of him. Really? He's such a bad guy that he wants to rely. Me and the student at UT stressful.
Wow, you're still mad about this.
I'm so mad about that.
You're still so mad.
I loved Ramon Taylor.
Of course
He
you
was
did.
So
He was electric.
cold. What couldn't he do?
Right.
On the receiving end, those wheel routes with him and VY,
Oh.
that was special. That was special. And again, there's certain guys. What's that saying? Winners get special treatment or something like that.
Augie Garrido.
Augie Garrido.
Winners
Great.
get treated different.
Exactly. That should have been one of those moments. That should have been one of those moments. I know that hurt Mac. I know that hurt him because that was probably a really tough day to make that decision. But that was one of those where we got to do our research. Like, is this drug really that bad?
He had a backpack full of weed. Now listen.
Yeah.
Here you are dragging me down this rabbit hole. Ramont, I know you're probably listening, and that's Zay Collier. Zay Collier.
I love you, Ramon, man. You're a legend, bro. I would have smoked with you.
Hey, Ramont, I'm gonna go take Zay and I'm gonna throw him in the Circa swimming pool. What's it called?
Stadium
swim.
Stadium swim.
Hey, Ramont, I'm gonna throw Zay in the stadium swim
Man,
after the show.
Man, love you, big dog. Belton legend. Belton, baby.
Belton legend.
Belton.
That's all you needed to say.
Belton legend, man.
The whole thing.
Not much comes out of Belton, but Ramon Taylor came out of Belton, so it's a special place.
See? Ramont Taylor, baby.
You know what I'm saying?
That dude had some electricity.
Gosh, man.
All right, so we got a big night ahead of us. We got a reception at the D Casino.
Where's that?
It's like 2 blocks away.
Oh man.
So we are here in Vegas. Don't forget, join us. I think I mentioned you can get $70 flights out here. There are hotel rooms for $7, very near to the Circa Resort, because you got to make your initial bet on the Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor right here at the Circa Casino. So let's do it. Let's also bring in the guys from SEC Unfiltered who are going to take you home. Chris Phillips and Luke.
Do y'all hear us?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Now I can hear you.
go.
I lost
All
you
right.
for a second. Yeah.
Well, listen, we will get out of your way Y'all are the best. We're going to go gamble and swim at the Circa Stadium swim.
Yo, he's a punk for that, man. I'm not having a good time.
Cheers.
Lucas and Chris,
Y'all
I'm
are
not having
crazy,
a good time.
Hey,
Appreciate y'all, though.
Appreciate y'all.
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it.
All right, boy. Good. Lucas, what's up, man? Dude, where you at? Where you at today?
I am at school, Hammond, Louisiana, baby. First day is finally complete.
Beauty, man. I love to hear it.
Yeah.
Guys, what's going on? Chris Phillips, Lucas Hill. We are SEC Unfiltered. As you can probably hear, I'm fighting through a little bit of a head cold today, but you know what? The content must go on. The show must go on. We've been getting after it all day long and excited to be here with you all. Lots going on today. And make sure you follow along with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Follow along with us as well. We're live right here every single day, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain as well. And like I mentioned, Lucas Hill joins me. So, Lucas, today was first day of class. Is that right?
Junior year, so one more year and we're done. So why not end off the day with a nice little coffee from your favorite coffee shop as well?
I love that. I love that, dude. Not a bad way to close out the first day of class.
Not
Indeed.
at all.
Guys, yeah, make sure you leave us your questions, your comments, whatever you got, Facebook, YouTube, X. Again, we want to hear from you. The TSU guys are living it up big in Vegas, hanging out with the Circa guys. I'm trying to figure out how we get the invite next year. I mean, Cole Thompson's there, but I'm trying to figure out how we get the invite. I don't know what happened. Invitation got lost in the mail or something. I don't know. So
I'm not old enough yet, so
yeah. I mean, I've never been to Vegas, so
my parents went one time whenever they went on their anniversary. They said they had a good time on the Strip too. They said there's a lot of good stuff too.
Yeah, I've never been to Vegas, man. It's crazy. But Lucas, we are 1 week away from kickoff, my man. 1 week away from SEC kickoff. We got 2 days until college football is back on the TV. Saturday, we've got obviously Florida State, Georgia Tech's the big one kicking us off at noon. We're going to have college game day on the TV. So really exciting times to have college football back in the fold. You excited for those games? I mean, I know it's ACC, but I mean, FSU, Georgia Tech, man, there's a little bit of juice in that one.
Look, I've been talking with some of my buddies during the week. I do believe that Georgia Tech has what it takes to pull off an upset against Florida State. I think it's going to be a fun little game to start off. Even if I think the spread is 10 points, I believe.
I think, now. Yeah, I'm about to look up. Now I believe it's at 10.5. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's that close of a spread, then it's going to be a dang good game for sure. I think Georgia Tech's offense has what it takes against a kind of depleted Florida State defense. So it's going to be really close to start it off. But we'll see what happens when we get to the fourth quarter and beyond as well. So.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like everybody's on Georgia Tech. And it makes me want to take Florida State, to be honest. Because it's just like the entire public. I'm about to pull it. Look at the spreads. It feels like the entire public is on Georgia Tech. Let's see. All right. Let's see. College football. All right, here we go. Yeah, so Florida State right now, minus 10.5. The over-under 55.5. So
it might hit the under, to be honest with you, just with how close it's going to be and with two offenses that are still kind of getting adjusted. Florida State's got to replace almost their entire receiving core as well. And you got a brand new quarterback in as well. Everybody's saying that DJ Uiagalelei is coming on a revenge tour. We don't know yet with what he has in store in Mike Norvell's offense as well. So that's why I kind of give Georgia Tech the upper hand, because they've got a lot more experience as well coming back.
Yeah, what do they have, like 19 starters, I think?
Something around that. Them and Virginia Tech have been very high.
Maybe it was Va-Tech that's got 19.
Yeah, Virginia Tech had at least 19 or 20 coming back. I want to say, yeah, it's amazing to me how these two teams have been irrelevant for the last, 5-10 years. And then all of a sudden, everybody's high on Virginia Tech. Everybody's high on Georgia Tech. This could be a really interesting year in the ACC. This is going to be an interesting year in college football in general. because in years past, it's just Clemson and Florida State battling it out for the ACC. And then all of a sudden, you're going to get a very much more competitive ACC race when you've got Virginia Tech, when you've got Clemson, who should still be good despite what all the naysayers may say, Florida State, of course. We mentioned already Georgia Tech. SMU could be a shocker as well. They could pull out an opportunity to win 8 or 9 games in the ACC. But every team that realigns in year one is usually going to struggle, unless, of course, you're Texas A&M and Missouri within your first 2 years. You're an SEC contender as well.
Yeah, I think the ACC is wide open. At least, like, you've got FSU, Miami, Clemson up there in like that first tier. But after that, man, I think NC State could be sneaky.
Yeah, Miami. Everybody's been high on Miami as well, and I think really it's because of the offense. Because Cam Ward's coming in as probably one of the best returning quarterbacks in all of college football. I witnessed him at UIW. He passed for 4,000 plus yards there, tore it up at Washington State in an offense that really dominated him, but was kind of overlooked because of the rest of the then Pac-12. And now you're coming into the ACC where it's kind of depleted. It's more or less becoming a group of 5 conference, unfortunately. And I think Miami is a bit overrated as well, but we'll probably mention this later on in the show. This is going to be a defining game for Miami when they go up against Florida next week.
Lucas, let's jump into this really quickly. The Florida Gators, in case you missed this, late last night, I think it was, sent out a tweet. And here, I'll read the tweet word for word. I want to make sure. So Florida Gators sent this out. First Saturday in the swamp, wear white. Stay cool for our first game against Miami on August 31st and wear white. So Florida's calling for a whiteout. The Gators are wearing their orange helmets, blue jerseys, white pants. Miami reportedly is wearing all white, and they're calling for the fans to wear all white. Thoughts on a whiteout for Miami or for Florida, for Miami? Thoughts on a whiteout? And I will. Before I let you speak on it, I will say, I don't know if you've seen the reaction on social media. Florida fans hate this, like hate it. They're literally all responding to the tweet like, wear blue, wear blue. Yeah, they hate it. So
yeah.
What's your thoughts on crowds doing like whiteouts, blackouts, stuff like that?
The only crowd that really should be doing whiteouts is Penn State right now, because everybody's just stealing their idea from that point. Because I think they started that back in 2005 when Penn State started it off, and then Florida's coming back and use it. They're trying to bring back that swagger, but it's going to be like 100 plus degrees and a humidity level. It's going to be through the freaking roof. So realistically, it's fine to have a whiteout because you don't want any fans overheating during the game. But at the same time, you got to have some diversity in there. A whiteout is not going to really help you out in a situation where first game of the season, you've got icy whites coming in from Miami, and then you're not even going to dress the part. Doesn't really make any sense, and the theme doesn't really match as well. So if I was Florida, I would have just asked Miami to wear their home uniforms and then just come out in all white like they did. I don't know if you remember, Chris, when Florida came out in all white and during the 09 or 10 SEC title, and that was probably the cleanest uniforms that Florida has worn over the last 15 plus years before they had their new uniform brand with Jordan not too long ago.
Yeah, I remember them wearing the all whites. The all whites were really pretty, really nice, really good. I don't know though, man. I'm. It's funny. I'm going to be at this game, Lucas, and I was joking with the guy that I'm going with. That's, glad to know my my white SEC Unfiltered shirt that I'm going to be rocking is going to fit right in. But yeah, I don't know, man. He's adamantly against it. I will say, like, to your point, if you're not Penn State, it's I'm not someone that hates fun, but it can come off as gimmicky. I don't know what just happened to Lucas Hill, but he is gone. Anyways, guys, I don't know that I would have done the whiteout. I don't think I would have done the whiteout. I just think week 1, against Miami, it comes off a little bit. There he is. There he is. What's up?
CP, I feel like this is just becoming an everyday thing because I'm having problems with StreamYard right now with the audio. I can't hear anything, I don't think.
Can you hear me now?
I still can't.
Nothing.
Give me 1 minute. I will give it a couple seconds and I'll be.
Technical issues. You got to love them. Sometimes it's me. I don't know why. Anyways, yeah, I don't think I would have gone the whiteout though. It feels kind of gimmicky, to be honest with you. It feels a little bit gimmicky, especially when you're not the team wearing white. That's what's kind of odd about it. And the Florida fans are saying, like, we want to wear the color. We want to wear a color that they don't wear. And so blue is that color. And so a lot of Florida fans are saying, I'm going to wear blue. We should wear blue. Let's encourage everybody to wear blue, which is going obviously just straight up against what Florida's doing. So let's try to get
now I can hear you.
Good deal. No, I was just saying that it feels a little gimmicky, the whiteout. I don't know. I feel like I'm the old man yelling at clouds saying that, but it feels just a little bit gimmicky.
Yeah, every team is doing it now. So is this nothing new? I mean, not really, but the thing doesn't really match with what Florida is trying to pull off as well. If it was Penn State doing it, it's a whole nother thing because they actually know how to rock the theme. It's Florida doing it, that's a whole different thing. So
yeah. Lucas, let's go through this really quickly. The SEC preseason coaches all SEC team was announced. This came out today. Georgia placed a league-leading 15 players on the preseason coaches all SEC team. Alabama was second with 14 representatives, and third Texas with 10. So, first team offense, and I'm going to get your take on this. Quarterback Carson Beck from Georgia, running back Jarquez Hunter from Auburn, running back Trevor Etienne from Georgia, wide receiver Luther Burden III from Mizzou, wide receiver Trey Harris from Ole Miss, tight end Caden Prescorn from Ole Miss, O-lineman Will Campbell from LSU, O-lineman Tyler Booker from Bama, O-lineman Tate Ratledge from Georgia, O-lineman Kelvin Banks Jr. from Texas, center Cooper Mays from Tennessee, and all-purpose Davion Thomas from LSU. Anybody got snubbed? What are your thoughts on that group?
Oh, honestly, I like the group, honestly. I mean, I would say, like, this might be biased-wise, I do think Emory Jones could eventually sneak his way into a first-team All-SEC by the end of the year. But overall, I have no problems with this at all. I like what this brings. I like where each guy is at. The only thing I would say I have a problem with, I do think Caden Prescorn should be switched with, I do believe, Oscar Delp, just because, I mean, I love Prescorn. I do think that he's an elite level tight end. I do think he'll be a draft pick eventually, but Delp just has a lot more experience as well. Delp's been in a better offensive system with Mike Bobo, who has an opportunity to really utilize him in so many different ways, like he did with Brock Bowers. And the thing is, Delp doesn't have to be Brock Bowers. He can do exactly what he did last year. He was a blocking back, and it was very effective out of the backfield. So I'd switch those two around. But overall, I mean, this tight end group in the SEC is very deep. It's unbelievable. It's kind of hard to say I'd switch them, like each player here. But overall, I'm fine with the list other than just that one.
I would say, Lucas, to folks you talk to in Athens, they're really high on Benjamin Urasek, the Stanford transfer. So, yeah, I think he's going to be a huge part of the offensive tight end there as well. All right, let's go to – and I would agree that I don't have much issue with this. I just keep going back to, I think it's a really interesting year for the running back position in the SEC, like who's going to emerge and become that guy, because all due respect to Jarquez Hunter, he's a good player, but like when you're telling me Jarquez Hunter is the best running back in the SEC, I can't help but feel like it's kind of a weak year for the running back position.
Yeah.
So
And it also depends on the type of offense you run as well. If Hugh Freeze is trying to run with Jarquez Hunter, I mean, with a guy like Peyton Thorne, you could probably run the option with them at best. But, I mean, other than that, he's got to get better with pass blocking. He needs to get better with catching out of the backfield in order for him to be an effective running back for this Auburn offense as well. So we'll just have to see, honestly. I mean, I don't see him as a first-team All-SEC back. I'd probably would have switched him and Ulysses Bentley as well, or Henry Parrish maybe on that All-SEC list. I don't think I see Parrish on here as well. No, he's not on here. I think he could be on there.
Dude, speaking of, Rocket Sanders, a second-teamer. So if he's healthy, I mean, a lot of his ceiling is controlled by that offensive line.
Yeah.
Ulysses Bentley actually made the third team.
I saw that. I would have probably switched Bentley to a second team between him and Dylan Sampson. But other than that, I mean, like you mentioned already, it's an interesting year for the running back position. They're being utilized in a whole lot of different spread, a whole lot of formations. You're spreading them out in the slot. You're using them as a blocking back. They can be used as H-backs sometimes as well, just depending on how big they are. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to determine where each guy is supposed to be at when it comes to the All-SEC team. But at the end of the day, I have no problem with where everybody's at. So,
yeah. All right, let's go to the defensive side, Lucas. First team. James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee, Deion Walker from Kentucky, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss, Nazir Stackhouse from Georgia, and Landon Jackson from Arkansas are your defensive linemen. There are 5 defensive linemen for some reason, but that's how they picked it. Harold Perkins from LSU, Danny Stutzer from Oklahoma, and Deontay Lawson from Bama are your linebackers. And Malachi Starks from Georgia, Malachi Moore from Bama, Billy Bowman Jr. from Oklahoma, and Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky are your defensive backs. So they listed 12 players on defense for whatever reason. But either way, thoughts on the selections?
There's a reason why they put 5 defensive linemen, because you're talking about 2 edge rushers, 2 interior defensive tackles, and a nose guard as well. It just depends on what formation they run. But, I mean, I don't know really. That's my guess, but I'm not really sure other than that. If Pop Dumas was hurt, Jamon Dumas Johnson from Kentucky, if he was healthy last year, he'd be a first-team All-SEC selection any day of the week. I mean, this is a legit, unbelievable, versatile linebacker. So if he was healthy, he'd be on the first team. But other than that, I really don't have a problem with anything on the defensive line. Linebacker-wise, it's unbelievable. This could be a very good linebacking core. Stutzman's got an opportunity to be one of the best backers since the Boz came through in a while. He could really bring an elite level of linebacker play. I mean, when you look at him, that dude just brings a fire to a defense. He's shown his leadership abilities through fall camp and going into the season as well. So we'll be expecting a lot from him. And then the secondary. Correct me if I'm wrong, CP. Does Malachi Starks not get talked about enough? Because I've barely heard any news about him other than what's been going on in the local media, but nothing really serious in the national news. But because I think Starks has an opportunity to really continue to boost his draft stock, and I think he'll be a top 10 draft pick next year. He's a 2-time All-American, and he's going into this year as the unheralded leader of this defense. He's been around the Kirby Smart defensive system since his freshman year, and has just continued to develop as an unbelievable safety. I mean, when you look at the only thing I will say about him is that he did tend to get beat in over-the-top coverage and one-on-one battles as well. He needs to work on that a lot. But, I mean, this guy can develop into a really, really good nickel and safety at the next level.
Yeah, I think Malachi Starks and Michael Williams at Georgia don't get talked about enough.
No. And I think
Mike Williams could be a first or second team guy by end of year
if he's healthy and if they utilize him well too. Because you saw the last game of the season. I mean, he just went off. It doesn't matter if it was a JV Florida State team or a first team. I mean, he was still going up against quality offensive linemen, and you could tell that he could do it at the next level. So him switching from outside linebacker out to, I think he's playing. He was at defensive end before the season, and now they moved him to I think Mike or that Will backer about where Harold Perkins will be. So I think he'll fit well in that position. And when you get him lined up outside, ready to blitz, I mean, he's just going to come in there like a rocket. He has great hands. His footwork is unbelievable. Shoulder pad level is really good as well whenever you get him on a dip as well.
Yeah. Let's go to this comment. Sam Vincent, I'm ready for back-to-back 10-win seasons and a shot at a natty. We'll take a conference championship as well. Texas. Yeah, they should have back-to-back top or 10-win seasons. It should be a 10-win season this year. I mean, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
it should. It should.
But this is a crazy conference, as we already know. So we don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. So,
yeah.
I mean, look who they play. I think they go to Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they still have a very good defense. That's going to be a key matchup everybody needs to watch is Michigan's defense against Texas's new offense and see how they go forward after their first warm-up game against Colorado State. So I'm excited to see that. That's a top 10 game. Yeah. That's a game that every person in America is going to be watching. It's prime time. I think it'll be on ABC as well. So get a little early action to see if this Longhorns team is for real. And a win at that magnitude, that's going to solidify them as a national championship contender and a conference championship contender as well.
Yeah, I mean, even with the losses that, that Michigan obviously suffered with, some of their guys going to the league, whatever. That'd be significant to go into, go into the big house, get a win, kind of set the tone. And I mean, that's a game that, if it goes the other way, it absolutely changed the way we think about Texas for sure. That is not a game to be taken lightly. Not a game to be taken lightly. So
looks like that game will be played on Fox actually. So either way, you're playing in
big noon kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you're playing big time where all of America will be watching as well. So
yeah. Speaking of Texas, did you see the new logo for the Lone Star Showdown?
I did not.
They announced today that the Cotton Lone Star Showdown is the name of the game now. Cotton Holdings Incorporated is going to be the title sponsor for the game. So
interesting. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. It's nice. I like it. I don't have it. It looked just like the old one. They just replaced kind of the logo and just made the star a bit bigger. That's really it.
Yeah. Dude, as long as they don't ever put that game in a neutral site, I don't care what they do. That's what everybody was scared of at first. The rumors coming out, they're having a meeting talking about whatever. People thought that game might be going to a neutral site, which would be a terrible idea.
That would have been so stupid. I mean, who wouldn't want to go play at Darrell K. Memorial or at Kyle Field as well? I mean, look what we got the last time that you got a rivalry like that. Ends on a game-winning field goal, and this year it's just going to be no different. It's just going to be tight. These guys played high school together. Some of them graduated in the same class, and I mean, you talk about the rivalry between these two. These teams hate each other. I think they're separated by an hour and a half away from College Station to Austin as well. So, I mean, the rivalry is just that. I mean, there's nothing like a good rivalry game at the end of the year where tensions are high, where you can't wait to just get on the field and stick it to your opponent for 365 days of the year and let them know, hey, we own the state of Texas for this year. And that's just an awesome feeling whenever you get off the bus and get ready to play an opponent like that. I mean, there's no better feeling in the world than that, dude. I mean, you know it from playing collegiately. I know it from from playing collegiately, literally any rivalry game in general is the means for bragging rights for the respective state, parish, county. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it's just bitter, clean, old-fashioned hate. So,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's I'm so happy we have the game back. It immediately returns as one of the best rivalries in college football, college sports in general. I just spoke on the neutral site thing, Lucas. How do I know you're tied in with LSU? How do LSU fans feel about kicking off the season? It seems like every year at a neutral site. I mean,
honestly, I don't think they really care. They're willing to drive wherever to go.
Las
play.
Vegas? You think LSU is going to travel well to Vegas?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, will they ever? I mean, you're going to see a lot of purple and gold on the strip and in casinos as well. So, I mean, this won't be anything new for Tiger fans. I mean, they've traveled well all across the state, and it doesn't matter where it is. You're going to get at least 10 to 15,000 tickets sold from people in Baton Rouge. So don't expect anything less from them.
Yeah. Hey, Sam Vincent says, here you go. If the team can stay together, Texas are going to Kyle Field. Give the Ags an old-style whipping. Crazy game, Texas on top, and into the playoffs. What's your early feel on that game, Lucas? You think Texas rolls them? You think it'll be close?
Depends on how they fare going into this game, of course. I mean, your early predictions is that they run the table the entire season, then they lose to A&M as well.
That is my prediction, yes.
But I think their last game, who do they play before them? They play Oklahoma. No, they don't play Oklahoma. Do they play Alabama? No. Yeah, do they play Alabama at all this year?
Does who, Texas?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
We got Georgia, not Bama, no.
Okay. I'm looking at it right now. Okay, they play Kentucky before at DKR. Depending on how the month of November goes for Texas, coming off of a stretch in October where you play Oklahoma, Georgia, Florida, and going to Arkansas, that's another rivalry game that doesn't really get talked about a lot. So I do think Texas A&M has what it takes to pull off an upset, but it just depends on where both teams' mentalities are going into this game. Because down the stretch on this long season, depending on whether a team is doing good or bad, it's going to affect how each player's stamina, each player's mentality is going into each game. So I can't wait for a duel between Connor Weigman and Quinn Ewers, and it's going to be a shootout, to be honest with you. I think both defenses are going to struggle through the first half or two of this game, but I do expect this to be an overtime game. It's going to be close, just like the last meeting that happened. So this might be one of the most hyped games of the year going into the month of November. So make no mistake about it. If this ends up being a top 20 battle between the two and a playoff spot is on the line, make no mistake about it. Texas A&M is going to play spoiler, and Texas is going to be fighting for their lives. So they're going to feel that pressure. But Texas A&M, knowing that they have really nothing to lose, may have the upper hand as well. So it's a pick 'em for me. Honestly, it could go either way, but the upper hand certainly will go to Texas A&M if everything goes to plan with Texas in an opportunity playing crunch time and their playoff chances are on the line. If they have either one or two losses going into it as well.
Do you say you think it goes to overtime?
Yes.
That would be wild. That would be wild.
Yes. I mean, it's going to be that close of a game, CP. I mean, I'm telling you right now, because of once both defenses settle down eventually, that front four for Texas A&M is going to start to wear down on guys like Kelvin Banks and company, because the strength of Texas A&M right now is the interior with Shamar Stewart and Nick Scourton. They're going to have a field day. It's going to be so much fun watching those two guys line up in the three-tech or line up at the nose and really just work their magic against Texas's offensive line. And don't get me wrong, I love Texas's offensive line. And it's not just Banks. It's the entirety of that group is just improved over and over through spring going into fall as well. But down the stretch, I do think Texas A&M has more stamina going down into the fourth and beyond. I do think Texas A&M will have to play catch up. They'll get it into overtime, and it's going to be decided from then on. So,
Lucas, back to the LSU-USC game. How big is this game for Brian Kelly?
I think it's huge for both coaches in general.
All
Because
right, which coach you think needs to win more?
granted, probably Brian Kelly. Because, listen, other than Alabama in 2022, name one signature win that Brian Kelly has gotten at LSU. Really none. So you want to start off on the right track. LSU hasn't won an opening game since 2019. So going into this one, it's huge. You want to start off good on the road at a neutral site against a powerful program like USC. You want to get off to a great start. And it's going to be fun to watch what get between these two young quarterbacks and Garrett Nussmeier and Miller from USC. So they're going to start off slow. It's going to be a sluggish start for both teams. It might be a 7-7 or 7-10 ball game going into the half. But once they get comfortable, I think the over-under for that game is around
63.5.
63.5. I do think it'll hit the under. It won't
Really?
be, it won't be like 35, 36 or anything like that. It's not going to be anything going into the 30s. It will get into the 20s just because it's just going to be a slow start going into this game. So we'll see what goes on down the stretch. And both offense, this is going to be a light show for both offenses as well. So
I'm not going to lie, Lucas. I'm probably going to have to bet the over. I just can't trust the defenses, man. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, you got two new defensive coordinators as well, and USC has statistically been known to have lackluster defenses. I mean, God knows why Lincoln Riley brought Alex Grinch from Oklahoma, knowing that he couldn't do it, knowing that he couldn't do it in the Big 12. And you think going into the Pac-12 with the elite offenses that are in there, you think that he's going to be able to do that? No, he wasn't able to. So
It kind of feels like Lincoln Riley's candle's starting to kind of burn out a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's losing some of that luster that he once had.
I think they finished this past year with a lackluster recruiting class as well, because it seems like they've been trying to win through the transfer portal. And then after Caleb Williams leaves, this will probably just end up being like how Ed Orgeron was after that 2019 season. Once all the dust settles, people start to come back to reality. You're coming off of an 8-5 season where you had the number one overall pick at quarterback, and you were favored to be a college football playoff contender, and you couldn't do really much of anything on the defensive side of the ball. That's what really lost you a lot of games down the stretch. So when defenses play zone against you, and when they start pressuring Caleb Williams down the last couple of games in October and November, you really started to see this USC team unravel, and they really couldn't get much done. So I don't think Lincoln Riley's on the hot seat just yet, but if this is another bad season, if this is another 7-5 or 8-4 season, you better watch out, because USC doesn't like those type of seasons. You know the long history between them. You know how long that they've been longing for a national title. Haven't won one since I think they got the 2005 one back, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't won one since then. So you can tell that there's a lot of pressure for Lincoln Riley to win, and to win immediately. So if he doesn't win now, you can expect 25 or 26, he'll be on the hot seat for sure.
Yeah.
So I think there's more pressure on – this is a pressure game for both coaches, but Lincoln Riley especially, I mean, the bar is raised to a whole new level. But I think it's about the same as Brian Kelly's as well. So
yeah, Lucas, I don't think LSU makes the playoff. They lose this game. I know it's one game, but I think you have to have this one. If you're going to get to 10-2, you got to have this one. And I mean, LSU's a place that expects college football playoff essentially every year. That's the expectation.
Year 3 to 4 has always been money grab for LSU, because in year 3, Nick Saban won a national title. Year 3, Les Miles won a national title. Year 3, Ed Orgeron won a national title. So now here comes Brian Kelly. This is year 3. This is money year for him.
And Brian Kelly also said, "Judge me off my year 3." Literally said that.
Exactly. If it's another lackluster year where you have missed expectations, you can tell fans aren't going to be happy because they did it over and over again in years past. They did it from when Les Miles was entering the last few years as his head coach, and they did it in year 2 of Ed Orgeron's season after they lost to Troy. They wanted him gone. They wanted to hire Scott Frost. I mean, and look what happened then the very next year. So, like Brian Kelly said, judge me off of my 3rd season. If you get off to a bad start by losing the 5th straight season opener, you can tell fans aren't going to be happy. Boosters aren't going to be happy. And it's just going to be a rough stretch for them down the course of the season. And like you mentioned, they lose this one, you can kiss college football playoff goodbye.
Yeah. Lucas, let's move into this. Did you see the comments from Miami of Ohio's head coach saying that Bama stole Graham Nicholson, the kicker?
Woke up to it this morning.
Yeah. I know we sent that in our SECU chat or whatever. And in case y'all missed it, again, guys, we want you to continue to be part of the show. Comment on Facebook, YouTube, X, wherever you're at. Miami of Ohio. Here, let me get his name and everything. Miami of Ohio head coach Chuck Martin says Bama, quote, stole kicker Graham Nicholson. I'll say this. After I watch this clip, I've actually got respect for Chuck Martin. I do. Like, it's going to be received poorly because, bro, SEC fans fans just take everything personally. Like, they're going to come after the guy. But I actually respected, like, how blunt he was about it. You know what I mean? Like, just, this is what's happening. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. Let's call it for what it is. Now, insinuating somebody tampered to get your player is that's like a significant accusation. But, I respect him just wanting to – you know why it is due to, like, I kind of feel for the little guy. I feel for, like, if you're the head coach of Miami of Ohio, that's a tough spot to be in, bro. That's just like a really, really tough spot to be in. So I feel for him. I really do.
Yeah, we need more guys like him around college football. Just tell it how it is and just be blunt with how you say it. We miss guys like that. I think he got some of it from Jason Brown of Last Chance U. So, I mean, that was a guy that was just full of energy and just straight to the point. His famous catchphrase was, hate me now, love me later. And that's exactly what Coach Morris is talking about. So when you talk about feel for the little guy, feel for guys that are in the Southland. We had, I think, 3 guys from Southeastern. We had Zy Alexander, who goes to LSU. We have Jack Henderson, who ends up going to Minnesota. And we have another guy that ends up going to Gage Larbadane, who's now at South Carolina. He initially went to Miami of Ohio. Now he's in Gamecock territory. You could say that now I'm just waiting for Frank Selfo to say LSU, Minnesota, all these Power 5 programs stole our players. But, I mean, I respect the guy for being blunt. The accusation is a bit wild with how NIL works. Instead of guys just getting paid under the table, we'll just say, hey, car dealership, here you go, sign here. That's all it really is nowadays, And to be honest, and I texted this in our group chat as well, I miss the days whenever athletes were getting paid under the table. I missed with that whenever you had guys like Bobby Collins from SMU and more guys from that era were paying Eric Dickerson a Trans Am to come to their school. We're paying them tens of thousands of dollars in a briefcase to come to their school. It was fun, and you got to see a lot of the wild, wild west of college football back in those days. And now it's just more or less becoming the NFL now, where everybody's going, if they don't like the type of deal or the amount of playing time they're getting, they're hitting the portal. And that's kind of how Graham Nicholson was, except he actually won a Groza Award this past year. So why not go somewhere big and continue that success? So I don't blame the guy for what he believes, but at the end of the day, college football is becoming the NFL, and it's a business decision for each of these guys at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, again, I get his frustration because the Power Four is essentially destroying the G5 in some respects. Like being a G5 coach has never been harder, bro. Because like if you have anybody that balls out, they're going to go somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like anybody that balls out, they're going to go to some SEC school.
Yeah, and the same goes for the FCS as well. I mean, you look at South Dakota State. I think they had at least 5 transfers that are end up at Power 5 schools, and but I will say some of them do continue to stay at their respective school. Last year's Walter Payton Award winner is still continuing at South Dakota State, and Southeastern will be playing them, I think, sometime next month. So, but yeah, I mean the FCS has been hit hard with those types of things, and the little guy, the group of 5, it's just kind of been left to the side as well. You know, I mean, it kind of sucks because you're seeing a lot of talent and you're seeing a lot of other individuals from those respective schools go elsewhere, and now you're getting them on the big stage, and you've never really seen them, and they're usually being forgotten about because you're like, oh wait, they play at so-and-so, they played at Boise State, they played at Fresno. You don't know that, and that's kind of garbage for them if they want to rep their school at the next level as well.
Lucas, switching gears, how excited are you for actual games to start up?
You don't have to get me started, bro. Yeah. I mean, it's off the chart.
It's one of those things, man, where like we obviously love doing the content, the preseason stuff, predictions, all that stuff, but I've always been someone, Lucas, we get about 2 weeks away from kickoff, and we're obviously a week now, but we get 2 weeks away from kickoff, and that's when I start getting antsy. I'm like, all right, we're kind of starting to say some of the same stuff over and over, just in a different way, and you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Repetitive.
Yeah, I'm actually excited for week 0 though. I'm looking forward to those games. You know, the excuse to just watch football all day. Yeah, man. I mean, who? How could you not be fired up for New Mexico and Montana State? You know, I mean, honestly.
Hey, shout out to McNeese State Cowboys as well.
I know. Wait, who do they play?
They play. I know they play in SEC. They play Tarleton this week. I thought they played Texas A&M this week. They play them in the beginning of September. But dude, watch out for the Cowboys this year. You've got some talent coming back. You've got the best defensive player in all the FCS, Micah Davey, who's Rohan Davey's son. He played ball at LSU and was a star quarterback. I don't know if you remember him most at all, knowing that. I don't think South Carolina ever played LSU back in the early 2000s. They might have, but anyways. I mean, Micah Davey's just a stud at linebacker. When you watch him play, I mean, it's like watching a young Lawrence Taylor at best. I mean, this is a just genuine stud. He could have hit the portal, and he had opportunities to play at that next level at a Power 5, but he chose to come back and play at the FCS level. And maybe that's just because he knows he can't play at the next level, or he just never got the love that he received from those Power 5 schools. And that's kind of what sucks about the transfer portal too, is that when you have all Americans and such that are really talented at their specific positions, but you don't have the respectable tech from other schools at that level, I mean, it kind of sucks, you know. There was a guy from the Southland, his name is Jalex Hunt, who's now with the Philadelphia Eagles. He entered the transfer portal at some point the year before, didn't get picked up by anybody, comes back to HCU, Houston Christian, by the way, and ends up being a third-round draft pick from the Southland Conference of all conferences in the FCS. Not a strong conference, but, I mean, there's talent everywhere that you really can't find anymore. And it doesn't just come from the portal. It comes from the FCS level. It comes from lower-level SEC schools, etc.
Lucas, when you look at the Week 1 slate in the SEC, we know about the big games, obviously, A&M, Notre Dame, Georgia, Clemson, LSU, USC, Florida, Miami. So I'm going to challenge you a little bit of the rest, which I know that they're, some smaller matchups, if you will. What are some storylines you're most excited to follow in week 1 in the SEC outside of the big games? Because the big games, we'll get into those in a second. Those are very easy though, right? Those answers are easy. But is there a team, player, position unit, whatever that you're excited to see from some of maybe the lesser talked about games in week 1?
I think I want to see Texas's running backs and how they fare against Colorado State, because Colorado State took a big step forward last year under Jay Norvell. I mean, you looked at a team that offensively had nothing going for them. They were 115th and put up 30 plus against Colorado. And yes, Colorado's defense was bad last year, but the way that CSU played down the stretch against them in crunch time, their defense really took advantage of the opportunities that they were given. They return a majority of their starters as well. So we're going to see a heavy rotation between Texas's running backs. We'll see how their receivers fare. I think we'll see a lot of how Quinn Ewers does through the air. I think he'll probably pass for 200 yards and then get out of the game by the end of the first half. But we'll just see how this Texas offense develops in their first game with the amount of talent they've had to replace from last year as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that too. Texas. Texas is going to beat Colorado State, but what does it look like, right?
Yeah.
I'm excited. There's plenty of stuff, man, from Bobby Petrino at Arkansas to Jackson Arnold and those wide receivers, that offensive line at Oklahoma to Nico getting things going at Tennessee. I feel like we're not talking about Tennessee even enough. So there's a lot of good storylines in week 1. So I tell you that I don't know that the game's flying under the radar. I don't know if that's a fair way to put it, Lucas, but we've talked about A&M Notre Dame a lot. We've talked about Florida Miami a lot. We've talked about LSU USC a lot. I feel like that Georgia Clemson game's kind of just – I don't know if it's because people think it's going to be a blowout or what, but that Georgia Clemson game could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson's got a really good defense coming back, but I think Georgia's got too much firepower on their offensive side of the ball. And, I mean, I think the spread is 14. That could probably go over as well. But, I mean, Clemson's going to keep it closer the first half as well. I mean, every team is going to have their struggles on both sides of the ball throughout the first half. But once they get comfortable, once they get adjusted to the system, then you're going to see a lot more explosion. You're going to see a lot more of offensive firepower from both sides. And I think that it will end up being all Georgia at the end. I think they cover as well. I think they cover the spread.
They cover. Really?
I think they will be exactly 14, though. I think Clemson will keep it closer than what people think. Another thing, going back to the Colorado State and Texas deal, how about Henry Blackburn going up against Isaiah Bond in week 1? That's 2 first-round draft picks going up against each other and going at it. So that's going to be a fun. If you're a young defensive back / receiver, that's a matchup you need to watch.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. It's you just think about some of the non-conference matchups we got. I mean, dude, today we previewed Ole Miss and Furman. You got games like that, and it's kind of all over the spectrum.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fun week 1, man. I'm excited. I mean, I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Mizzou Murray State next Thursday night. Like it's the freaking Super Bowl, bro. Like I'm just so bro. I'm so pumped to get it back on TV and get the season going. And it's like we said, man. We love doing the preview stuff and the prediction stuff, but to actually have some games to talk about and look ahead to, and dude, it's going to be a blast. I can't wait.
How about Colorado and North Dakota State? I mean,
that'll be a fun one too. That's upset alert, big time.
You'd think Colorado would come in and be the overwhelming favorite. They're only favored by 9.5 going into this one.
Yeah.
And the over-under is around 58.5. That's probably going to be going over with how Colorado's offense is this year. North Dakota State just reminds me of one of those gritty old teams, just grinded out in the run game. They've run behind their offensive line, and they've just been so dominant from then on. Colorado's defense, if they don't improve in this game, you're right. Upset alert is going to be on the back of Colorado's jerseys come week 1.
Dude, you know what's another interesting game on that Thursday, a little underrated? Minnesota and North Carolina. That's kind of a sneaky little ball game to pay attention to.
Is this Mac Brown's last year?
It's got to be one of these years.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn Schumann or Blake Baker or Kirby Moore, or one of them is itching to get to Raleigh, North Carolina and take over from Mac. Because, I mean, the last couple of years for North Carolina, it's just been hit or miss with the amount of talent they've had. And Mac Brown's just getting older. I mean, I think he's entering his mid-70s. He's 72 right now, so he'll be entering that point of his time where it's time to hang up the whistle, hang up the headset, and get back to what you were doing before in broadcasting. But we'll see how North Carolina does in year 1 without Drake May, and with a brand new quarterback coming in, just a brand new offensive system. They'll be focusing more on Amarion Hampton through week 1.
Lucas, I know it's not football related, but the SEC baseball tournament staying in Hoover, Alabama. Thoughts? I'm so happy Texas and OU fans get to experience Hoover, man. It's the Hoover Met. It's a gym. It's a gym. It's just it's kind of like when you have that flawed family member. They're not perfect, but they're yours. You know what I mean? It's like, love you to death. That's kind of the Hoover Met. Like it's not a perfect spot.
No.
But I don't know. It's so the Hoover Met is SEC. Like it really is. Like the Hoover Met is so SEC. I'm glad that Texas and OU people get to experience what that's all about.
Well, my buddy Chris Dowden won't be too happy because he went last year and he had fun watching the games, but I mean, it was just a miserable experience for him in the stands. But I mean, again, it's a gym. How can you get rid of and move from a place like that where you've been playing since the late 90s? I mean, it's impossible to do something like that. It'd be ludicrous for that stadium and that for Hoover to no longer be the site of the SEC tournament. It's what every kid dreams of. You know, It's not just – it used to be they used to grow up going to the MLB or going to Rosenblatt. Most kids grow up – if you're a Hoover kid or if you're around the South, you want to go to the Hoover Met and go play ball there. I mean, it's just an unbelievable experience. And you love to be a part of history of something like that.
Yeah. I'm excited. Like I said, it's for Texas and OU fans that aren't familiar what it's all about. Get ready for rain delays and 1 a.m. Eastern time first pitches. That's
nothing better.
Nothing better, dude. Honestly, Lucas, I'm telling you, and it's funny I say this is like we're literally getting to kickoff, and I love football season, and I'm super stoked to experience for us all to experience football season under the SEC Unfiltered platform. Like it's gonna be electric. I do love baseball season though, man. It's you know what I love about it, Lucas? I love how low key it is. Honestly, because like we'll go through football season, and football season's like a 5-month blitz, bro, just like constantly. And then you get into like late February, you get into March, and it's just kind of like chill. Like everything kind of chills out for a little bit. So you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like you got to have the rain to appreciate the sunshine.
Yeah,
like,
I mean that's just the.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like you're able to appreciate it because it's kind of different ends of the spectrum, you know. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, who else wouldn't want to be in Hoover, Alabama during the month of May and just experience an SEC baseball? And I think this is our first year covering football on the SEC Unfiltered platforms.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this is exciting for you. It's exciting for me, being a young kid and getting to experience something like this and getting to experience different events, really covering the SEC more often. And I'm just excited for this season, dude. It's going to be a really fun season. It's perfect timing for a season like this because we've been waiting for with expansion, with college football playoff being evolutionized with 12 team, and we're adding 2 more to the SEC. So why not kick it off with a season that should be one for the ages indeed.
Lucas, in closing, I need your help with a content idea. I have not done it yet. Shame on me. We've been so busy. I just feel like I haven't had time. Maybe tonight, but here in the near future, I'm going to fire up the EA College Football 25 content. Little streaming guy. What are we thinking? What do you think the people would rather get? Like simulations of games on the video game, or me playing the game like in a Dynasty?
Dude, you got to play Dynasty. I mean, Dynasty is just too nostalgic for you to not play it. Everybody's getting.
All right. So on that note, though, who's the team that I play with? That's my biggest. That's the biggest conundrum I face.
Is Old Dominion still on there, or are we playing SEC team?
Well, I mean, I think SEC makes sense. I will say this. I don't know. Like, the only thing I could think of is create SEC Unfiltered as a team in Team Builder and put them in the SEC.
You got to let me see the unis. Are we going all blue for home?
Well, we've got this in the background to kind of – that'd be our white lid, and we can do a blue lid. Blue lid with yellow face mask.
We got to get the chrome helmets, dude.
Well, I haven't made it. I'm just trying to think, if I do a Dynasty, who do I play with? That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
Do I try to take Vandy to the top? Like,
take Mississippi State. Why not? I mean,
Blake Shapen and the boys.
Dude, why not just go in and have all the cowbells ringing, be in Davis Wade Stadium, and just checking it out with? Oh yeah, dude. Bring your own offense and you be the new defensive coordinator as well, because let's just be honest, Mississippi State's defense is not gonna.
No, they're gonna be bad.
No, yeah, dude. Offensive wise, they're gonna put up like 30, 40 points a game, like how Mike Leach used to do it. Defensively, they might give up the same way.
Yeah, Lucas. Another question. Let's say we did Team Builder SEC Unfiltered. What would the mascot be? The SEC Unfiltered what's? I don't know what it would be. I really don't know what the mascot would be.
Ooh, the Sankeys.
No, hell no. That's the Sankeys? No.
Like Commissioner Sankey?
I understand where you're coming from, but no.
Okay. I don't know though, dude.
Well, I might throw this in the group text after we get off here and poll the group.
Yeah, you got to give me time to think about that.
SEC Unfiltered what's?
Because it's kind of hard to find a mascot for the SEC unless it's around something around the South.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know, bro.
That's hard to come up with, isn't it? Because the only thing I can see for mascot-wise is like how UCF's mascot is, except with the same SEC Unfiltered helmet on.
The SEC Unfiltered Common Mans. I don't know. The Common Man. I don't know. We'll figure it out. My plan, though, Lucas, because I've done like a bunch of streaming with EA, like NCAA content before. I might go live tonight. I don't know. I was thinking about it. I might go live tonight.
You going on Twitch?
We'll go on YouTube.
Okay. Do y'all have Twitch?
Yeah, I have Twitch.
Okay.
I just don't really use it. I could go live on Twitch, but YouTube is where we have our audience. So So y'all stay tuned for that. I mean, again, shameless plug. We dropped our Texas-Colorado State preview yesterday. I know I mentioned that to y'all, but we're getting a lot of love on that. So appreciate it. Lucas, always a pleasure, my man. You're going to be seeing a lot more of Lucas as we go throughout this season. Obviously, Lucas is going to be a big, big part of our SEC football coverage and coverage in general. And Lucas, you've been crushing with the interviews, my man, so I appreciate it. Been having some great convos. Latest one's doing really, really well, and I would highly encourage everybody to check it out. So, dude, I appreciate you, brother. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, man, anytime, brother. I always say thanks for letting me hang around with the big dogs, letting a 20-year-old hanging with some people like that, bro.
Dude, we got you. So, guys, appreciate you all tuning in again. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Obviously, Bucky and BK will take you in the morning live from Vegas. Feels good to be good. And we'll be back tomorrow, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain as well, to take you into the weekend. So appreciate each and every single one of you. For Lucas Hill, I'm Chris Phillips. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We will talk to you all tomorrow.